for the snow is falling soft and white. Town's all tucked in for the night, but down in the bakery, warm and bright, the baker's got his oven light. He's kneading dough with a knowing grin, making honey buns rise again, sweet and golden, sticky within, for the girls who've been nice, my friend. Baker's honey buns, warm and sweet, glazed just right for a midnight treat. The red-breasted tits sing soft and low. Who's been naughty, who's been nice, he knows. He'll check her twice, oh yes he will, sliding slow with that sugary thrill. Baker's honey buns fresh from the heat, the naughtiest girls get the biggest treat. That little tit with a ruby chest flies from window to window, no time for rest. He peeps and he tweets, he knows what's best, which stockings are hung with a little request. He chirps to the baker, this one's been bold, she's dreaming of glazing, or so I'm told. So he loads up his tray with buns of gold and delivers them piping hot, truth be told. Baker's honey buns, warm and sweet, glazed just right for a midnight treat. The red-breasted tits sing soft and low. Who's been naughty, who's been nice, he knows. He'll check her twice, oh yes he will, sliding slow with that sugary thrill. Baker's honey buns fresh from the heat, the naughtiest girls get the biggest treat. Down slow, oh those buns rise just right, don't you know? So hang up your stocking by the firelight, leave the back door open tonight. If that little tit sings your name just right, you'll wake up sticky and feeling alright. Baker's honey buns, warm and sweet, perfectly glazed for your Christmas treat. The red-breasted tit told him clear and precise, you've been naughty, and he checked you twice. Baker's honey buns, so nice.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what, if any, you might be. If you are not who you say you are, or feel you are, or think you are, I might be saying something that I don't know what I'm saying. Welcome back to day 6 in Are We Ever Gonna Get Any Evidence That He Did It trial. And yesterday was a big old steaming pile of nothing. So hopefully today will be a little bit better. That little Robin comes to your kitchen every morning. Well, maybe he's checking if you're naughty or nice. The Uvalde trial already started off with prosecution withholding information. That's not good. No, I'm just a little under the weather, so I'm just packing a little more clothes on these days. The last poll we did, 65% said they didn't think he did it. 25% said we just don't know, and 10% said he did it. So that's where we got. Yeah, I didn't want to watch that trial, so I don't know anything about it. That's why, if you want to watch it with Mo. She needs way more viewers than she's getting because she is an amazing streamer. Hey, Hulda. But no, it's a horrible case, and yeah. Chicken noodle soup isn't a thing in Denmark. We just eat chicken soup. with meatballs and flour balls in them. It's good, but I have other stuff in the freezer I need to eat first, so I'll get to it at some point. You're excited for the defense presentation? I think we're going to get to the defense presentation today. It's a long ass day, so let's try some hot lemonade. I don't know what that is. I'm having a hot beverage, and instead of electrolytes, I'm drinking C vitamins and magnesium. Doesn't taste good. But let's get to it, because on paper it's a 10-hour day. I'm not sitting here for 10 hours.
Please raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Good morning,
Good morning.
and can you please state your name?
Certainly, it's Anna Castiglione Richmond.
And can you spell your last name for the record?
Sure, Castiglione is Castiglione, and then Richmond is Richmond.
And where are you employed?
I'm at the Montgomery County Coroner's Office.
And in what capacity?
I'm one of the forensic pathologists.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 153, as shown to defense counsel. Look at that, and if you're familiar, look up at me. Or when you're finished, look up at me. Okay?
153.
Yes, Your Honor. Permission to publish to the jury.
Okay.
I'm going to start down here, Dr. Richmond, on your curriculum. I'm just going to say citation.
With the university, and I'll start
What
this case now for postmortem examinations. I did research on a national level during my training as a pathologist and post-medical school studies.
And those are noted on your C.
Let's just skip to
One day,
the
depending
cross.
on the case. We move on. Correct.
Post.
A little bit. We still do a compare, and we have how the body was found, but it's quite brief.
Just to give you a general idea.
Correct.
And then as you're
Good
conducting
morning.
a postmortem examination, you indicated that you documented, and by that,
The body was removed from the remains.
the normal procedure, or tell the jury what you did.
Yes. So we did receive remains. At the time, it was a tentative decedent until she was identified. But yeah, we received the remains in a body bag, and we went through the same procedure. We initially examined the body once the body was removed from the body bag, which were the skeletonized and mummified remains of the decedent, and then we were able to document through a report and also through photographs what we found. But because her remains were in a mummified and skeletonized state, we did not do an internal exam, and we ended up referring the body for further evaluation to Ohio State University for anthropologic evaluation.
And who made that decision?
We all did. I, at the time, was a fellow, so I was working under the supervision of Dr. Lehman. So it was our office, Dr. Lehman, our coroner, Dr. Harshbarger, who we all coordinated the care of her remains to Ohio State University for higher level of care, pretty much, and for further evaluation.
And now, when a body is received at the Montgomery County Coroner's Office, is it documented?
Yes,
And then the travels of the body, so to speak, would be continued to be documented?
yes.
I'm going to hand you
Of course.
the State's Exhibit 155, 152, and 154. If you can, look at each of those, and when you're finished, look up at me.
Okay.
55. Are you familiar with this?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's one of our intake-outtake type of documents where we document when the body was received and then when the body left our building.
And is this a fair and accurate copy of the documentation created for Ms. Noble's case?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 154. Are you familiar with that?
I am, yes.
And what is that?
That's a chain of custody form.
And it's approximately 5 pages?
Correct.
And is this a fair and accurate copy of the chain of custody form for Ms. Noble's?
Yes.
All right. And then finally, State Exhibit 152. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
And what is it?
That's a copy of our autopsy report.
For Ms. Noble?
Correct.
All right, and this is a fair and accurate copy of your report?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to publish the jury?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
I'm placing State Exhibit 155 on the overhead. We'll zoom out for an overhead view. And again, what is this?
That's sort of our intake-outtake form. That's how when Ms. Noble's remains were received, and then when they were released from our office.
And if you can, what time were the remains received and date?
So it was September 17th of 2020, and she was received at 2:08 a.m.
I'm just going to put the first page of State's Exhibit 154 on the overhead. Zoom out. So there's nothing, just so you see, there's nothing below this portion of the page, right? No information?
Correct.
All right. And again, the date and time of that the remains received.
September 17th of 2020 at 2:08 a.m.
Now, Dr. Richmond, I want to walk through State's Exhibit 152 with you, which is your postmortem examination or autopsy report.
Yes.
All right. And do you have a copy with you? Or do you need me to provide you a copy to refer to?
I do have a copy.
All right. And so let's talk. I'm on the back side of page 1.
Okay.
And can you describe how you received the remains?
Yes, she was, as I mentioned earlier, she was received as tentative Jane Doe, and she was received on September 17th of 2020, and they were the skeletal remains.
And what was accompanying the remains?
Her clothing and some personal affects.
Was there anything near her neck?
Yes, there was a ligature that had been cut at the scene.
I'm going to approach the witness and show her what's been marked as State's Exhibit 150A through Y. And so if you can, take a look at all of those, please. And do those,
During the okay.
are you familiar with those?
Yes,
And what are they?
those are the photographs we took during the autopsy, and some X-ray images as well.
And X-ray images as well. And do those fairly and accurately depict the remains as they were presented to you on September 17th of 2020?
Yes,
And would showing these photographs and displaying them visually assist you in your testimony today reviewing the findings?
yes.
Your Honor, permission to publish various photographs.
Any objection to publishing photographs? No, Please proceed.
And Dr. Richmond, when the remains arrive at the Montgomery County Coroner's Office, what are they contained in?
They're in a body bag.
And are they fastened, secured in any fashion?
Yes.
And I'm going to place State's Exhibit 150Z on the overhead. Can you explain what this is?
Yes, that's the bag that's around the zipper, and that's placed when the body is collected at the scene. And so we cut that to access the bag.
And this is the tag that was on the bag for Ms. Noble's remains.
Correct, yes.
And once you did that, what happened next?
Well, then we removed the body from the bag and started our external examination. In her case, she also received some X-rays, so that would have been done from the beginning as well.
I'm going to show published State Exhibit 150. I'm zooming in at the juror's requests. And can you explain for the jury what this?
Yes, so here we have the skeletal remains of, at the time, Jane Doe, but of Miss Noble. So the
can't
head
see
is
the
on the
pictures,
left.
but it looks like
What
legally
we're looking
blonde.
at is the bottom part of her head. And this is her hair here. And then her legs are bent, which are on this side here. And the body is mummified and skeletonized.
And does this picture depict clothing still?
It does, yes.
And you collected that clothing?
Yes, we did.
And that included tennis shoes as well?
Correct, yes.
State's Exhibit 150B.
So here's
Hold on, I'm going to zoom out just a little bit. So
certainly.
there we go. And please tell the jury about this.
So yes, so here we're looking at the left side of Miss Noble. Here's her head, and her feet would be here. So we're looking at her hair and her shoulder here. And here we're starting to see some of the ligature, the USB cord that was received on her neck.
Yeah, I think that's what he said.
And 150C.
Yes, so here, we're still viewing the left side of her body, but now we have a view of her legs and her shoes. And here's her head, and here would be her feet. And so we're still viewing, here's a portion of the ligature, and here are her tennis shoes. And this here is her case number that we see. So it,
Marking on the screen. Okay, sorry.
okay.
Continue.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
Yeah, so 4941 is her autopsy number, and then 20 is the year 2020, and MV are the initials of our photographer, Miles Warren.
Oh, so it must be still shots, but we can't see anything, so it's just.
And State's Exhibit 150E.
So this photograph is to show a portion of how the ligature was on the remains of the neck. So here's the ligature here, and it gets lost in her hair. This here is all of her hair, and here's a portion of her. I believe that's her mandible that's been sort of displaced.
You're not
And
in
when you were
church if you know.
examining the ligature, did you find a knot?
Not in the portion that we received, no.
150F, publishing it to the jury.
Yeah, here's another image of the ligature. It would be here. Here's a portion of it, and here's another portion. And it's covered in her hair. And here's another view of her mandible at the bottom that's being partially obscured by our ruler and the number.
One 150H, I'm placing 150H on the overhead.
So here's a clear photo of the ligature around the remnants of the neck. And so there's two portions of a USB cord on the neck, which is this structure here. And then this part here is part of her skull.
And does the USB cord end right there?
A portion of it does. We do have a continuation because it was actually in two pieces that I received because it had been cut at the scene.
And this right here, though, is that one of the cut ends? And if you need me to zoom in, I can. Whoops, move this. There we go.
I believe so, yes.
Oh, it's not touching that. All right. But then the other end continues off to the right.
Correct.
Placing State's Exhibit 150B again on the overhead. And that part that continued off to the right, is that?
Yes.
Placing State's 150I on the overhead.
Yeah, so this is a photograph of the two portions of ligature we received. So I measured it in aggregate. It was about 20 inches. And they are these U-shaped pieces of USB cord with one having the connecting part.
And
She's found 4 months after she disappeared. That's the last day she was seen, and then 4 months later is where she's found.
this part was around her neck,
Yes,
and this is the part continuing down her back.
correct.
States Exhibit 150X.
Yeah, so here we have her skull with her maxilla, which is here, this portion here in her nose, with the hair attached. There's some mold and growth on the remains.
Where is that?
Oh, it's this white material here.
And while you were conducting your post-mortem examination, did you observe any fractures to the neck area?
Well, the fracture I observed was to the hyoid bone.
Placing States Exhibit 150K. What is that?
That's the hyoid bone.
And on this bone, what fractures did you observe?
We observed that there was a fracture on this side. This is also irregular, but our exam did not identify the other portions, because at that point we deferred the examination to anthropology then.
Then you indicated x-rays were also taken?
Yes,
And is that part of the standard procedure at Montgomery County Coroner's Office?
yes.
Placing States Exhibit 151. And what is that?
So this is an x-ray of her head, of the skull, and here are her shoulders. So it's the upper part of her body, including the skull.
What is this?
That's the USB cord. And
What
we
is
also,
this? Oops,
yeah,
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's a necklace that we found on her person.
Can you circle that, please?
Certainly, here. So that's the necklace, and here's a pendant that was on the necklace.
Well,
What is that?
I believe that's still a portion of the USB cord.
this could be the backside of the moon. I don't know what we're watching.
States Exhibit 151A.
So this is an x-ray of her torso from mid-chest down, including part of her pelvis and part of her right arm.
What is this?
That's some, probably from a tank top. They're just some clips, probably from her clothing.
States Exhibit 151B. What is this?
So here we're x-raying the bottom portion of her body, including her pelvis and her legs, and this is one of her feet. We do have an e-cigarette being x-rayed here as well. It's this stick-like figure.
And then what is that?
That I'm not sure. It might be just some debris.
90% don't know or feels he's innocent. 10% guilty.
Dr. Richmond, I want to now get into showing the physical evidence. You have gloves right there and scissors. If you could please put them on. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit.
Listen. Yeah.
And that was the piece that was dangling down her back.
Yes, this was also around her neck, and then that was dangling on the back.
And so was this around her neck Or tucked into the cord around her neck?
Well, they were both tucked into each other, yes.
Kind of like a shoelace?
Yes,
All right. But this is what was around her neck?
yes.
Showing it, holding it up for the jury. All right, I'll let you put those back in the bag, please. All right, now I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 157. What is this?
This is her hair tie.
And how could, again, a Montgomery County sticker on there?
Yes, and
You
it's
recognize
labeled.
it?
Yes.
I'm not going to have you open the hair tie ups. And then State's Exhibit 157. 158, excuse me, hold on, let me mark that, sorry, thank you.
Yeah, this is, it's labeled as e-cigarette and necklace.
Is that from the Montgomery County Coroner's Office?
Yes, but it.
And those were both visible on the x-ray?
Yes.
All right, I'll have you put those back in there. Do State's Exhibit 159. And what are those?
The pair of pants or leggings that she was wearing that we collected.
Are you able to put them back in the bag?
I can try. Yeah, it's in a second bag with our label on it as well.
For the record, she's holding up the item, and what is that?
It's a tank top.
And you recognize that from the remains of Emily Noble?
Yes.
That's 161.
The court reporter's nodding her head, so,
Yes.
yes.
Yeah, that'd be portion. So here we have her shirt.
It's mostly intact.
It is, with some defects in the fabric.
Hey, Jamester, how are you doing this fine morning?
I'm good. What's up? Morning.
More nothing, I think.
Is this the medical examiner?
Yeah, coroner.
Oh, okay.
She's just yeah, we took some x-rays. There's a vape pen. This is her clothes.
Yeah.
Why is everything stiff? Because they're filled with bodily decomposition fluids. That's why.
You indicated you also recovered her shoes?
Yes.
All right, and I'll hand you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit JJ. It was opened yesterday, so I'll just ask you to remove the items.
Okay.
And
Yes. Yeah.
no.
Yes, correct.
Sorry, Jamie, that I'm jumping forward. I know you really want to see them open the bags.
Oh, I love that bag sound in my ear too. It's great.
Yeah, that's the best part of all of that.
To the necklace and the e-cigarette.
Yes.
Same or similar condition?
Yes.
The Old Navy t-shirt, same or similar condition?
Yes.
The Old Navy pants or leggings, same or similar condition?
Yes.
And the tank top, same or similar
I have an Old Navy hoodie.
condition?
Yes.
Now, when you collect evidence like that, is there a document created at the Montgomery County Coroner's Office?
Yes,
And I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 164.
yes. That's the evidence sheet of our documentation of what we collect.
Set the trash can there.
Okay, thanks.
Is this a fair and accurate copy of the evidence collection sheet for the items you received from Ms. Noble's remains?
Yes.
Permission to publish on the jury? No objection. No, the jury not.
Well, when you decompose, you'll leak all over everything because your body disintegrates. She went from 95 pounds to 18 pounds. Yeah, I believe it was 18 pounds. There's a lot of her not there anymore.
Yikes.
Yeah. Sue, don't start. I've been having a good day. I'm not going to yell at you today. And then you start up again.
Do you have a man cold? Is that what's happening?
No, I'm just annoyed with the state in this case because they haven't produced any evidence, and it's just more of this. Let's open a bag. Let's talk about an X-ray that doesn't show anything. Let's do nothing. I'm really
Glad
annoyed
you're-
about. I'm really annoyed about because I don't know why we're here now. This is day 6, and I still have no effing idea why this ever came to court.
I know. This is how I felt.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're here to experience it now.
Yeah, it's really and I don't like this female prosecutor. Oh, you're a misogynist. Sure. She's really bitchy, especially towards the judge. I just I can't stand
I
her.
know. And her face at all times is just, I
Yeah,
want to punch it. Punchable.
that's what we in the business calls a Sue-like face.
Oh, no. That's terrible.
We'll just scroll down again. What were the date received?
September 17th of 2020.
Well, at least they have chain of custody. I should say that. Oh,
And those items were given to whom?
Detective Steve Grubbs.
And again, a listing of those items.
Yes.
For what purpose?
Well, because the remains were mummified and skeletonized, they have additional training to evaluate skeletonized remains. And so we decided that they would be the best person to evaluate the Ms. Noble's remains.
Do they have other tools at their disposal that you do not at the coroner's office?
Yes. They have more visual tools like special microscopes and such that they use that we don't use, and additional training to evaluate bones.
And do you recall when those remains were sent to OSU?
I believe it was October 2nd, I believe.
Sheila?
Well, hold on. Is there something that would refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And what is that?
The chain of custody form.
you started it.
Yeah, so they
I
were
was having a
released on
good day, and
October
then you
2nd
started.
to a
Oh, look at
representative
him.
of Ohio State University, 12:22
Oh, 5
p.m. PM.
And then after
Please no, please no spoilers. Please no spoilers. We haven't seen the results yet. But this case is really annoying now because the state, again, we went 9 hours yesterday and nothing new came in. Nothing at all. Well, we saw pictures of a deceased body, but other than that, nothing. Nothing. Really, yeah. They had special tools, but the experts suck. So how did that work out? Well, she did say that she had some fractures.
they were released to OSU, did you have any further involvement while you waited for their conclusions?
No, we just awaited their conclusion, and then they took custody of the remains. We never received them after they were sent.
At some point, though, did you receive a report from a Dr. Agnew with the Ohio State University?
Yes.
And after reviewing Dr. Agnew's findings, did you then author the post-mortem examination report for the remains of Emily Noble?
Yes.
And did you include a cause of death?
Yes.
Now, were you able, after reviewing not only your own examination of the remains as well as Dr. Agnew's report, able to give an opinion as to the cause of death for Emily Noble?
Yes.
And that opinion is rendered to a reasonable degree of medical and scientific certainty?
Yes.
And I'll place your report on.
No, Norfolk County doesn't take note. They make notes 2 years later because oh yeah, by the way, I saw no one throw tail light pieces at the search team.
The overhead. And what was your opinion?
Yeah, our opinion was that the cause of death of Emily Noble was multiple injuries of the head and neck, and then we elaborated that on a comment. Most of our findings, I did see that we noticed the fracture of the hyoid bone, but most of the examination was conducted by the anthropologist, so we reflected what was in the report, where there was injury identified not only to the hyoid bone, but to the ossified thyroid cartilage, the left and right nasal bones, and the left maxilla.
And you indicated you reflected the findings of Dr. Agnew, but
Yes.
you reviewed the findings, correct?
Correct.
In conjunction with your own review of Emily's remains?
Correct.
And formed your opinion therefrom?
Yes.
And this, is your signature contained here?
Yes.
And what was the date of this report?
It was January 22nd of 2021.
And who is this individual?
Dr. Lehman, he was my supervising pathologist, forensic pathologist at the time.
And he also assigned his signature to this report?
Correct. Hi.
Got some follow-up questions with you.
Okay.
Let's begin with one thing you said. You were asked, did you render those opinions to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty? You would agree with me as a forensic pathologist that there is no absolutes in science.
Yes.
And so we use the term reasonable degree, right, to scientific or medical certainty.
Correct.
And I am assuming, and tell me if I'm wrong, but in your expertise, and I know you've just been tendered as a forensic expert, that you would never testify under oath and say anything is an absolute.
Correct.
Would you mind opening the hair tie bag?
Okay.
And tell me if you, I think you have all of those. And that hair tie was found.
Serious question: can you actually die from a broken nose? Like, can it be so bad it screws other things up? Sorry, I'm dumb. I don't have any degree in unalivings, but there's the old thing with if you go upwards under, you can push the bone into the brain, severing stuff and unaliving them. If you just get pushed, you'll have to then you'll have to collapse on your back, and the blood can choke you. So you can drown in your own blood because you will bleed like a stuck pig if you break your nose. But unless the bone is pushed into your brain or you drown in your own blood, a broken nose is just a broken nose. It's just a bone, like breaking a finger. It just hurts like hell. So yeah.
And most of
If
it's
it goes into the
cartilage.
brain, but just a straight punch in the nose where you just break the bone, like it looks like she had an injury across this area. So it kind of looked like she was injured in this area because she had some injuries to her cheekbones as well. So that looks like someone just punched her straight in the face, or she hit her face into something, because it was fresh breaks, and that wouldn't push anything anywhere dangerously, and it wouldn't close anything. But if she had fallen backwards and all the blood had stopped, that could pool and she could drown in her own blood. That can happen. But normally, to unalive with a broken nose, you'll have to punch up under and push the bone into the brain and sever your brain.
It always made me wonder if she was doing something else and she maybe fell or smacked her face into something before she got set up the way she got set up.
If it was the Smex cult. Yeah.
A sex cult? Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's David Carradine went out this way. Michael Hutchins went out
yeah.
this way.
Well, I didn't mean that. I just meant like she was trying to do it some other way, and somehow that was always my theory.
Yeah,
Some sort, but
but
I don't know. Yeah, I
again,
know what you mean.
but again, the injuries are, and again, you have to find someone who has way more experience in injuries. But it looked like it was kind of going. So the tippy tip of the nose was broken, and then a part of the cheekbone, and that wouldn't indicate an upwards thrust, because then the nose would have been broken up here if it was to push in to the brain. That would have been broken across the bridge as well. But she had an old fracture here. She had an old fracture down the spine of the nose, but the fresh fractures was across like this area or something like that. So consistent with, as someone said, yeah, if she punched her hard enough and she has a brain swell, but wouldn't you be able to see that? Because then the brain swell will then go down into the spinal column. That's what kills you. So that's what killed John O'Keefe, for instance, was the swelling in the brainstem. So I'm not sure. Hey, garbage. It sounds like she jumped from a height onto her face, but I don't know. Yeah, but she couldn't have done it in that position because she was in a seated position with her hands in her. So she couldn't have smacked her head, because if she smacked her head, she would be lying on the ground. Maybe she fell face first going into the woods, got so angry she said, "Fuck it, I'm just gonna take it out of here."
I mean, maybe she was
Could be.
drinking.
Yeah, if she was drinking and she was angry, could be. Guess they're trying to imply he beat her or something, but no way you can hit someone hard enough to break the nose and cheekbones and not mess up his hands. And no way she will be seen leaving the house. Remember when I did the
Yeah.
timeline yesterday, that we have this big old problem that we know she leaves the house somewhere between 9 and 10 o'clock. We know he is using his phone at around 11. And he says he gets out of bed at around 1. And he calls the police at 6 o'clock. So no one has seen him leave the house. And we know the nosy neighbor would have noticed it. But in this time frame, she's either coming home, he's killing her in the house, hiding her somewhere, even though the police has access to all the house. They said we even looked in the attic when they did the walkthrough. So he comes home, he beats her severely, breaks her nose, strangles her, cleans the house perfectly. Or when she goes into the woods, he leaves his phone home. He could have done that because, hey, she did that. And we know he touches his phone at 11 and 1. So either in this time frame or in this time frame, he's out there in the woods staging a crime scene. Or you have to have him unalive her somewhere else, stashing the body for X amount of days, and then going into the woods, carrying a 100-pound woman. No one sees it. And I just can't.
Hard to believe.
Sorry?
I said it's hard to believe,
Yeah, because
in my opinion.
you have these two windows where you know the phone is touched at the house. And then you have the call to the police. So there's a 5-hour window here. He could have done it, but no one sees him. And he's talking to her friend in that time window. That's why I have a hard time figuring out what the hell is happening in this case. Extreme force can damage bone near the nose, causing cerebrospinal fluid leaks and allowing bacteria to cause meningitis and brain abscesses. Yeah, but that would have been visible in the remains, right? Massive nosebleeds can lead to significant blood loss, causing shock, which can be fatal if untreated. Yeah, but you don't piss out. What is it you need? Half your blood, like 3 liters of blood. It will most likely, if you're in an upright position, it will stem the blood flow before that. I still think the nosy neighbor did something. I don't know. And how long after he left did he talk about her in the past tense? I thought it was a month later or so when he went in, but was it sooner? I believe
It was sooner.
at the police interrogation. That was a couple of days after, I think.
Yeah, it was in early June, I thought, and this happened like May 25th, or she disappeared on the 25th.
Yeah, so 1-2 weeks after he used past tense. I presume there was nothing found under her nails, etc., when they discovered the body, or did too much time. There was nothing really to look at. Again, she was mummified, and again, he had no. That's another thing, because the doctor told us yesterday, if you are getting strangulated, you will fight. Where's his scratches? We see him in a t-shirt on the police body cam. They talk about the scratches for going into the woods, but where's the defensive wounds? If someone is doing this, you will try and scratch them.
Yeah, he had no marks on him at all.
Yeah.
And they had the clothes from him last night. They tested hers and his, nothing. His clothes that day. I mean, they didn't find anything suspicious in that sense. So.
Oh, so he thought she was gone already. She hadn't left like that before. That's understandable to me. Yeah, if he, when the police arrived, said, "Yeah, oh, I loved her so much, but yeah, she's dead." How? What? But 2 weeks later, you haven't seen her. Talking about her in the past tense isn't the big upsetting thing to me.
No, and think about it. I mean, he's experienced this already.
Yeah.
With his son, so maybe he, in his mind, he doesn't want to admit it, but he thinks maybe she did something to herself.
Yeah.
He's already like seeing her as she's gone.
There is no DNA found anywhere. We know that from the opening statement.
Around which wrist? Does it note?
It does not on the bag.
Do you have independent recollection of that, or would a picture refresh your recollection?
The picture would help.
Let me, one moment, if I look for one. Well, let me ask you this, as you're looking at that photograph, or I'm sorry, at that hair tie. I wanted to show you a photograph that's been marked as Defense Exhibit P, and I'm just going to zoom in. I'll zoom in here. I just want to. Is the band that was found in the bag, the hair tie, a single hair tie or a double hair tie, like what's pictured there?
Well, I see a single hair tie here, but I'm not sure if it's looped twice on a wrist.
Fair enough. But what's in the bag is a single, right?
Correct, yes.
And if it was looped twice on the wrist, I assume that we would see that in the pictures. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes.
I want to talk now, thank you. I want to talk now about, I want to go through your report. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 152. The signatures on the report, there's 2 signatures.
Correct.
Yours appears as the first signature.
Yes.
And it's and as you testified to, it's because at the time you were a fellow, and Dr. Lehman essentially was he doing a peer review of your work? Is that what you would call it?
Well, he was present at the autopsy. He was supervising the entire case with me.
And so his is the second signature on the report.
Correct.
But you were the one that was actually performing the majority of the work in this case.
Yes, in conjunction with Dr. Lehman, he was there the entire time. So it was the 2 of us together.
So I want to go to the remains received. Remains received right here includes the date, and it says skeletal remains. Do you see that under remains received?
Yes,
And then I want to go down to the external examination section. You would agree with me that the remains received, that is, the bones, there is not an inventory or itemization of the bones that were received in your report. Is that fair to say?
correct, yes,
And the only thing that you note in that paragraph as missing is where you say some teeth absent.
correct.
And you know, despite you being shown this picture, one moment. Showing you what's been marked as a State's Exhibit 150C. The shoes, I'm curious about this. Let me zoom in. When the remains arrived at Montgomery County, were the shoes off the feet?
Yes.
So they had been taken off the feet.
Well, they were in the bag with the remains, but they were not attached to the body.
So, and I want to really be clear about this. So when you zipped the body bag open and removed the remains, that's why I wanted to follow up. It appears that the shoe has been removed from the remains.
Yes.
And that is true of both shoes?
Well, in that, I believe, I can see it on that shoe, but I'm not sure of the other one.
Let's see if there's a different picture you weren't shown. One moment while I look through the other photos that you weren't shown. To see if
Okay.
there's a picture of the other. Agree with me on that? 150C has the shoe in it, and 150 appears to have neither shoe.
Jamie, if I ever die, do you know who they're going to call to court? Well,
You.
of course you, because you will be the one accused of it. But you're going to have Sue sitting there saying, well, I just felt like I didn't like him. I met him, and I had a weird feeling about him. He didn't listen to me. And Dan is going to be there as well and said, yeah, I didn't like the way he carried up, he treated Jamie. If she did it, I think she's innocent, didn't do anything. They are my biddies.
Oh, Sue and Danny would definitely be my biddies in a trial. I would
Yeah.
love it.
That would be. Well, I
Like
met
this
them
guy.
together, and he was way too affectionate. And the next one, no, he wasn't affectionate at all.
He was
And
just
then-
knocking kids under trains with no care in the world. That's
Yeah,
my favorite thing in the world.
I didn't knock the kids under; they could just move. It was in the way. I don't discriminate, Jamie. I don't discriminate. Men, women, kids. I treat everyone equally. Get the fuck
You
out of my
do.
way.
No joke, guys, he does. If you're in his way, he doesn't care. Man, child, woman, move.
I'm a big dude. I'll move you.
Doing it. Would you agree with me
Oh,
on
man.
that? I can approach if you'd like it closer.
Yeah, that would be good if I
Okay,
could see
absolutely.
it in 150. Yeah,
And this is how you got the remains, like this.
correct. Now, the shoe may have fallen off the body with the bones in it. That's the part I don't remember 100%.
Sure.
But it was received, it was not connected to the body.
And so you don't know how it became unconnected, but it was unconnected in the body bag.
Correct, yes.
So then, returning back to your report with respect to the external.
Does anyone know if someone will be streaming the Care and Read Lifetime movie? Maybe in Discord or Kick. Sometimes it sucks to be in Australia. Well, I of course would never ever know if anyone did that, because it is illegal to stream someone else's content, especially a movie like that, without a massive amount of commentary, stops, breaks. So I don't know anyone will declare that will ever do that, but and if I had heard any rumors, Will declare, I would never ever share it, because then I would be participating in breaking copyright law, Will declare. But so of course on this channel especially when Jamie is on, we don't condone breaking the law, we'll declare. But you will have to wait till you can rent it on Sky at some point. So, yeah. Am I right, Jamie?
Yes.
Good.
Examination. I know that you note that the body at current weight when it came in for autopsy was 18 pounds.
Discord a kick, well, it's still technically illegal. Oh, don't read what Sue is writing. Don't read what Sue is writing, because I have no knowledge of anything of that kind on my Discord.
Teeth in good repair with some teeth missing. And then here with respect to the clothing, you've got the black shirt, which you held up, and you said that it was still intact. I think that was the word that was asked of you.
Yeah, with some defects. Yes.
And defects in the actual material itself.
Yeah, I looked frayed. Yes.
And then there was the tank top. Fair to say.
Jamie, I'm going to buy Sue a T-shirt called Crime Writer, because she's always breaking the law, breaking the law.
You should.
When's the last time you seen me on my Discord? It's like 3 weeks ago or something like that. I'm not allowed to come in there because that's where Sue and Jemima plans how to take over my life.
We just want to have fun, and Baker doesn't. He just made it and handed it over to me. That's it.
Yeah, it's Jamie's Discord now.
I have to take care of it.
Yeah. So, but again, I of course would never. But I will be sleeping Sunday or Saturday night whenever it's streamed, and the kids have the keys to the asylum. Oh my! Oh, I didn't know we went to bed together. I did feel something. Oh my! I hope Mr. Nomad didn't know that one. I've only seen Baker and Experts Discord. Yeah, that's probably 6 months ago. I was there 2 weeks ago. We were in chat. When I go in there, she doesn't notice me, even though I was so nice to her. And now she's complaining about that as well.
That as you recall collecting that evidence, that as those items were layered, that the shirt was over the tank top.
I believe so.
And was down below as the body, I forget the word now, but condensed or, well, I forget the word.
Actually, my Discord is just meant to be a place where people can hang out and talk. Because why should I sit in there all the time and try and tell you, oh, listen to this? You have fun, you hang out, you watch movies. That's what I want it for. I didn't want it to be Baker's place. It should be where people are hanging out and feeling everything is cool.
Yeah, exactly. And if there's anything bad going on in there, we'll take care of it.
Yeah. And you can talk behind my back over there.
That's the best part.
I would never, ever organize a movie night because I'm sleeping whenever there's movie nights on my Discord. Sean is the one who organizes movie nights. So, and I, of course, would never, ever talk about anything like that in... but I don't know. Maybe reach out to one of the people who goes on movie nights and ask them.
But the shirt had fallen down and was collected from sort of the mid-waist section.
Yes.
And the tank top and the x-ray, you saw that little clasp. Now that you've seen that tank top, does it appear that that was the clasp of the back of the tank top where you would adjust it?
Yes.
Oh.
And then I know the e-cigarette was shown in the x-ray. The e-cigarette is actually shown in the x-ray because it was in the pocket of the pants.
I believe so.
Was it not? I just want to show you that picture. If you can tell.
Have we heard what was in the e-cigarette? And why does this lady look like there's a ghost in the courtroom? Are weed vapes? Could she be weed vaping and drinking, or was it just a normal vape? That's
I
I
mean,
just
you never know.
yeah.
Could have been something.
Is it me, or does it seem like some of these questions are a little bit ridiculous? She's trying to trip her up. So what I've learned from her is she'll normally have a point she'll get back to later. So that's what I'm thinking. I don't know. I don't know. Not with them calling them an e-cig, but they called it a vape the other day. She could have been weed vapes are available everywhere. But are they available everywhere? So could in Ohio, could she just go into a store and buy a weed vape? It's never really been a thing in. Well, I don't partake in any of the fun stuff, but never really heard about it here in Denmark. I've seen that some sold like small herbal incense burners you could put on like a battery for an e-cigarette, but that's all I've seen. But I don't think it's really a thing in Europe.
I mean, people get them here, but I'm not exactly sure. I mean, a lot of people I know have them.
Yeah.
So probably not like again, I don't even know how this works, but yeah, the strength of it or something might be
Yeah.
a certain kind you can get.
It was in 2020, so it may not be technically legal. It's still seldom. Yeah, it has something to do with THC content or something. I don't know. In Ohio, we call weed vapes carts. Okay. Yeah, because we don't have legal weed anywhere. We have medicinal weed, but the doctors won't prescribe it. So it's just different.
And I believe you can. Showing you what States Exhibit 151B. Let me zoom out. This would be the what body part?
Yeah, that's the femur, the right femur. So it's the right bone here.
And so this would be the left femur.
Correct.
And so it appears that the e-cigarette is in the left pocket of the pants that were being worn at the time.
Yes.
So is she sitting like this?
You were
Because it looks
asked
like
some questions about the cord and shown a number of pictures.
that doesn't make sense, does it?
I want to go through some of those. Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 150I. So, just so I'm clear, you or anyone from your office did not make those cuts.
Correct.
So if you could hold up that cord again.
Certainly. Oh, no problem.
That this was what was around the neck.
Yes.
You would agree with me that this is, what do you think that total distance is? And I won't hold you to exact.
6 inches.
Approximately 4 or 5 inches.
And just so I'm clear, you didn't cut this.
Correct.
And it's your understanding that someone at the scene was able to get in close enough to cut that?
Yes.
4 or 5 inches, and you believe that this was around the neck?
Yes.
We don't, there are no pictures of that from the lower portion, right? The pictures that you were shown are from the back of the neck. And let me show you those again. For instance, States Exhibit 150H. Now, help orient me, but I believe this is the neck.
Correct.
Okay. And is this is the back of the neck? And you can also use your screen.
I believe so, yes. Yeah, this is the back of the neck.
Okay, so that picture is looking from like this perspective.
Correct, yes.
And this showing you what's been marked as 150F. That would help. And I know the placard or the tag is seemingly in the way.
Yes.
But are we, I know, is this
This is not supposed to prove his guilt. This is his defense attorney.
the back of the neck again?
Yes.
So I'm curious because this is essentially the jaw.
Yes, the head had turned. Like it was in the main photo, you can see the head is a little bit turned.
So let's go back to that. In the main photo showing you 150 State's Exhibit. Is this the photo where we can tell it's turned, or I'm happy?
Yes.
Okay. And tell the jurors how it's been turned.
Well, we're looking at the bottom
Wish
of the
you could see
skull
this.
here. So the head is sort of turned in this direction, at least in this photo.
And this direction would be
To the left.
to the left.
Yes.
I'm going to go now. How many photographs were taken in all by the photographer at the coroner's office? Do you know?
I'm not sure of the exact number.
But certainly all of those photographs were turned over to the state of Ohio through the course of your work.
They should have been, yes, with a request.
Sure. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 150K.
Yes.
This is a hyoid bone.
Yes.
Now, I want to talk about a little bit about just anatomy. So obviously you're a forensic pathologist. Hyoid bone is above the thyroid cartilage.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
You took this picture because your testimony is that the only fracture you saw was the hyoid bone.
Yes.
And this is exactly why you, I'm assuming, inventoried that and took a standalone picture of that.
Correct.
You would agree with me, and I presume that you had an opportunity to review all of your photos today. There is no standalone or other picture of the thyroid cartilage. Would you agree?
We did not examine the thyroid cartilage. At that point, we decided to have the anthropologist conduct their exam, so we never examined it.
No, just question though, is there isn't an independent photograph of the thyroid cartilage.
Correct.
So the only photograph we have in your collection of photos is of the hyoid bone.
Correct.
Which takes me back to your report. You would consider the hyoid bone in the neck.
Yes.
You would consider the thyroid cartilage in the neck as well, would you not?
Correct.
So I want to go to your findings and conclusions in this case, which are multiple injuries to the head and neck.
Yes.
So let's separate those. The only fracture that you personally saw was of the neck.
Correct.
If there were also fractures to the thyroid cartilage, that would still be the neck.
Correct.
So your opinion with respect to any injuries to the head is exclusively relying upon Dr. Agnew's findings.
Correct. And of the thyroid cartilage. I did not examine that.
So let's break those up.
Okay.
You didn't examine the thyroid cartilage.
Correct.
So you're relying on her findings as to the thyroid cartilage as well.
Yes.
And you're aware of the, I know you don't have the technology, but you're aware when you sent the bones off for forensic processing that there is a process
Yes.
which the tissue can be removed from the bone, and then the bones can be more closely looked at once the tissue is removed.
Correct.
And it was your understanding when you had the bones sent to OSU that that was the work that they would engage in.
Yes.
Tell me if I'm
Jamie, what's OSU?
What do you think it is?
I don't know. Oppenheimer, something.
OSU?
Yeah, what is it?
Ohio State University?
What?
Ohio State University?
The Ohio State University.
I can't
Go.
stand
Buckeyes.
it. Oh,
Thank you, Jamie, for joining me. OH.
wrong, but it's very
Well,
important
Baker.
to capture bones. Let's just use bones. Bones when you receive them, just like you did. You really captured a detailed snapshot of the remains as you saw them from all angles. You captured several photographs of the ligature, right?
Yes.
Because you know that this day might come when you come to court and you have to testify. And of course, not only are you giving the jurors a visual of what you saw, but it also helps to refresh your recollection.
Correct.
So in terms of best practices, you want to make sure that you photograph everything, do you not, before you manipulate it.
Correct.
So let's just say, hypothetically, in an autopsy of a human who has recently died, you would first take the photographs of the body without any cuts whatsoever, would you not?
Correct.
You would take it so that the viewer could see the full integrity. And then as cuts were made, right, then the layering of work would be captured on photographs.
Correct.
And that process of capturing that work is important, is it not?
Yes.
So going back to your report, I know that you reviewed Dr. Agnew's report as to the thyroid cartilage fracture.
Yes.
There is not a picture of the thyroid cartilage in your stack.
No, we couldn't see it because there was soft tissue over it, so that we did not examine it.
You did not examine it.
Correct.
And her report was dated January 11th of 2021, and I see that your report is dated 11 days later.
Yes.
Tell me the day you received her report.
I don't recall the exact day, but it must have been during that interval.
So you received her report at some point, and we know that from the date of her report being issued to the date of your report, there's 11 days of time.
Yes.
And you're essentially waiting for that report, are you not?
Correct.
And then, and that is the conclusion as to the multiple injuries of the head, is her finding as to perimortem fractured on the left maxilla.
Correct.
Absent that finding, there's no multiple injuries to the head.
Correct. We relied on Dr. Agnew's report and findings, yes.
I also just want to make sure we know, because it's included in your report on page 2, where you literally copy her report, do you not, into
Correct.
your report.
Yes.
It's even, there's a quote there. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then at the end, you're end quoting.
Yes.
So you've literally taken this whole thing from her report and put it into your report.
Yes.
Because the only perimortem injury that Dr. Agnew identifies is the left maxilla, correct?
Well, my understanding is she found a perimortem trauma to the nose and the left maxilla.
Tell me which sentence you're reading it.
Let me see.
Sure.
These medical professionals are really bad.
Well, if you see, they're all like basing their opinions off of other people's opinions. They're not really,
Yeah, and when those people testified, they were not sure where they got it from. So it's this.
yeah, oh, I so-and-so's report. And it's like, okay, but what if he was wrong? And then you're wrong, and then you're wrong.
Yeah, and it's just this tumble or snowball effect that someone said something and that must be right, so I base it on that, and the next one says, oh, this person said that, so that's correct. It's this weird just pile-on of. But did you ever test anything?
So on the top, my understanding, in quotation, perimortem trauma near the time of death was observed on the following skeletal elements: hyoid, ossified thyroid cartilage, right and left nasal bones, and left maxilla.
One moment, if I could.
Certainly.
Sure. I just need to find her report. Fresh copy. I'm not sure which number it is, so give me a second.
Certainly.
And this is important, and thus me asking you about it. That section that you just read
Correct.
is this section right here.
Yes.
Okay. Would it's right and left nasal bones and left maxilla? Do you see that?
Yes. Correct.
1 second. I don't have my marked up copy. 1 second.
Good night, M. Spire.
And nasal bones. Is this what? Right and left nasal bones. Is this what you're relying on? And the left maxilla.
Correct.
Do you believe that she's consistent throughout her report as to where she sees perimortem trauma?
Objection, calls for speculation as to consistency of Dr.
Yeah, she could read the report.
She did read the report. She pays to work on the report.
To read her report, I can certainly approach you with a copy. If I may, Your Honor, states exhibit 130. Just to orient you,
Okay.
this is the trauma section. Sorry, didn't mean to.
My opinion, it seems consistent.
Okay, let me show it to you if I may approach again.
Okay.
And I'm asking you this because you said that there was multiple head and neck injuries. So I just want to make sure, right, and obviously accuracy in your field is important.
Yes.
So you see here that it talks about in this first section the left maxilla,
Yes.
okay, and then you actually see here that now for the first time the right maxilla is mentioned. Do you see that down there?
Correct.
And with respect to your findings, and I know you copied the portion of her report into your report. The portion you copied, shown on page 3 of your report, this is what you relied upon in your findings as to the multiple head and neck injuries?
Yes.
Absent that, the only fracture that you had seen is this fracture right here.
Yes. But I did not examine the body.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
This is the one fracture that you saw.
Correct.
That's why you sent it out.
Correct.
And you were trusting the work of someone else.
Correct.
And then you literally adopted their work and plopped it into your report.
Correct.
We could go to the shoes. Do you have one of the shoes still out, or are they back in the bag?
Oh, I put them in the bag.
Perfect. Have you ever, because you were asked about your experience in training, have you ever examined a body that's been dragged?
Yes.
Have you ever examined a body with shoes that had been dragged?
Yes.
And did you, as you look at those shoes, did you look at those shoes and question or ask yourself whether there was any evidence of dragging on those shoes?
No, I did not examine those shoes for that purpose.
If you could pull out one of the shoes, again. I mean, through the course of your experience in work, you're certainly familiar that there are instances where a body is dragged by another person.
Correct. And I'm more trained in examining the injuries secondary to dragging on the person, not so much on their personal items.
Fair enough. But you've seen dragging, certainly abrasions, that kind of thing. If someone was dragged without shoes on, you would expect to see that.
On their skin? Yes.
Yes. And so in this instance, we just have the shoes. And I know you didn't examine them for dragging, but certainly the shoe is knotted up top, and it is what it is it not?
Correct. Yeah, that's beyond my level of expertise.
You were asked questions about, in your experience in the autopsies you performed with respect to hangings. I'm sure that you are, as a forensic pathologist, aware of the American Journal of Forensic Medicine and Pathology.
Yes.
And I'm showing you what's previously been marked as Defendant's Exhibit II. Outside of your own experience with 70 autopsies, and let me approach, Your Honor, if I may. This is the actual marked copy.
Okay.
And are you familiar with that article that's been published in the American Journal of Forensic Medicine and Pathology?
No, I'm not.
And I understand your own experience, but if you go to page 3 of 6, there is a chart at the top of 3 of 6.
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. She's indicated she's not familiar with this article, so I ask that the witness be given the opportunity to thoroughly review the entire article before asking her to testify to one part of it.
I'll give the witness the opportunity if she wishes to do that.
Okay.
Thank you to see it.
Okay.
I just want to ask you, because you were asked about your experience, but certainly your testimony is not that it's not possible, because would you agree with me that this literature actually indicates that in 109 cases, let me go back so I'm 109 cases of suicide or accidental hanging, we have 7 individuals, so 10% where there's the 4 fractures.
Yes, according to the article.
That was published in the American Journal of Forensic Medicine and Pathology.
Yes.
And then we have here this chart. If we add these numbers up together, of course, we get to the 7 of the 109.
Yes.
Just a couple, thank you for taking the time to do that.
Oh, no problem.
Just a couple questions, if I can, about State's Exhibit 154 and the chain of custody. The remains come to the coroner's office, and I think, and tell me if I'm wrong from my memory, they go to they first go to a receiving area, or
Correct. Yeah.
and they are held in that receiving area until you or Dr. Lehman or the pathologist on call can actually perform the autopsy.
Yeah. So they're first received in a receiving area where a car enters a garage, and that's how we receive the body. But then the body is transferred to a cooler. So the body is then stored in a cooler until we are ready to perform the autopsy, and then the body is taken to the morgue. So the trace 7, BB, and MI, those are locations in the cooler where the body was stored at different times during her stay at our morgue.
And so you can use your screen if you want to mark, but
Okay.
the car pulls in to the dock,
Yes.
and then the remains are put into a cooler in the receiving area.
Correct.
And then the remains are taken from the cooler and put essentially in the examination room on the slab or table.
On a tray. Yes.
And then after the examination, the remains are again moved back to a cooler.
Correct.
And they are held in that area in the cooler until and unless the next law enforcement or other agency comes for those remains.
Correct. Or funeral home. Yes.
So arrival to the cooler, to the exam room, and then back to the cooler.
Correct.
I want to ask you about your reliance on photographs. You testified, just as an example, that the placard that's seen, showing you what's been marked as 150A, just as an example. This is the case number that's been assigned.
Correct.
And this is actually the initials of the photographer in the room.
Yes.
You would agree with me that taking photographs, right, is obviously important. We've walked through that.
Yes.
And when you received Dr. Agnew's report, there was a number of photographs attached to her report.
Correct.
And you reviewed those photographs?
I did. Yes.
And I'm assuming that you looked closely at them.
I did.
And those photographs alone were sufficient for you to incorporate her findings and conclusions into your report.
Correct.
At no point in time after the bones were processed or at OSU did you personally go back and look at the bones to see if you saw the same or similar fractures.
Correct. I did not.
One moment, Your Honor.
Thank you, Squappy, for gifting 1 membership to Gwen Schaefer.
Just ask about it, preempting a possible question.
Okay.
With respect to toxicology, was there a toxicology exam done in this case?
No, we were unable to do the toxicology on the remains.
And a toxicology report, had there been a specimen that could have been taken, what types of things could a toxicology report show?
Well, various pharmaceutical medications, drugs of abuse, and then we can also look at the fluid of the eye.
Drugs of abuse. What?
Abuse drugs, yeah.
Yeah, but drugs of abuse, it's just a
Yeah,
weird
she said it.
statement.
She said it's stupid.
Yeah, illegal drugs or
Mhm.
substance abuse. Drugs of
Substance abuse, yeah. hmm
Oh, and by the way, Anime is back over on Rumble. He's been sick, Jamie. Wish him well.
Oh, Anime. You hope you
Yeah.
feel better.
He got the man flu.
That will last a lifetime sometimes.
Well, just ask Sue and Danny how horrible they can be to people who are sick.
For chemistries, and that would all be documented if toxicology could have been done.
And in addition to drugs of abuse, toxicology could also test or determine whether there's like nicotine or alcohol.
Alcohol, yes, we don't look for nicotine, but certain labs do. Yeah, they actually look for codeine.
That's
Yes,
right. That's right.
Yeah.
You read this?
And you indicated you did not observe the thyroid cartilage because you did not examine it.
Correct.
And so can you explain that to the jury?
Certainly. Although Ms. Noble's remains were skeletonized, she did have some soft tissue, so not all the bones were visible to me in their entirety. And because we decided early on that she would be best examined by the anthropologist, we did not do any dissection or examine any other structures except for what was visibly accessible to us without any form of manipulation. So I did not examine her neck structures beyond the hyoid bone, which was evident.
And so it's not that you didn't see the fracture, it's that you didn't examine it
Correct.
to protect the integrity of her bones.
Correct.
Now going back to the hyoid fracture that you observed,
Yes.
can facial fractures injure the hyoid bone?
Not per se. The face is distant from the hyoid.
And so the facial fractures that you relied upon in your report have nothing to do with you relying upon the hyoid fracture, the neck fractures that you observed yourself.
Yeah, there's separate locations.
She looks just as lost as we are.
Cause death?
Not per se, but it's just we were just documenting the injuries that Dr. Agnew in particular identified in that case on the face, because she was the one who examined the skeletal, the face per se.
And then the injuries to the neck of the hyoid and thyroid cartilage would be life-threatening
It possibly could.
and lead to death.
It could possibly, yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Don't address it.
Jury questions.
From your attorney
Love
experience
it.
knowledge, do you know how long it takes for a body to be mummified or become skeletal?
Yeah. That varies. There's multiple factors. There's the environment, the age, the condition of the body prior to passing. Like somebody who has a fever may decompose and mummify faster. So there's too many variables to determine an exact time. One would say just in generalities, it would be months.
When you originally received the remains and made your first external examination, were the feet intact to the body?
I do recall the feet were per se intact. The bones were present, most of the bones. Some of them, but they for the most part were intact.
And what if any part of the feet were missing that you observed?
I didn't examine the feet to that extent. At that point, we deferred to the anthropologist to do an inventory of the bones. So I'm not 100% certain if there were bones missing. I did collect some bones for DNA. So before we sent the body, I collected some molars and some the small bones of the feet for DNA. And then we sent that off to BCI, or it was sent off at some point for BCI because she came to us unidentified.
Obviously, you testified to examining the remains on a certain day.
Yes.
Did you do any further examinations of the remains prior to releasing the remains to OSU on October 2nd?
No, except for going back and collecting some of the bony structures of the feet and the molars, which was done at the end of the autopsy. We did not examine the body at all afterwards. We just sent it directly to OSU after it was coordinated.
In cases of your examinations of bodies and conditions like were present in this particular case, is it standard or normal procedure to do the post in one day?
Yes, it Depends on the case. Sometimes I do have to go back and examine some other things, depending on if I get additional information or if there's something I want to look at a little closely. So it varies. It's hard to say. Each case is a little different. They vary from one to another.
From your observation and examination, did you note whether or not the USB cord was across the front of the neck once or twice?
Well, the cords were somewhat intertwined, and I could see it at least once. The head was tilted, but we saw it once, and the cords were, as I say, a little twisted.
That's interesting.
Did you submit a report with?
That's interesting because of the 2 breaks. So if they were a little twisted, or they could have been 2 times around the neck, because the guy yesterday said it couldn't happen with just once around the neck. So if it's 2 times around the neck, then it could happen with the 4 breaks.
Yeah, because I mean, I can't imagine she didn't struggle even doing it herself.
Yeah, but because he said it was like this around her neck, so you couldn't have 4 breaks. But if it was like this, then it could impact 2 different places.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Yes, these are jury questions.
Your own
more
findings that did
questions.
not include everything Dr. Agnew stated in her report later.
No, the only report I have is the one that was presented as evidence, and we relied heavily on Dr. Agnew's expertise and exam in this case. Except for some findings that we had, we deferred to her to do the examination pretty much.
And the events that occurred regarding Dr. Agnew in your report, is this standard practice with all autopsies?
It varies from case to case, but in circumstances and in the condition of the body in this situation, it typically is that we have somebody with higher level of expertise help us.
Was either foot attached to the body, or did they come off in her shoes?
They were off in her shoes. She was very fragile, but I recall the shoes and the feet were separate from the body.
There's evidence in this case there was a water bottle next to where she was found at the scene. No toxicology report could be done for obvious reasons, as you testified.
Yes.
But could it have been done on the liquid still in the water bottle that was found on the scene with Emily?
Well, I did not receive the water bottle. It's not part of my inventory, so I'm not sure. Also, toxicology is usually done on body fluids like blood, urine, the fluid in the eye. So I'm not, the water could be evaluated for other reasons, but we were not involved, and we didn't even receive it.
Were you ever aware there was a water bottle found at the location?
I saw it at the scene photo, but we never, that was after the autopsy.
But it was never provided to you?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the seat?
No, Your Honor, thank you. No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Any excuse?
Okay, thank you very much.
Take a break.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our mid-morning break. Please recall the court's admonition. We'll be back in 10.
I do.
Yeah, this is a really good jury. The best question we have had comes from the
Good
jury in
morning.
this case.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name?
It's Mark Hickman.
And can you spell your last name?
It's Hickman.
And how are you employed?
I'm currently a family doctor in the Delaware County Coroner.
And as a family doctor, did you receive education and training to perform that role?
I did.
And can you summarize that for the jury?
I went to Miami University for undergrad, Ohio State University for medical school, and did my family practice residency at Grant Medical Center in Columbus.
And did you graduate with a medical degree then?
I did.
In what year?
1998. Completed my residency in 2001, and then I'm board certified in family medicine.
And when were you board certified in family medicine?
That was 2001 as well.
And are you continue your board certifications in that specialty of medicine?
Yes.
So you are a doctor.
Correct.
And you indicated you practice in Delaware County?
I do have a private practice here in Delaware.
And for how long have you had that practice?
Since 2001.
And you still have that practice today?
I do.
And then your other form of employment is what?
The Delaware County Coroner.
And how do you get to be the Delaware County Coroner?
You have to be a medical doctor, and then it's an elected position.
It is an elected position.
Correct.
And what year did you first become the Delaware County Coroner?
2005.
And as the Delaware County, you continued since then, excuse me.
Correct.
And as the Delaware County coroner, do you perform post-mortem examinations or autopsies?
I do not.
And why is that?
That is done by a board certified forensic pathologist, so there are like 4 autopsy centers in Ohio. We currently use the Montgomery County coroner.
But you obviously review the findings in your role as a coroner.
That is correct.
And have you received any other certifications or
Based on hours, we also
do you certification or a medical doctor? You
I mean, not in the modern era. Has it been a local use years approximately?
You do.
Correct.
And when there is a dead body
Yes. Correct. Yes.
in our county,
I accept doing examining much of a formal. No, we use a like the family. Correct. In cases where we require an autopsy.
and you can do that basically.
Ultimately, we will
Autopsy is performed.
Yes.
Death. What is that?
whether it's doing
Do you set aside Dr. Mark Hickman's experience in medical practice?
okay.
Understood. And you've been doing that and seeing 20. Who went to the scene that evening when the body was reported to your office?
It was Charles Carlson, who's our lead investigator.
Did you go to the scene?
I did not.
They have that in multiple smaller jurisdictions. We've had that from. Well, what sort of other case was it they elected the coroner? That was that the Carly Gregg case?
Maybe. Yeah,
I think
I'm
it
not
was
sure.
Carly Gregg, but I'm not 100. Stephen, this will be the guy that'll show you exactly what had happened was. Because I actually think this is the state's last witness. So all of this is when it happens. All of y'all, Jamie, have you gotten your loin girdner and are ready to just tighten it?
My loin girdner?
Yeah, doesn't it say girden your loins or something like that? Isn't that a saying?
Girden your I've never said that in my life or heard it.
One in
Girden
chat
your
if I said
loins?
something stupid again.
But no, I just want to know if that's something I don't know about.
I don't know. And I don't know what it is, so I just made up there was something that you need a loin girdner for.
I don't know what a girdner is.
I don't know either. Marissa's going to kill me for saying something.
I don't think it's bad. I just
Gird one's loins. I don't know if it's
gird
true.
one's loins.
I'm going to take a pee break and then we'll figure
You-
out what a loin girdner is
you-
after.
Gird those loins. Yep.
Yeah, I'll go gird my loins. Get away from me.
And from your understanding, after the scene was processed, what happened to the body or the remains that were found there?
They were transported to Montgomery County
See, I
And
knew
for what
she had
purpose?
girded her loins.
for an autopsy.
And at some point, is your understanding that those remains were transferred to the Ohio State University to a forensic anthropologist?
Yes.
And were you part of that decision?
Yes, I mean, Dr. Harshberger, who's the Montgomery County coroner, based on the condition of the body, felt that a forensic pathologist would be helpful and had a relationship with Ohio State. And so he asked us whether it would be okay to use them, and I was fine with that.
And while the remains were at Ohio State University, did you have contact with the Dr. Agnew or Amanda Hardin while they were there?
We did.
And what kind of contact?
We actually visited the facility as they were in the process of evaluating the skeletal remains and spent, I think we were about 2 hours one day there.
Do you remember when that was?
I believe it was early December of 2020.
And did you get to see any of the remains yourself?
I did.
And did you observe anything
Not
about the
old
remains?
timey ones, Barbara.
At the time, they had found fractures in the hyoid bone of the neck and evidence of fractures in the thyroid cartilage, which is in the same area. Those were the two main things, I believe.
And so when you learned in December of 2020 about the hyoid fractures, at that time, did you observe where they were?
I mean, they had the bones displayed, and you could see where the fracture sites were.
And how many fractures to the hyoid bone were there?
I believe there was one on each side.
Would you call that bilateral?
Yes.
And then in December, did you get to observe the thyroid cartilage as well?
I don't remember. I know the hyoid bone was the main focus at that time.
And then after that time in December, did you have any more conversations with the forensic anthropologists until their report came out?
I don't believe so.
And then did you receive a copy of their report at some point?
Yes, I believe that was in January of 2021.
And upon your review of their report, did you learn of the additional fractures?
Yes.
And where were those reported?
So I believe those were the superior thyroid cartilage, as well as the hyoid bone was reported as well.
And what were the fractures reported, or the number of fractures reported to the thyroid cartilage?
There were two, one on each side.
And so a total of 4 fractures.
Sustained.
What was the total number of fractures?
4.
After OSU authored the report and you reviewed it, did Montgomery County Coroner's Office issue an autopsy report?
They did.
And did you review that?
I did.
And after reviewing that, did you form an opinion as to the cause and manner of death of Emily Noble?
So by that point, we had reviewed medical records and had the forensic pathology report, and now the Montgomery coroner's report. Obviously, we reviewed the scene photos. So at that time, in my recollection, I felt like, based on the trauma and the circumstances as to how we found the body, that it was highly unlikely that it was suicide, and in my mind at that point, it became a homicide.
And that was after considering, again, like you said, the whole picture.
Correct.
And then after that, though, was an expert consulted?
Yes.
And who was that?
Was it Dr. Smock?
And what did you understand him to be an expert in?
I believe strangulation.
And had you worked with him before?
We had one other case, yes.
And was that also a strangulation case?
It was.
And while the expert was being consulted, did you have any conversations with Dr. Smock?
I did not.
And at some point, though, he authored a report.
Yes.
And did you review it?
I did. I believe that was in May.
Now, going back to January and indicating that you believed it to be a homicide, what was it about the observations, either from the scene or the injuries, that led to that conclusion?
No, he testified he wasn't at the scene.
But he's testified he's reviewed the scene materials. I can rephrase it.
Rephrase.
Based on your review of the scene materials, I think you also indicated medical records.
Correct.
Your scene materials include photographs,
Yes.
any information obtained from witnesses,
Yes.
medical records,
Yes.
and the postmortem examination of Montgomery County Coroner's Office,
Yes.
and the report of Dr. Agnew.
Yes.
What from that whole picture led you to that conclusion?
So again, I mean, I don't know what you've seen. I mean, but
I think this witness doesn't have the qualifications to answer that. He's been tendered as a medical expert in the medical field. I think his death certificate speaks for itself. I don't think he has the qualifications to further opine.
Well, he's legally responsible under high law to determine whether it was natural, accidental suicide, or homicide.
Well, and I think he testified as to what he's relied upon,
But
and that's why he said what he said. Or maybe it's an accident answer, but I guess.
Well, I appreciate that, but and he probably has asked and answered that, but I'll let him respond to the question.
so again, I mean, if you've seen the scene
You can
photos.
Go ahead. I'm
It's
sorry.
okay, thank you. If you've seen the scene photos, and she's kneeling down, there's a thin cord around her neck, and it's tied to a small tree branch. So once we have bilateral fractures to 2 areas of the neck, I believe that is not consistent with leaning forward on a cord in the position of the body. So at that point, my belief again was that there had to be significant force placed to cause those fractures in the areas that they were in that were not consistent with how the body was found. And so since it wasn't suicide at that point and it wasn't clear it wasn't accidental. I believe, again, that the amount of trauma that would have to happen to cause the fractures and death would have to be inflicted. Therefore, it's a homicide.
Now, you indicated that as part of your responsibilities, you have to issue a death certificate.
Yes.
I'm sure you looked at marked at State Exhibit 165. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
And what is that?
It is the death certificate for Emily Noble.
And is that, well, it's a certified copy, so it doesn't matter. Is that, though, to the best of your recollection, the death certificate that you filled out for Emily Noble?
It is.
J7 doesn't have a channel. So I don't know where you heard that.
All right. Permission to publish to the
I don't
jury?
think so. Maybe she does. I don't think. No, she doesn't. I said that J7 was the new booker for the expert in Massachusetts because she knows Emily and can help him get in touch with them.
Leanne Noble.
And you indicated the date of death. What is that?
So typically, we will list that as the date that the body was found, given that we didn't know the actual date of the death.
So you put other?
Correct.
What is this?
It was the date that the death certificate was filed.
What is this?
Again, it was the date that the body was found and therefore pronounced.
So it was a year to the day that you issued the death certificate from when her remains were found.
Correct.
Did you do that on purpose?
No.
And what took so long to get the death certificate issued on September 16th of 2021?
So once the reports were in January, and then the final report was Dr. Smock's in May, at that point, I, in my mind, knew I was going to fill this out. The problem was, and this is a technicality, but basically because she was at Ohio State, for us to file the death certificate, it actually has to be initiated.
Jamie, it comes from the Bible. That's why God sometimes told his prophets to gird their loins like men. Job 38:3, Jeremiah 1:17. It's also why he commands us to stand, therefore, having your loins girt about with truth and having the breastplate of righteousness. Ephesians 6:14. It means that you have to be ready for battle or be ready for a big surprise.
By a funeral home. And
Thank
so, again, because she was at Ohio State, there wasn't a funeral home involved, and what it boiled down to is we couldn't find anybody at Ohio State that would initiate the death certificate. So it took from end of May, early June to September to actually get the okay for our office to initiate the death certificate, which we've never done before. So it was really more of a procedural process.
Oh, this is what it means. How to gird up your loins. The tunic wouldn't allow you to do heavy labor or fight in battle, necessitating the girding of one's loins. First, hoist the tunic up so all that fabric is above your knees. This will give you mobility. Gather all the extra material in front of you so that the back of the tunic is snug against your backside, giving you that plump booty. Once the excess fabric is gathered in front, pull it underneath and between your legs to your rear. This feels much like a diaper. Gather half of the material in each hand, bring it back around to the front. Finally, tie your two handfuls of material together and you will all set for both battle and some hard labor. Go forth, be ye men, and gird up your loins. So, Jamie, this is girding your loins.
Fantastic.
This is why you watched the Broken Baker.
Yeah, exactly.
Yesterday we talked about a bear that helped in the Second World Kerfuffle, and now we learn about putting on a man diaper.
So when you say you've never done before, meaning you've just never had that paperwork nightmare before?
Well, in the past, I mean, we've always had a death certificate initiated by a funeral home, and in this case, there wasn't a funeral home, so we had to work through the channels at Ohio State, and just couldn't find anybody who would do that. So finally, long story short, they said, well, in this case, the coroner's office can actually initiate the death certificate. And once we knew that, then we filed it.
Let's review the findings. What is this?
It's the manner of death listed as homicide.
And that's the one you indicated where you have 4 to 5 options?
Correct.
What is, whoops, that's terrible.
Oh, anime already put it on the rumble.
What is that?
That's the cause of death listed as multiple injuries of the head and neck.
And this, box B.
Again, it says manual strangulation, which is, again, the manner or the cause of death due to, so it's multiple injuries of the head and neck due to manual strangulation, and that comprises the cause of death.
Thank you, Your Honor, nothing further.
Morning. Diane Menashe on behalf of Matheau Moore. We had an opportunity to meet outside just briefly at the break.
Yes.
I want to go through the things that you did in this case and mark a few exhibits. You said several times during your testimony that as part of the investigation of your office is that you obtained medical records.
Correct.
And fair to say that your investigator, Charlie Carlson, helps with that process of issuing subpoenas and getting records.
Yes.
And through that process, you obtained Emily Noble's Ohio Health medical records, did you not?
Yes.
As a family doctor, tell the jury what osteopenia is.
Osteopenia is a term for thinning of the bones. So if anyone that had a bone density study, there are several of those. There's normal, which is basically compared to a 16-year-old female what normal bone density is, and then after 16, most women actually lose some bone density over time. Osteopenia is the first level of not normal, and then there's osteoporosis, and it's based on standard deviations from the norm. So osteopenia is kind of that between normal and osteoporosis.
And it's a condition with respect to bone density or bone strength, is it not?
Correct.
And you talked to the jury in your direct examination about how you review the medical records that were obtained in this case?
Correct.
And so I'm showing you what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit L&L from her Ohio Health records. Let me make sure on top here, just so you can identify it. There's an affidavit on top here. Through the course of your work, are you
Audio has been great all the other days. Today it's just bad.
familiar with this process of when you subpoena records, the medical entity will send the records with an affidavit attached, such as this?
Yes.
And we have the affidavit as page 1, and it's notarized on the bottom here. Do you see that?
Yes.
I want to draw your attention to it's technically page 68 of 71 in the records, but it's marked as page 1 here. Let me zoom in. Would you agree that this record is from 2008, November of 2008?
Yes.
And so if it's 2022, this, let me measure from 2020. 2008 would have been 12 years before 2020.
Correct.
So if a woman was 52 in 2020, she would have been 40 when she presented to the doctor's office in 08.
Correct.
I want to scoot it up here. In 2008, Emily Noble's medical records indicate, do they not, that she's there for a follow-up bone density test, and that she was found to have moderated osteopenia. You see that?
Yes.
She's taking calcium and vitamin D, and then her risk factors are her small frame. And what are those 3 letters for?
I'm sorry, which 3?
I believe it's family medical history, but I was deferring to you.
Sure, I think that sounds reasonable.
And it indicates that she's a smoker.
Correct.
Those are increased risk factors for the bone issues that she's diagnosed with.
Correct.
There. And you're aware, I presume, that the bone density test in 2008 followed, and you're aware from the medical records that you reviewed in this case, followed from a break of her ankle, which required surgery.
Correct. I believe that was in 2007.
Yes, and then after that break in her ankle in 2007, she had another break in her elbow. Do you remember that from the medical records?
I believe she had a rib fracture. I don't remember the elbow.
She had a rib fracture.
Correct.
And in the surgery for the ankle, if you recall, she had pins. Actually, she had to have some hardware put in there.
Yes.
And then also, as a result of your work in this case, and I'll just show you, you obtained, was it your office that obtained the mental health records, or was it Westerville Police Department?
I believe we obtained those.
Okay. And just showing you what's been marked, if I can, I'll just have you identify those as well. Defendant's Exhibit S. There's an affidavit on the top. Sorry to crowd the box.
Oh, that's okay.
Do you recognize that back cover sheet and
Yeah, from Serenity. Yes.
Serenity? And I asked you these questions because you talked about the work that you did and how you came to the conclusions that you did. You know, do you not, that Emily Noble was going to counseling as of August of 2019.
Yes.
And that her presenting problem was that she had recently suffered a tragic loss and was traumatized by the death and loss. The
Billboards. What does that t-shirt hoodie say? Billboards.
That's all I see.
Firearm.
She had recently suffered a tragic loss and was traumatized by the death or loss. The presenting problem went on to say,
Objection from reading from the records, Your Honor.
sure, let me show the records. Sure. Well, you reviewed them in the course of your findings and conclusions.
I did.
So I just want to go over them. This paragraph.
Objection, may we have a sidebar, please, regarding these records, Your Honor?
Okay.
Let's go back to where we were. Her counselor, based on your review of the records, and tell me if you recall, her therapist or clinician was Angel Kessler.
Correct.
And this is the first record as 2 of 43. Do you see that up top?
Yes.
And presenting problem is it not, that the client reported she'd recently suffered a tragic loss and is traumatized by the death loss. The presenting problem goes on to say she reported she has difficulty focusing, making decisions, feels sad, empty, guilt, has sleep disturbance, early waking, trouble falling asleep without medication, strange, lucid dreams, easily startled, intrusive memories, loss of interest in activities, loss of energy, and is paranoid about her husband's well-being. Do you see that?
Do.
And then the counseling records go on. She goes to counseling a number of times between August and then let me get to this. She stops counseling altogether, does she not, at the end of 2019?
I believe January of 2020 was her last visit. Is that right?
And we were discussing this earlier, we being counsel. The last record in the group of papers indicates January 8th, 2020, and it says patient discontinued services. Is that right?
It does.
I just want to make clear, though, for the jury when they have it, that it appears the presenting problem, right, is the same presenting problem on August 16th of 2019 and on January 8th of 2020. Do you see that?
I do.
This sounds like someone who is ready to go into the woods. She suffered a tragic loss in July and is traumatized by the death loss. She reports she has difficulty focusing, making decisions, feels sad, empty, guilt, has sleep disturbances, early waking and trouble falling asleep without medication, strange lucid dreams, easily started, intrusive memories, loss of interest in activities, loss of energy, and is paranoid about her husband's well-being. She sounds heavily depressed.
He sure does.
But I never had an idea that there was anything wrong with her, Jamie. I just said, don't go into the woods alone.
Happy to approach if you ever want me to. And those records were 43-page facts.
I reviewed all those visits, yes.
You what?
I said I read all those visits, yes.
Okay. And then I just want to make sure then that you also read the counseling notes from August 16th, where she stated she was depressed in 2021 and had counseling and didn't find it helpful. She attended grief counseling after her first husband died in 2011. And then the trauma history. Client's son died by suicide in July of 2019 and still in shock, starting to experience depression. And you remember reviewing that in the work that you did in this case?
I do, yes, and I think there were also her family doctor had records that kind of alluded to that and talked about treatment as well.
And those were in her medical records. I think of Dr. Renna. Does that sound right?
I believe so.
Renna Henriquez. Just so we're clear on the timeline. And also, let me back up. You did not issue a report in this case?
I'm sorry, what kind of report?
Any report, other than the death certificate?
Correct. I mean, we have an internal coroner's report, but our official report is the death certificate.
And you review the internal coroner's report, do you not?
Yes.
And in this case, the internal report is 4 pages long. Let me know if I need to approach, if I may.
You can. Yes.
And that appears to be the internal report.
Correct.
And it's sort of, I think, on direct, you were asked about, you're sort of the head guy in the office.
I guess.
You review
Are you muted, Baker?
I said thank you, anime, and I did a little song, and because he gifted Dory a membership, so I said Dory, 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 Dory. I'm funny sometimes, Jimmy.
the work that's done by others, and certainly you review the internal report.
Certainly are.
And if there's any inaccuracies or addendums, you would certainly make sure that those were made.
Yes.
So just want to go through the timeline here. The remains were found on September 16th of 2020.
Correct.
You were not at the scene.
I was actually out of town that week, so I was not physically in Columbus.
So the whole week you were gone. Charlie was there, though.
Correct.
And Charlie is not a doctor.
Correct.
He used to be used to be a cop or a detective. And he's worked for your office now just, I think, 2 years, since 19 maybe?
I think it's more like 3, but yeah.
Okay. September 16th, remains are found. Remains are, they're taken to the Montgomery County Coroner's Office, who does an initial intake, takes some photographs, and then on October 2nd, the remains are taken to Ohio State University.
That sounds correct.
And then you testified that sometime in December, you went to Ohio State to look at and you met with Dr. Agnew and Dr. Harding. Do you remember that exact date?
I believe I have it written down if I'm able to look at it.
Absolutely.
I believe it's early December, like I said. Was it on here?
Well, you tell me. I have a sticky note copy.
Yeah, if you don't mind me looking here, I have it written down on it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Going to Ohio State to meet with the anthropologist, I presume?
Let me look at this. I don't know that it's not in here. I've never been to the lab, and part of it was to go down and see the lab, and then at the same time they were in the process of processing the body. There was no official report done yet. So it was kind of a tour and a preliminary look at what they were doing with Ms. Noble's body. So, but you are correct, it's not in here.
It was a tour and a look at what they were doing with her body. And I noticed on direct, I wrote down that you said the hyoid was the main focus at the time. Do you remember that testimony on direct?
Yes.
And when you were asked about which fractures you saw, you indicated the hyoid bone, that you saw the fractures in that.
Yes.
And you were asked about the thyroid cartilage, and that's when you said, and I quote, the hyoid was the main focus at the time. Do you remember that testimony?
I do. And I don't remember whether at the time they pointed out the thyroid. I don't know if they hadn't been there yet, but at the time that was the first time that the hyoid bone was clearly broken in 2 places. That's what I remember of the visit.
And I'm just going to go from December 2nd because that's your testimony today. So that was on December 2nd. You would agree with me that at no point when you were asked on direct about what fractures you saw or didn't see, you didn't mention the left maxilla in your testimony on direct, correct?
Again, I mean, the whole body wasn't processed, and I don't recall that one either.
And so that is in December, your memory is early December, and then about 30 days later, specifically on January 11, 2021, Dr. Agnew issues her report. Do you remember that date?
That's the date on the report, yes.
Yes, it is. And then after that, 11 days later, the Montgomery County Coroner's Office issues their report incorporating Dr. Agnew's report. Is
That's
that fair
correct.
to say?
Yes.
And the January 22nd report from the Montgomery County Coroner's Office indicates head and neck injuries as the, let me get the report. No, corners. One moment. Thank you. Showing you what's been marked, the state's exhibit 152. They list in their report as the cause of death multiple injuries to head and neck. And then in the comments, they're quoting and relying upon Dr. Agnew's report. You would agree with me?
Yes.
And in fact, again, on page 3 of their report, the entire page is just a cut and paste from Dr. Agnew's report.
Correct.
And then, on March 9th of 2021, I'm sure that you're aware that your investigator, Charlie Carlson, attended a Zoom call with Dr. Smock.
Yes.
And,
I was not present on that call.
Okay, but
Yeah.
and then I know you testified to that you're kind of that.
Sure.
That you're at the top, and the work that others do below you, they certainly report up, right? And you're obviously in your capacity as an elected official that you're keeping apprised of events that are happening in the investigation in real time, right? So Charlie meets with Dr. Smock in March of 2021, and then Dr. Smock issues his report on May 27th of 2021. Does that date sound right to you?
Yes.
And that's the first time in that report, Dr. Smock's report, that we ever see the words manual strangulation with respect to this case.
On an official document?
Yes. Well, if we want to call his report an official document, but on any expert report, it's the first time you see the words manual and strangulation. That comes from Dr. Smock.
Yeah, it's not on Amanda's report, and it's not on the coroner's report, if that's, yes.
That's in May 27th of 2021. And then, on September 16th of 2021, so May, June, July, August, you issue the death certificate.
That's when we officially issued the death certificate, correct?
That's the date on the death certificate.
So as I explained, it took almost 3 months to get to the point where we could issue the official death certificate. So if that had been in a funeral home, the date on it would probably be closer to June 1st. But you are correct, that's the date on the death certificate.
And I was just going to ask you, but I think you just answered it. It would have been closer to June 1st, which is still after Dr. Smock's opinion and report is delivered to the state of Ohio.
Yes, I mean, that was part of our evidence.
I want to mark an exhibit, off topic, but it's what you and I talked about outside.
Sure.
Showing you what's been marked as a defendant's exhibit KK. I just want to show it again so you recognize that as well, what we talked about in the hall. I'll show it up on the screen then.
Oh, thank you.
Oh.
That's okay.
Your Honor, there's no objection from the state regarding this
Document. Thank you. Thank you. Defendant's exhibit KK. It's a document, and I gave you the opportunity with the prosecutor there to review this prior to your testimony. This is a controlled substance examination. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes.
And it indicates on the report that one sealed plastic tube containing a peach liquid was submitted for testing.
Correct.
And then if we go to page, it's actually one of two, but it's technically the third page. That peach liquid, the results are what?
It says the specimen contains 6.3% alcohol by volume.
The specimen contains 6.3% alcohol by volume.
Correct.
And then I want to just make sure if it says here is to just up here again to orient you. Sorry to go back to this, but I just want to be clear about this. It's received sealed specimen bottle containing liquid. Do you see that?
Yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
One moment, please.
Oh, I'll keep this.
Thank you. Dr. Hickman, counsel was asking you about moderated osteopenia. Is that a natural process in women?
Over time, yes.
Anything abnormal about that from your review of Emily's medical records?
No, the other thing, I believe that she was actually on medication for a while, which tends to slow the process down. She was on Boniva, which is a bone medication, from a review of the records.
And so, in your experience, what Emily was experiencing through the moderated osteopenia is something that all women go through.
Yes.
And now, counsel was also asking you about the therapy records that you reviewed. Was there anything in these therapy records that led you to conclude the manner of death was suicide?
No.
Yeah, he's not as strong.
October 30th of 2019. This is getting towards the end where we know services were terminated, right?
Correct.
Just go ahead and report what Emily told the therapist then.
It says, client reported she was feeling good but tired. She stated she was sleeping better, work has been going well, and that 6 hours worked out well for her transition back to work. Client reported she was happy to make new connections at work as well as connect with old friends, coworkers, will wear headphones/earbuds if she needs to block out distracting sounds, and is easing back into her workload. She stated is maintaining her yoga and meditation practice and feeling more confident in her husband's ability to cope and grieve. Client shared about her other interests that bring her joy, peace, and balance, such as gardening and eating healthy.
And then again, November 4th of 2019. Whoops, here, I'll put that up there.
That
November
clears up
4th,
all
so
her
that's top.
depression, right?
Yes.
All right. And again, what did Emily report to the therapist then?
It says client reported she was feeling tired after working and worried about her husband. Client reported she was functioning well as evidenced by improved ability to sleep more restfully, manage emotions and reactions, concentration has improved. Client stated she continues to use her coping skills and feels confident in her ability to heal herself through clean eating, clean water, yoga, meditation, nature, and connecting with others. Client reported she also feels ready to return to full-time.
What if she's just saying that so she doesn't have to go to therapy anymore?
Yeah, maybe that's what she's doing.
Yeah. Maybe she's sick of it and just wants to stop doing this.
That can't be, Jimmy. Can't be.
Not possible, right?
I'm trying to find it, but maybe you remember it because she stopped taking Boniva. Do you remember that being in the records?
I believe it was there, and then it kind of disappeared when she was at her family doctor, so there wasn't a record that she was continuously on. I think she was on vitamin D and calcium.
Then let me give a moment, Your Honor, if I could. We can't search term because it's a PDF. Aren't numbered, but showing you the pages aren't numbered, but do you see here? They are, Your Honor. Thank you. Just to orient here, the date of the visit was October 14, 2013. Do you see that? And removed medications at the bottom. What does it say there? Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, any gentlemen, any questions for this witness? Please.
Let's get some good jury questions.
20. Dr. Hickman, I have a few questions for you, and they may bounce around a little bit, so not any particular order here. Do you know, as part of your investigation, at the time of her disappearance, May 25th, was Emily Noble on any other medications?
I have her last family doctor note in here, which would probably be the most up-to-date in our report, which should list medications.
If you haven't
Okay,
okay, look to answer the question, feel free.
Okay.
Is he falling asleep on the stand? What the hell is wrong with him?
I don't know. Very me.
He sounds like Bill Belichick.
I hate him already.
Jamie, don't hate Bill Belichick. He lost twice to the Giants in the Super Bowl.
Good.
Thank you.
Yeah, good. Stupid Patriots.
And of course, follow-up question is, if there were, could you share what they are?
Sure. So I don't believe we had any medications from home. Her last family doctor note was dated October of 2019, so that would have been about 6 months prior. And at the time, I believe she was taking Klonopin, which is a sleep medication, and that was the only documented prescription medication, so essentially a sleeping pill.
Sleeping pill?
Correct.
Okay. Next question is, there was some testimony that she was taking counseling. Does taking medicine such as counseling improve bone density?
It'll stabilize it. So I think if this osteopenia is important, the one thing to understand is, so bone is kind of like, it's not solid, it's what we call a matrix. And so over time, 16 is kind of the maximum peak bone density for women. It's typically, when we measure it, it's at their long bone, so hip bone, spine, so vertebra. And then over time, that matrix will kind of thin, and it's a different process depending on nutrition, smoking, those sorts of things. So there are medications like Boniva which prevent the breakdown of bone, so it slows that process. Calcium is the building block for bone, and vitamin D is what helps put bone together. So vitamin D and calcium are what we call bone stabilizers. They do not make bone grow back, but it slows down the thinning of the bone, if you will, whereas the other medications like Boniva actually will slow down the bone loss.
Now, you testified about the osteopenia and its effect on bones.
Yes.
Does that condition impact the thickness of the bones in your face, nose and cheek?
So that's a great question, and that's the other piece is when we study bone loss, it's typically what we call a trabecular bone. So again, it's long bones, arms, legs, your vertebra, which form your spinal column. As far as I know in bone, and again, I'm not a bone expert, to my medical knowledge, the bones in your neck and face are not really trabecular bone. And so they typically, I don't believe, undergo the same process. And bone that is cartilage when it starts, like thyroid cartilage, that then turns into bone as you get older. Again, I don't believe in the report.
Anime actually has a good point. Well, not actually, has a good point over on the Twitter threads because he said, so the reported better sleep wasn't due to because she was getting better, it was because of medication. And medication, sleep medication has a history of leading to thoughts.
When they looked at the bone, it showed that that
some of
type
the
of bone
heavier
had
stuff
shown that it was basically thinning.
Thank you. And the final question is, we went through a report about the testing of the contents of the bottle, came with an ABV. The question is, would the contents of the bottle have been compromised after being left for so long before testing?
Yeah, I don't know that I can answer that.
Questions from the state?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
They really want to know the contents of that bottle.
Yeah.
They've been asking like every witness. Did you notice?
Yeah, that's funny that they get.
If I show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit LL, I believe it's the last entry in the Ohio Health Records, and this is in response to the testimony with respect to medication. Reason for visit is medication management. I'm sorry, it's page 1 of the entire group. It appears to be the last office visit documentation that you got from Ohio Health. Does that sound right?
Are you okay if I compare it to what I have in here?
Sure, and I'm also happy to approach.
Well, let me just see, because I have these organized.
What date is this? This is 21/10/2019. Difficulty falling and staying asleep, depression, anxiety is what she has there.
So under the progress note, yours says October 21st. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Right. If you look at clinical notes,
Yep.
I'm sorry.
Visit date is right there.
October 21st, yeah. So
Yep.
that's the last one that I have as well.
Okay, so I just want to go down here with respect to medication so that we have the complete picture. We've got the medication management reason for the visit is the difficulty falling asleep, depression, anxiety, and this is in October of 2021. And then just I want to go here with respect to the medication. Patient taking Klonopin at night along with melatonin and Benadryl at times. Do you see that?
Yes.
And I'm happy to.
So melatonin and Benadryl obviously are both over-the-counter medications. So
Right.
again, okay.
No, I understand that. I just want to be complete about the medications that she was taking,
Sure.
even if they were intermittently during that time period. And that's the last medical record that we, from a family perspective, that we have from her.
He was really trying to get
Thank you.
some
Your Honor.
sleep.
You may sit down, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Melatonin, Klonopin, and Benadryl.
I don't know what any of those things do.
It'll just knock you out.
But is any of them related? Because normally you ladies know what's related to high. Klonopin is a potent, long-acting prescription medication belonging to the benzodiazepines class of drugs. It's a central nervous system depressant used primarily to treat seizures and panic disorder.
Well, like you can get Benadryl over the counter, and you can get melatonin over the counter.
Yeah. So I'm just more because we've heard about this before, where they get these mixtures, where especially some of you people in chat have said, "Oh, I was on that one. It really spun my world," and they have like 2, 3 things going in the system at the same time, and I don't know, yeah, and alcohol. And apparently, clonazepam is really bad when you're drinking. Benzos and
Not good.
alcohol is bad.
Yeah.
I have something that's called Clozaril that's a muscle relaxer, but I don't like taking it. It makes me feel hungover. Oh, good question by J7. Why isn't she on an antidepressant? She's just getting sleep medication. Maybe she didn't want it. I don't know if she could opt out of it.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
look
they're
at,
not going to force her. She'd have to agree. But
Yeah.
a lot of people don't like those things.
I've had a stint on antidepressant, and I had no. But again, do you know how you feel if you're not on them? But I just didn't feel they did anything to me. I just needed a change of scenery. That fixed me right up.
Yeah. Yeah, and like a friend of mine went on them and said it got worse for him. And then I've heard that it'll like also people experience where it just like numbs them completely and they don't feel like themselves and they don't like it.
Apparently, drinking and K-pen can totally kill you, and normally wouldn't prescribe them without the antidepressant. Well, I don't know. Doctors are way too druggy.
Let's take an hour and remember the court's admonition over the break. Have a good relaxing time.
Lunch break. Lunch break. That's 5 hours done, Jamie. We are fast today.
The state wish to proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. This time the state of Ohio would rest subject to the admission of our sentence.
The state has rested. Time for the poll.
Wasn't that a great case they put on? Who thinks so?
State has rested. As always, you can't be uncertain at this point. Either they have proven guilt or they haven't proven guilt. Did you feel like Lars von Trier when you were on antidepressant? No, because I didn't really feel changed. I felt well, I felt better than I did. No, actually, the antidepressants didn't help me at all. I was really, really miserable, even when I was on them. Then I changed my scenery, and I got better instantly. And my shrink who treated me said, "You don't have a depression. You have a stress-related depression. It's because you are in a stressful environment, and it'll just act like a depression in your case. So you just need to get away from the stressors, and you won't be depressed." And I wasn't. I was absolutely fine as soon as I got away from it. I had one day where I did something really stupid, but that was because I got drunk. But other than that, I was back in totally normally functioning the second I left that stressful environment. So it wasn't a real depression. Yeah, as long as you don't tell us what the outcome is.
Yeah, because you still have an opinion,
Yeah.
even if you know what the outcome is.
Yeah, again, if you know, you might sit there and say, "Oh, I know that he was found guilty and he has already been executed, and I still think they didn't prove it." You can have that opinion, or I know that he gets a direct verdict, and I thought he should have been executed.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, normally, at the conclusion of the state's presentation of evidence, the court takes a break and deals with some legal issues, such as going over the exhibits that will be admitted. We have agreed with the parties that all motions and exhibits will be done at the end of the day, so we won't be taking your time up. We'll take care of those. We're going to reserve that opportunity for both parties, and we're going to proceed right now. Does the defense wish to call any witnesses?
We do, Your Honor.
And-
We call Dr. Heather Barton.
All right.
Why shouldn't they have been allowed to motion for acquittal? Well,
I don't know.
they normally have that direct verdict before they go on.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Arbin.
And where do you work?
I am a full professor of anatomy at Des Moines University.
I want to go through the course of your work in this case. Did you provide me with a current CV?
I did.
And CV, kind of
It's a long resume, especially in academics.
showing you what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit 00. Thank you. Want to go through your employment, your affiliations, your background, a little bit about your qualifications. I know you just mentioned where you work, but tell the jurors what you do at Des Moines University.
So at Des Moines University, I teach anatomy to medical students, physical therapy students, physician assistant students. I also train master students in the Masters of Anatomy program, doing research. And through the university, I conduct forensic anthropology casework for the state of Iowa.
Are you currently a full professor?
I am.
Let's talk about the second section here, current affiliations and appointments. And actually, you're
And we're still
the
gonna
board
skip
certified
all of
you
What is
can
your that you became board certified and selected any
review that. Correct.
2015.
Major mixed enough views.
Did you class?
So following my bachelor's, I went to Jersey.
Let's go now to find.
So myself and a fellow anthropology, working in anthropology, it's published this was ossification.
Talk now about turning to. I know we talked about there's a section in your resume for.
Go on.
Actually, let me go. This one
More did truly understand why
in
Asian voting was
just
so through good.
and team.
So I full search recover
A second, but just generally average number of
as
and
usually
you're 17.
the academic works review years to read through and do a review of that textbook.
If we did.
Dr. Gershon, he is. I mean, you're.
What's about that?
So the Midwest Death Investigation course had contacted me and asked me to give a presentation close to get there.
What did
seen forensic now two and
Times.
5 times.
And in a courtroom before.
Yes,
And in those instances, how many times?
5 times.
And in
This will
those
be the 6th. Sorry.
And in those instances, were you tendered or offered and qualified as a forensic anthropologist?
Yes.
Of those 5 cases prior to today, were they criminal cases?
Yes.
How many of those 5 times did you testify for the state?
For the prosecution, all of them.
Your Honor, this time I would tender this expert as a board-certified forensic anthropologist.
No objection to the forensic anthropologist.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Dr. Garvin, I've left a report up on that bar there for you if you need to.
She seems way more qualified as well than the state people.
Use it to refresh your recollection, just let us know. Could you flip through it, though, so that I can mark it as an exhibit, and let me know if that appears to be a fair and accurate copy of the report that you rendered in this case?
It does.
I want to, marking Dr. Garvin's report as Defendant's Exhibit TT. Just want to go through the report in all 15 of 15. Does that appear to be
Correct.
accurate? Because it is page numbers, I'll just refer to page numbers as we go, unless the report's in front of you. Just as a matter of background, how did you first get involved in this case?
So on September 3rd of 2021, I was contacted by Court Gatterdam and asked if I'd be willing to do a review of case materials as a forensic anthropologist.
And how, if at all, do you know Court Gatterdam as being part of the defense team?
At that time?
Yes.
None.
Oh, he's my co-counsel, that's what I mean.
Yes.
Do you know him as that?
Yes.
And so he reached out to you. And the request, the scope of the request from Mr. Gatterdam, is that included in the first paragraph there in your report?
Yes.
And tell the jurors what you were asked to do.
So I was asked to review a number of reports and provide my opinions based on my forensic anthropology expertise. And so those reports are bulleted there. Do you want me to go through them?
Let me go. When you say bullets, there's a list right there of materials that you reviewed. Were those materials provided to you by Mr. Gatterdam or a member of the defense team?
Yes.
And you've listed those as they appear. Can you tell the jurors just what those are?
So the first bullet is a forensic anthropology report submitted by Dr. Vidoli at the University of Tennessee. The second is a forensic anthropology report submitted by Dr. Amanda Agnew and Ms. Harden of the Ohio State University, dated to the 11th of January 2021. Then I have a Montgomery County, Ohio coroner report on the postmortem examination of Emily Noble. Then I have an addendum to the forensic anthropology report submitted by Dr. Angela Harden of the Ohio State, dated to the 10th of May 2021, and a written review of case materials authored by Dr. Smock.
The last material that you reviewed, through the work in this case, you're familiar now with Dr. William Smock?
Yes.
If you know, is he a anthropologist?
No.
Is he, and then sort of the next question, also not a board certified or forensic anthropologist then?
No.
Is he a pathologist?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you, and let me pause. When Mr. Gatterdam reached out to you and asked for you to do the work that's identified on your report, did he, in advance of you doing that work, tell you or guide you in any direction as to what the defense wanted you to say?
Objection, Your Honor, as to the leading.
Well, it's introductory. I'll permit to say yes or no.
No, and I don't recall, but I would imagine I might have even responded and said that I'm willing to do this. You don't know what you're going to get out of it, but.
Did you obviously do the analysis in this case and ultimately come to some findings and conclusions with respect to your work?
So the word analysis in this case is referring to the actual review of these materials. It's not a case report as if I sat down with the skeleton and wrote out a forensic anthropology case report.
And so based on your review of the materials that you've listed here in bullet points, did you come to findings and conclusions in this case to a reasonable degree of medical or scientific certainty?
Yes.
And are those summarized in the initial paragraph in your report?
Yes. The bulleted points at the top are points of the review, kind of the major points of the review for the critiques or refuting points.
And if you could go through them, let's start with the first bullet point. Your finding in the first bullet point.
So it says perimortem fractures of the hyoid bone and ossified thyroid cartilage. Hanging cannot be ruled out as a possible mechanism to these fractures.
I want to pause there and talk about perimortem, if we could. Perimortem, define that period of time, if you can.
So perimortem, although generally means at or around the time of death, it means something different for forensic pathologists doing the autopsy and anthropologists. As anthropologists, we don't have the soft tissue to work with. And so all we can tell as far as a fracture occurring at or around the time of death is that it occurred in fresh or biomechanically fresh bone, meaning that it still has, it's still hydrated, still has this collagen and protein and elastic properties. So that can be, if it's a few days before, we may not see any signs of healing. It could be days after, weeks after, sometimes months after. I think it's even documented to be years after at times.
Antemortem. Could you define antemortem for us?
So anthropologically, we would determine that a defect is antemortem if it has gross or visual signs of healing to that bone.
And then going on the other end, postmortem damage.
So postmortem damage would have no signs of healing, obviously, and it would appear as if it happened in dry bone, so it's not happening in that more elastic bone. Sometimes that will be more jagged, more angular, and sometimes it'll be lighter in coloration because it wasn't exposed to the environment as long as the perimortem fractures.
Let me pause there. You've listed in your report on page 7 of 15 a number of citations. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And before you came to testify today, did I approach you with a stack of the printed out copies of the listed citations that you referenced in your report?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity generally just to talk to me about the number of citations? And would it sound about right that there was 19?
I heard a question, but why don't you rephrase it?
Sure. The number of citations in your report.
I have 13 citations in my report.
And in one, I want to go back to to your description of post-mortem damage, if we could. One moment. Oh, it's in there. Let me put it.
Evidence of perimortem.
But the second finding, as noted in the second bullet point, is what?
No evidence of perimortem fractures to the craniofacial region.
Tell us what the craniofacial region means.
Craniofacial region means the bones of the face in this general area.
And while we're on sort of the anatomy, if you will, and I have your permission to ask you this, how tall are you?
I'm 5'4" and 3/4.
If you could show the jurors just generally where hyoid is and then the thyroid cartilage.
Yeah, so the easiest way to understand the anatomy is to explore your own anatomy, right? And so your Adam's apple here that you can feel, that's your thyroid cartilage, and you can feel it wraps around the side. Just below that is the cricoid cartilage. It's a ring-like cartilage just underneath that. And if you follow your Adam's apple up, and there you'll feel a little space, and then you feel another bone right on top of that, that's your hyoid bone. And you can feel the greater horns of your hyoid on the side. I just always warn people, don't squeeze too hard.
But so going back now, because there was this issue earlier showing you what's been marked as Exhibit BB for defense.
Hey.
I think this was one of the materials included in that were included in your citations. Do you recognize this?
Correct.
And where is this two-page piece of literature from?
So those are 2 pages out of the textbook Forensic Anthropology, Current Methods and Practice by Christensen et al.
And with respect to this paragraph right here, summarize, if you could, what it says with respect to post-mortem fractures or damages you've talked about.
It says that fresh bone fractures or perimortem fractures will lack evidence of healing or infectious response, and that they are often straighter, where dry bone, those post-mortem damage, tend to have a more jagged appearance.
Going back to your report, Defendant's Exhibit TT, the third finding, if you could talk about that.
Antemortem trauma to the nasal bones and maxilla.
So going back to the anatomy, if you could show the jury nasal bones, maxilla, and the rest of that nasal structure.
Right, so you have your nose, which the part that's projecting outward is cartilaginous, which is why it moves. If you push backward, you can feel where the nasal aperture, that bone ends, is a teardrop shape. You have a little bone projecting out here, your anterior nasal spine. Your actual nasal bones are the small ones up at the top here, pinched. And then on the sides here, this is all your maxilla, and your maxilla actually includes that top part that has your teeth in it as well.
And then the opening of the nose is called what?
The nasal aperture.
In preparation for your testimony today, did you provide some pictures of nasal apertures?
Yes.
Marking these as Defendant's Exhibit PP. I'll show them on the screen.
Is that
Paul.
Nasal aperture human skull to provide examples of what a nasal aperture really looks like, since most people have not really seen them in their lives. And so you can see these are educational images where they're outlining where that nasal aperture is, where the anterior nasal spine is, that's just below it there. And one of the primary things that's illustrated here is the amount of variation there is in that nasal aperture and how that aperture can be irregular.
These three pictures, are these nasal apertures that have suffered trauma, or are these not?
This one down here might have some antemortem trauma. I can't really tell on that. But otherwise, no, because they're teaching specimens, so they wouldn't have a perimortem trauma teaching specimen.
And the differences, if you could just show us perhaps a few differences between this image and this image to illustrate your point with respect to these.
Yeah, so you had the nasal aperture here, and you can see, I can't do it too thin. You can see that there's just, if you follow those borders out, there's irregularities along the way. Essentially what's happening here is bone is kind of coming to a point where the cartilage then attaches to it and comes out. It's not joining with another bone, so you don't have a nice joint there per se. And then the nasal bones here, we can see there's variation here. And even in the drawing for a textbook, you can see that they've even captured some of that variation in the drawing as well.
Thank you. Did you pull additional images with respect to the nasal aperture?
Yes, well, one of the things we teach is human variation, right? We're variable, so I didn't want it to seem like I just picked three. So these were two additional ones showing nasal apertures. Again, from common internet searches, and even areas like this you can see are irregular. It's a sharp margin. A little bit of irregularities there along that margin aren't any consequence to you.
And that second image will be part of Defendant's Exhibit PP, Paul. Thank you. Let's turn to back to your report, if we could. With respect to the fourth finding, begins with potential.
So I put there a potential area of slight postmortem damage to the left lateral nasal aperture.
Tell us why you would put potential in your report.
I put potential in my report because looking at the images, that certain area looks lighter in coloration, and when I compared it to seen photos, it looks as though a little piece might have chipped off. But I don't feel that I can say that definitively, so I put the word potential up there.
Now, let's work through your report if we can, and then we'll circle back with respect to the findings and conclusions. Are you familiar with Dr. Agnew's report?
I am.
And we'll start with, in her report, does she describe the processing, how she processed the bones in this case?
Yes, she gives a 5-step, which are each numbered process for processing the remains.
And are those 5 steps listed under the description of remains in your report?
They're not listed word for word. For example, when I say an undisclosed amount of time, that's because her report didn't say the amount of time. But I paraphrased them there.
And so let's talk about the undisclosed amount of time with respect to the hydrating process. Can you describe what the hydrating process is?
I've actually never heard the term hydrating process before. Mummified tissue can be very tough to get through. So it sounds as though soaking them in the water would loosen that material. It's a form of maceration. So maceration just means breaking down by liquid. Most of the time as forensic anthropologists, when we're macerating, we're actually using a little bit of heated water. But in this case, they were in a tub with water, I think to loosen that soft tissue to get it off.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike the last part of that answer that calls for speculation. She indicated she's not familiar with the term and doesn't know what Ohio State did. She's really guessing it.
Response to that?
Is it indicated in Dr. Agnew's report the temperature of the water as part of the rehydrating process they used at Ohio State?
It's paraphrased there. The first time she does say room temperature, and then in that 4th step she says warm water.
So let me clear this here. It's room temperature and warm water. You see those?
Correct.
And after the number 2, why is rehydrating in quotes?
after the number 2?
Because I had not heard
would.
of that as a process.
And rehydrating, that, is that a term that you're familiar with as a forensic anthropologist?
No.
And then with respect to the third part of the process, the manual removal of soft tissue, could you describe that?
That's a typical part of the process when we have remains, right? As forensic anthropologists, we'll look at the remains with the tissue to see anything there, but then we want to see the actual skeletal surfaces, so we need to get those materials off. So there are processes to loosen the soft tissue, but at some point you have to actually manually use tools to try to get some of that off.
And let's go to, and then where the fourth part of the process is what?
Soaking the elements in a warm water detergent solution, and again, the report didn't say the amount of time.
And why is that something that you noted in your report?
It could be weeks, it could be months. I don't know exactly how long those remains were sitting in water, and if you have remains sitting in water for a prolonged period of time, it can affect the integrity of the bone.
In your work as a board-certified forensic pathologist,
I'm not a pathologist.
I'm sorry, anthropologist. How would you document, or would you document, the time intervals when elements are being immersed in water?
I would at least mark down the start date and the end date.
Let's go to number 5. Tell the jurors what's the fifth part of the process that Dr. Agnew reported doing.
So she reported submerging the elements in a 1-to-1 ratio of water and 2% hydrogen peroxide for 24 hours.
What is your, based on your expertise, training, and experience, what are your observations about that part of the process?
You should not be using hydrogen peroxide in forensic cases.
Showing you what has been marked as defendant's MM. And before I do that, with respect to the fifth part of the process, there's Fenton 2003, Stedman 06. Tell us what those names and numbers mean.
So whenever you see in my report parentheses and the name and number, that's a citation. It's referring to an article that supports that statement. We do that in science a lot because anytime you're drawing conclusions, you don't want someone to just take your word on it, so you're providing that supporting evidence from the literature for that statement.
Showing you what has been marked as defendant's MM. Emailed materials.
Okay.
Showing you, let me zoom out so you can see the document. Dr. Garvin, do you recognize this?
Yes.
And tell the jurors, if you could, what is it?
So this is a document, something we would call a SWIGANTH document. SWIGANTH stands for the Scientific Working Group, in this case, the Subcommittee of Forensic Anthropology. This is a group that was put together originally kind of by the DoD and the FBI to create some written standards or best practices for the field.
If we can, and is this the most current version?
So the SWIGANTH documents, this is the most current version of the SWIGANTH documents. It's now been rolled over into another organization, OSAC and NIST, and the ASB as well. There's a lot of acronyms, where they are redoing all of the standards, and some of them are completed, some of them aren't.
So let me go to page 2 of 3 with respect to unacceptable practices. 5.0. If you could tell us what 5.0 is, please, in terms of unacceptable practices.
It says use of chemicals that damage or destroy bone or DNA. For example, bleach, hydrogen peroxide, and formalin may be used in some situations, but the destructive consequences and personal health risks of the use of these chemicals must be recognized.
In this case, we talked about, well, were the best practices as indicated by defendant's exhibit MM used by Dr. Agnew in this case with respect to processing?
Objection, Your Honor. Then calls for speculation. She said she was not familiar with what Ohio State did.
She's not familiar with what?
With what Ohio State did. She said there's words in the report that she doesn't know what they mean. She hasn't followed up. She doesn't know what Ohio State did other than what she read in the report.
Rephrase your question as to this
Sure.
process, if you will.
Let me just go back to the description of the remains. You reviewed Dr. Agnew's report?
Correct.
And in the fifth, number 5, process, that part of your report, where did you get that information from?
From her report.
And it is described in your report under 5 as what?
I'm not following the question.
What does it say in your report after the number 5 in a semic? Or,
It says submerging the elements in a 1-to-1 ratio of water and 2% hydrogen peroxide for 24 hours.
is the 24-hour period described in any way within Dr. Agnew's report?
It's described as written.
And then that takes me back to what I just showed you with respect to Defendant's Exhibit MM. Based on Dr. Agnew's report as to the 5th part of her processing of the remains, were the practices in compliance or not as listed in 5.0?
Hydrogen peroxide was used, and there was no indication to the destructive properties of it in the report.
Tell us why hydrogen peroxide might be a destructive property.
It's a bleaching agent, so it'll turn the bones white, which makes them look nice, but we don't need them to look nice in a forensic case. And unless the remains are rinsed off very well afterwards, actually peroxide can continue to process those bones even afterwards.
And what might that do to the bones themselves?
So there's reports that using hydrogen peroxide will impact receiving DNA from the remains. Also exfoliation, so bone kind of flaking away at muscle attachment sites.
Tell us, and going back to your report,
They will be given clothes for court.
you've listed there the Stedman article from 2006. Tell us how, if at all, the process used by Dr. Agnew, the 1-to-1, differs or same, similar, or otherwise to the Stedman article.
So the Stedman article actually used experimental procedures to look at different types of processing and their effects on DNA amplification. One of the methods they did experiment with was hydrogen peroxide. In the Stedman article, they did do that over a period of 30 days because it took that long for the tissue to come off just from soaking in the hydrogen peroxide. It was used at a 1 to 9.5 ratio with 3% hydrogen peroxide.
And if you recall the ratio that was used in this case,
It's a 1-to-1 ratio of water and 2% hydrogen peroxide.
and so if we compare the ratio in Stedman versus the ratio in this case, how do they compare?
It's approximately 10 times stronger.
10 times stronger in this case?
Correct.
Let's go now to your section with
It's a thing they do for all defendants. They have like a goodwill sack of clothes if they can't afford it. It's to not prejudice the jury against a defendant by them showing up in prison scrubs. That's why they'll get clothes. And normally they'll have like 2 or 3 sets of clothes they can change between. Actually, I think that was the Carly Craig case. She had the same clothes on for like 3 days. No, that wasn't her. We had one where she was wearing the same clothes like 3 days in a row, and they actually complained that she couldn't change her clothes because it made her look like she was a sloppy Susan.
respect to, it's titled Absent Skeletal Elements. Tell the jurors if there was any skeletal elements that were absent based on your review of the materials and the photographs in this case.
Yeah, so going through the report, I was going and reviewing all aspects of the forensic anthropology report. And so one of the first aspects in the report is somewhat of an...
Yeah, the lawyers can do it. The state can do it. He can buy them himself and have someone bring it. Sarah Boone had people were allowed to bring her 3 sets of clothes for court, and then she got mad that she couldn't get what she wanted, even though there was a clear court ruling on it.
Inventory. What remains did you have available? What remains were missing?
It's pushed till the 27th of March, I believe.
And I found a few discrepancies between what was written there, what was shown in pictures and photographs that I had that I reviewed, as well as an addendum report that showed up.
And that's a perfect way of going back to the first page. I know I asked you about the materials you reviewed. In this paragraph right here that says, following a preliminary review, what, if any, additional materials does it say that you reviewed as part of your work in this case?
Yeah, so once I read through the reports that were given to me, I requested additional photographs to conduct my review.
And how many photographs did you review, and where were those from?
From the defense, I received 9 folders containing 432 photographs of the scene, autopsy, and anthropology photographs.
Going back to the section with respect to absent skeletal elements, I don't think you listed for the jurors what was missing. Was anything missing?
Hanging at the mall, looking at dudes.
So one thing to note was that I saw in the scene photographs that both sneakers were there and the feet were still inside the sneakers. And then there was a radiograph, which is an x-ray from the medical examiner that showed the left foot still in that sneaker. And I could see that the bones to the great toe, your big toe, were there in that radiograph, but they were listed as absent in the anthropology report and were not in the picture of the overall skeleton laid out.
And when you say the picture of the overall skeleton laid out, let me pull if I can. That was in Dr. Agnew's report, is that right?
Correct.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 130. Page 2 of 10. Is that the depiction that you've just testified about?
Correct.
Could you show the jurors, circle what you just described?
So this would be the left foot down here, and there's the left great toe. There's a metatarsal there, which is kind of the sole of your foot, but the actual digits that would be after that are absent.
And then, otherwise absent, anything else noted in your report?
There were also inconsistencies with the dental, with the teeth present and the teeth that were recorded as being sent off for DNA.
Why would you, in your report, address inconsistencies in reporting?
Because it's about accuracy. I mean, the inventory is the first thing you do, what bones are there, yeah.
Showing you, while we're talking about inventory, what I'll mark as Defendant's Exhibit NN. This isn't a picture we've seen, so Dr. Garvin, do you recognize this picture?
I do.
And was this one of the 432 pictures that you reviewed in this case?
It was.
Tell us, and is it easier if I orient
Yes.
the picture this way?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, yes. Tell us if you could, I'll zoom in.
I was close. I said the 27th.
Identify some of the things that you see in this photo.
So this photo, I go through them sequentially. So this was after the remains had arrived at the anthropology laboratory. They arrived and some elements were in different label plastic bags. And then this picture follows where there's a number of elements. So we have some hand elements, we have the mandible here, this is your first neck vertebra here, some feet elements as well. And zooming in, I noticed that this was the hyoid right here.
This picture, is this before processing or after processing? Where is this?
Thank you, Hulda Sigfusdottir. For 3 months of membership, I have metatarsal fracture in the exact same place. Maybe it's you. Maybe it's actually you and you're just hiding on the Canary Islands to get this guy.
In that stage.
This is before processing.
As you reviewed this picture, you've just circled what you have identified as the hyoid bone. In this picture or in any other picture pre-processing, did you see the thyroid cartilage?
No.
Have you looked for the thyroid cartilage in that photo and every other photo that you reviewed in this case pre-processing?
Yes.
Is there a photo freestanding of the hyoid bone pre-processing?
Yes.
Is there a photo pre-processing of the thyroid cartilage?
No.
Next page of your report, 3 of 15. I noticed there are places in your report where you seem to say things such as, I have no concerns or comments about this section. Why would you include that type of language in a report?
So that you know that I did at least look at that section, even though I don't have any comments for it.
Let's go to the next section with respect to, actually we'll skip to age at death. Tell us the process that, based on your review of Dr. Agnew's report, that she used to determine the age at death of the remains.
So she looked at the pubic symphysis, which is one of the age indicators that we will use in forensic anthropology. It's where your pelvis kind of comes together in the front, and it goes through some predictable changes with age. And so she looked at that and applied the Brooks and Suchi 1990 method, where you kind of compare that to a number of phases and came up with a phase 4 for that. And so she gave a range based on that.
And does that range, if you know, include the true age of Emily Noble?
It does not include the age that's on the body labels.
Did she use more than one method to assess the age at death?
Based on a report, it only says that one method was used to come up with this age range, age interval, I should say.
And with respect to your work as a board-certified forensic anthropologist, what is your practice with respect to determining age at death?
Well, especially when you have a full skeleton, right? You want to use all the tools that you can. So there's other areas you can look at for age estimation, like the sternal ribs, the auricular surface of the pelvis, cranial sutures. So when we're doing a case, we want to apply different methods and see where all of them come out, and then from that, you have your final estimate. And for each of those, there are methods that have the statistics that follow it. We would report for each of those a 2 standard deviation wide interval.
Was that done in this case?
No.
I'm going to go to, and I'll toggle back and forth. I'm showing you now Dr. Agnew's report with respect to ancestry. Same question about ancestry. Your practice, using one method or more than one method is your standard practice.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance. Ancestry is not in this.
Well, it's in evidence, right, her ancestry? So I think we can talk about ancestry. So I believe it has whatever relevance.
The doctor testified that she was of European descent. There's nothing new to that. Why is he objecting to that? Is he trying to pass her off as an African or an Asian descent? His own witness said she was of European descent.
He finds it to be. I'll agree with that. Go ahead.
Just best practice. One method or more than one method in looking at the determination of ancestry?
More than one method, and specifically usually we'll do morphoscopic, so non-metric traits, which were scored in here, but also metric analyses.
And I'm showing you page 3 of 10 of Dr. Agnew's report, marked 130. Based on your review of her report, what method did she use?
She used the ASA method. It's optimized sum scores attributes. It's a method that was developed where you score a number of features, particularly of that nasal aperture region, that are known to kind of have higher frequencies in certain ancestries. And then based on the sum scores of those traits, you can estimate whether those morphologies are more consistent with a white or European ancestry individual or black African American ancestry individual.
Did she use more than one method or just the one?
One.
If based on your training experience and review of the literature, do you have any observations or thoughts on the use of the method that she did use with respect to ancestry?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Well, this was addressed previously, I believe, with the prior witness, so I think.
The poll is still running. I can end it now. Oh, that's a long way till the next break. I can end it now because I'm going to make my dinner soon. After the state rested, 56 voted. 93% says not guilty. So the not guilty has gone up. Well, it's not the same amount as the other day, but there was 80 votes the other day, and that was 10% not guilty. So that's probably around the same ratio. 93% says not guilty at this point. So let's see if the state can harm the defense's case. And I'm going to go make some pasta. Sheets.
Have fun.
Shut up, Marissa. No, because...
Pasta sheets.
No, today it's going to be pasta. Just normal spaghetti. No, that's actually not called spaghetti in America. It's actually called Twinkies. Shut up, Marissa. It's Marissa. She just makes stuff up. Have you ever tried the unlimited breadsticks? I think not.
This is expert testimony.
Missing out.
Testimony of topic that's been made a part of the record already.
So given that the one method that was used here relies on features like nasal bone contour, I would have been cautious about using it if there's antemortem trauma there, or if there was any kind of trauma there.
That leads us to the next section that we'll talk about in your report, the trauma section. If you recall, how many pictures were in Dr. Agnew's report documenting facial trauma?
I don't recall. I didn't count them.
If I may approach, Your Honor. Or I'll just show you. Whatever refresh your recollection to see the report?
Oh, in the report? I'm
Yes.
sorry, I thought you meant all the individual photographs.
No.
Okay.
Just in her report.
It would help still to.
Sure.
So there are 8 figures in her report.
And with respect to facial trauma, how many photographs are in her report with respect to the face?
There is 1 figure composed of 4 photographs.
Let's go through those 4 photographs now if we can. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 139. Do you recognize that as one of the 4 photographs?
Yes.
Tell the jurors about plastic deformation or deformation.
So plastic deformation a lot of times is an indicator for perimortem blunt force trauma. Essentially, when you have a load applied to the bone, right, the bone has a little bit of elastic properties to it. And so those elastic properties will allow slight deformation, slight strain, like 3%, some of the articles indicate. And if you were to stop applying that force, it would just go back to the way that it was. You wouldn't know any different. Until it reached to a certain point, a yield point. And at that time, you're getting bonds broken. And once that pressure is relieved, it will not go back to the way it was. That's plastic deformation. If you were then to continue applying force, that's when you get failure for that fracture.
What, if anything, do you recall in her report that Dr. Agnew circled or noticed about this photograph?
In 1 figure, there was a blue circle encompassing the entire nasal aperture that the caption indicated was displaying plastic deformation.
And the nasal aperture, if you could encircle it for the jurors.
That's the nasal aperture.
Before I ask you some questions about this, at any point in time in this case, did you see the actual bones?
No.
Have there been cases where you've been asked to review photographs and the photographs were not sufficient for your review?
For my external reviews? Yes.
And in those instances, what have you done?
I indicated that in my external review, that given what I had, I couldn't make a determination on this timing of the fracture.
The photographs that you were provided of the 432 photographs, were they of sufficient quality?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Rephrase your question.
Did you need to see the bones themselves to render the finding and conclusions in this case?
Any conclusions that are in my report, I felt confident making based off the materials that I reviewed.
So let's go back to State's Exhibit 139. I know you've encircled the aperture, but I want to clear it out. Did you look at this image for deformation?
Not just this image, I would go through all the images.
Okay, let's talk about this specific one. Do you see any plastic deformation in this image?
Any of the deformation that I see to that nasal aperture is related to the antemortem trauma.
And tell the jurors where that is or would be.
So you can't really see the fracture lines in this image here, but there's antemortem trauma to the nasals here, and it comes down to the maxilla here. And so essentially this region is pushed in a little bit from that antemortem trauma. And up here, the nasals, because of those fractures and the way that it healed, some of the bones somewhat overlap one another.
Would you expect to see plastic deformation if bone heals when it's malaligned? What might result?
I probably wouldn't use the term plastic deformation. I would say that it's displacement related to the healing and the fracture.
And where you've just, that area there, showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 140, do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Is that a better depiction of that area that I just circled?
It is a close-up, yes.
And tell the jurors what you're seeing in that photograph.
If I draw, can you erase mid-talk if I ask you to?
Sure can.
Okay. So what we're seeing is here, this is all left nasals, and this is all right nasal bones, and then you have maxilla and maxilla on either side. And then what I'm seeing here is from the antemortem trauma, we have some displacement of those nasals that were fractured, and you can see that there's all these rounded edges where the bone has healed on top of itself in that area. And so all these rounded edges here are all evidence of antemortem trauma.
Can I clear?
Yes.
Do you see any perimortem trauma in
No.
this picture? You do not. Specifically, this area right here. Do you see any perimortem trauma there?
No.
And why or why not?
It looks like the nasal aperture. It looks like the rim of the nasal aperture right there. And in fact, I mean, if you're thinking about a fracture occurring, you'd have to have another part of the bone that fractured off of there. And this is already extending well into that nasal aperture.
Was this photo one of the 4 photos, State's Exhibit 140, in Dr. Agnew's report?
I believe so. I'd have to double check.
Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 143. Tell me if you want me to reorient the photo as well.
That's fine.
Do you recognize this picture?
Yes.
And you can't see back. And what is it?
So this edge right here, right, is that nasal aperture on the left side of the maxilla.
So, and with that, I want to show you 140. Is that seen in this picture?
No.
Is it seen in 139?
Yes.
Just to orient ourselves and show the jurors where it is.
So it's referring, it's this region right here. And so this, sorry.
Nope.
So the line I drew in the last one is consistent with the line I'm drawing right here.
So now I want to go back so that we're oriented to State's Exhibit 143. And this is the line that you just talked about.
Correct.
First, before we get to that line, describe, here's a good fracture.
This destruction in the bone right here is another antemortem fracture. You do have some space and gap that's still here, but it's very clear that you have rounding of the edges up here. And if you were to slide it down a little bit, I mean, ooh, my arrow's in the way. There you go. You can really see how that's healing up in that place. So that's an antemortem fracture. And it in some of the images too, you can trace that antemortem fracture up and continuous with the nasal bone fractures.
Is it possible in one fracture to have antemortem and then perimortem?
No, in a single fracture, if there's signs of healing at all on that fracture, it's antemortem. If you had an antemortem fracture that was then refractured, there would be signs of that. You'd have disruption in the healed bone that was there.
I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 142. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
And generally, what is this depicting?
This is the left side of the face, showing this is the nasal aperture right there.
And with respect to antemortem trauma in this photograph, do you see any?
Yes. So this is the fracture that I was going to dot it. That I'm going to run alongside it. This is the fracture that we just noticed, went over in the slide previously. And you can see that fracture line continues up here. In some of the actual JPEG photographs, you can see it better that this fracture line then continues over on the nasals there. There's also another healed fracture that kind of comes in that way.
I want to go back to the State's Exhibit 143. Is that same line?
Yes.
What about, and so this is antemortem in your opinion?
Yes.
Talk to us about this edge.
That edge is the edge of the nasal aperture. Can you scroll it up a little bit, please? You can see here that this edge is the same as that edge. That's just that edge to the opening there.
And so, an opinion with respect to this edge being perimortem, what would your opinion be as to that finding?
No, there's no evidence of perimortem trauma.
That's State's Exhibit 143. In this picture, 142, was there any post-mortem trauma noted in Dr. Agnew's report?
So we wouldn't refer to post-mortem as trauma. We would use the word damage. No, there was not.
Let's talk about why do you say post-mortem damage and not trauma?
Trauma infers that it was an injury. Something that happens post-mortem is not going to be an injury.
Did you notice, through the course of your review of the photographs in this case, that there was post-mortem damage as depicted in State's Exhibit 142?
In this case, the lacrimals are damaged. Usually we're not going to have a big hole there. There's a bone that covers right there.
And where does post-mortem damage, how does it happen?
There's lots of ways. When remains are exposed to the elements, there's animal scavenging, birds, rodents, anything that is like post-depositional. So even transport of remains, processing the remains, that would all be post-mortem damage.
And if you, in your work doing external case reviews, well, I guess case reports, would you include post-mortem damage if you saw it?
With a post-mortem damage to the lacrimal, we do see that fairly often because it is a fragile area there. If it wasn't in the report, it should be in the bench notes.
And what are bench notes?
Bench notes are the notes you take as you're analyzing the case that then you use to synthesize your report from.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 131. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is the photograph after processing of the hyoid bone and its elements that were available.
And tell us about what's depicted on what would be my right side of the photograph, on this side.
Okay, so the hyoid actually starts off as 3 separate pieces where you have the body of the hyoid, actually more than 3, but 3 that you can see here. The body of the hyoid, a greater horn here, and a greater horn here. There are lesser horns that are tiny that would actually fuse on there too. With age, some individuals' hyoids do fuse the greater horns to the body there.
I have no understanding of what that question is. That's a Jamie question. I have no idea.
Not everyone's, but many do with age. And so that's the hyoid there.
I've not-
We have, this is the front.
That's not me.
What did she say, Jamie?
Well, I know what she's saying, but like, I don't understand the choice for foil placements on the highlights of this witness. It's like, it reminds me of the cap you used to put on back in the day. And you pull your hair through and you just go to town. But I don't like it. I don't like that style.
Have fun at the bank and remember to use a different voice.
Of the left greater horn, and we don't have the fragment for the right.
Do you know, based on your review of the materials in the photographs, where this greater horn is?
No.
Anything noteworthy with respect to the fracture that appears here and here?
I mean, the fractures are occurring in the greater horns.
And this is, I'm trying to find a picture pre-processing. Thank you. It is marked, but I'm not sure the number. But you talked about that peroxide and the effect it can have on bone. Showing you, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, that's an autopsy photograph of the hyoid, the major component of that hyoid.
And is this photograph, if you know, before or after the processing done at Ohio State University?
Pre-processing.
And this is after processing?
Correct.
This was a slide that was shown yesterday, State's Exhibit 138. Tell us what we're seeing here.
These are the 2 stereomicroscopic photographs that I had to review of the superior horns of the thyroid cartilage.
When you said stereoscopic pictures, what does that mean?
So a stereoscopic microscope, you can look through with 2 eyes. It'll be low magnification. We're not looking for cells. We're just trying to get a better look at margins. And when we're using a stereoscopic microscope, most of them or many of them will have a camera built in so that we can take photographs of what we're seeing to document that.
And the greater horns, are they present in this photograph?
The superior horns of the thyroid, yes.
We talked about it earlier, but to come full circle, this photograph is before or after processing?
After processing.
And it is, again, a picture of the thyroid cartilage?
It's a picture of those superior aspects of the thyroid cartilage.
When we talked earlier about not having a photograph of the horns or the thyroid cartilage before being processed, why is that important?
What I teach my students is you want to document. I'll take hundreds of photographs. And what I'll do, especially if a case were to come in that there was any suspicion of hyoid or thyroid fractures, I would look for those. I would document those prior to processing so that I could show that any kind of defects were there before I did anything to the remains.
And I know you defined perimortem days, weeks, months earlier, but based on the photographs that you reviewed, and particularly State's Exhibit 138, can you rule out the possibility that either of those fractures occurred during removing of the body from the scene?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
It's entitled, this was a slide with Dr. Agnew, perimortem trauma. Let me lead with, do you see and did you find perimortem trauma on the thyroid cartilage?
So with the thyroid cartilage, I didn't see anything that was inconsistent with anthropologically perimortem fractures of the thyroid cartilage.
And tell me what you mean by anything that's inconsistent.
There is nothing to suggest, based on the photograph that I'm viewing, that these fractures cannot be perimortem. You see on the one side there is some fraying suggesting that the bone was relatively fresh when that occurred. Also, the ossified thyroid cartilage is not a normal bone. It's not, because it starts off as cartilage. So what's happening is as you get older, that cartilage starts to calcify and turn to bone just as part of the degenerative process. So it's not the same bony thickness or texture, and so you might get fractures that are slightly different in that structure.
Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 37 and 36. And I put them side by side for a reason. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
And what are those?
Those, again, are the superior horns of the thyroid cartilage.
That we see in this picture, 138.
Correct.
And describe the fractures that are seen there.
The fracture over here on this side, again, you can see the bone has been pulled apart. You have what's delamination or bone tearing occurring, which would indicate some elasticity to that region. Over here, I don't see any signs of healing. It looks different. You don't have that fraying there, but again, because the thyroid cartilage ossifies a little bit differently, I don't have anything to say that that's not perimortem.
From an anthropological perspective, if it's said that these fractures are perimortem, is it possible to say this one happened 4 weeks ago and this one happened 5 weeks ago?
No.
It's not. The perimortem, we just know, is days, weeks, or months, or, and you said even up to a year.
Yes.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 41. I know I asked you about this image and whether you saw perimortem fracture there. I hadn't shown you this image, which is the same, is it not? That's depicting the same area?
Yes, the arrows are depicting the same area.
Do you have the same finding and conclusion with respect to not seeing perimortem trauma in this image when you also compare it to that image?
Yes, I didn't make any of my conclusions off of a single image. I would look through all images available.
So, circling back, if we could, well, let me go now to the last page of your report so that you can talk through what we're seeing there. Page 15 of your report. And let me clear and zoom in. These are 15 of 15 of your report. Does that sound right?
Correct.
And tell the jurors what these images, they seem to be A, B, C, D, E, and F are depicting. And let me try and get to a place where they're clear.
So if you recall, part of my review that I was asked to do included Dr. Smock's report. And so some of my findings are refuting some statements that were made within his report. In his report, I noted that he had a drawing from an anatomical textbook of the hyoid and thyroid process and really emphasized how far apart they were from a drawing. And so I went to the literature to find CT scans, which are actual depictions of actual individuals' hyoid and thyroid cartilages.
Now, before I ask you about what we're seeing in these pictures, showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 130 by the state, you mentioned that there was a drawing included in Dr. Smock's report. Do you recognize this?
That's the one I'm referring to.
And tell the jurors what you mean by it seemed to show a large space.
Well, not just that it showed a large space. He was emphasizing in the written part of his text that it's a large space. That space is going to vary individual by individual. A lot of anatomical texts are drawn to emphasize individual parts for medical students. And even as you're sitting there and swallowing, you'll get movement of that thyroid cartilage and the hyoid bone.
So going back to so it was in response to this drawing that you included these images in your report.
Yes, because I felt it was misleading.
And take us through, let me pull this off. see if that gets clear for the jurors. Okay, take us through the A image. This image right here, what is that showing?
So this entire image within the box is the figure and the caption from this article, Becker et al., 2014. And so their caption reads, Figure 1, normal ossification patterns of the laryngeal cartilages and hyoid bone in a 65-year-old male with complete ossification of thyroid and cricoid cartilages, A through C, and then a 41-year-old male with incomplete ossification, D through F. So one individual is the top, one individual is the bottom. A and D are axial images, so say CT scans. They're difficult to interpret, but the reason I included them was for the actual 3D renderings of those cartilages that you can see in B, C, E, and F.
Tell us where in B, C, E, and F you're seeing the hyoid bone.
So this is the hyoid bone here, 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 and here. So these are two different individuals.
Yes. Now, what about their question, well, but Dr. Garvin, those images don't belong to a 100-pound woman.
That's true. We will never know exactly how a decedent's hyoid bone and thyroid bone sat in themselves when we don't have the soft tissue connecting them anymore.
Tell us where the thyroid cartilage is in each of those two individuals.
So the laminae of the thyroid cartilage are here, and then the horns go up here.
Now, the horns that you just talked about, could you, it almost appears as if they are,
Objection leading.
are the hyoid and the thyroid cartilage connected by the horns?
There is no joint there. There's no connection right there, other than through, there's the thyroid-hyoid ligament, which is connective tissue that attaches the hyoid bone to that thyroid cartilage.
Is there anything in between the hyoid and the thyroid cartilage?
Yes, that's that thyroid-hyoid ligament I just mentioned.
I want to talk more about your findings with respect to Dr. Smock's report. And I know we went through it in the beginning, but tell the jurors with respect to the findings that he made.
Buck, not so far.
Regarding
This is a
the,
defense first witness.
The 4 fractures could never be from a hanging. What is your opinion with respect to that conclusion?
There are no thyroid-hyoid fracture patterns that are specific to manual strangulation versus hanging. It is possible to get them. They're very similar mechanisms in creating that compression there. So you cannot say that it cannot happen with hanging.
And tell the jurors what you base that opinion on.
Well, I had my individual knowledge. I have my knowledge of my peers as well. But I don't like to just rely on what I know or what I think I know. So I go to the literature and I research and I see what the literature says and whether it supports that conclusion or not.
Showing you what's been marked in your report with respect to your conclusion that those fractures could be from a hanging. Did you cite literature?
Yes.
1 second, what if I missed it?
I'm sorry. She's probably good, but I've lost. I don't know what she's talking about. Horns, ligatures, bones. I have no idea what she's talking about.
Well, the one statement I picked out was that you can't say, oh, this is only manual strangulation versus a hanging. So
Yeah, that's what I got too, but I got a lot of words about horns.
I know the rest. I'm like, it's over my head.
Yeah. Could we just get to the parts where she says the other doctor was wrong because they thought it could only be a manual, not a hanging? That's, I'm sorry, but she's been on the stand for an hour and a half now. Yeah, I get that part, just Lisa, but the problem is she has said she's been talking for 90 minutes, and I just need her to say there's ample evidence that shows it could have happened that way.
And can I be clear? I'm not saying it was a hanging. All I'm saying is that fracture pattern, you cannot say it's inconsistent. You cannot say you get that fracture. You cannot say you can't get that fracture pattern from a hanging.
And I was going to ask you that question, right? You're just saying it can't be ruled out. Is that a better way to say it?
Correct.
marking this as defendant's QQ. This has been provided in materials. Dr. Garvin, do you recognize this publication?
Yes.
And what is it?
So Zadapkova et al. Is a 2018 article in the Forensic Science International. They did a very thorough review of a lot of the literature out there on larynglohyoid fracture.
But the problem is, Jess, I am the jury. And if I don't get any words of what she's saying about the horns and the mandibles and jawline and peroxide, the jury doesn't get it. This is one of the biggest tropes in American court system. It's let's expert the shit out of people, but people are dumb. Most people are dumb. And if you start experting it, it's kind of like when Jamie starts womansplaining to me, I'll just zone out and I'll just sit here for 2 hours and say, okay. And this is the biggest problem with expert. She's been so great at getting to the point with the state witnesses. Her own witness, it's just like reading a book, and a bad book at that. Like one of Jamie's Smexual novels. I'm just zoned out. I don't get it. And it's, go back to the Richard Green and the Karen Reed case. It's exactly the same. They might be the smartest person on the planet. I don't understand them. I just want her to say it could have been a hanging. That's all I need her to say. And then point to that. All of this horns, bullshit, whatever, should have been 10 minutes of a presentation. Because when she said the only words that was important, she could have done it herself. I was already thinking, is the snowstorm starting? I was kind of annoyed that realtor didn't have time to show me a house on Saturday. Oh, what? Oh, it could have been a hanging. Interesting. Boom, 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 boom. I'm back on having elevator music on in my head. In layman's terms, in 30 minutes, yeah, get your CV out there, then get to it, get out of there. But the American court system has this, let me out-expert your expert. And that's why I like the ARCA guys, because they were concise. They talked about what it is we talk about. They didn't have to sit there and talk for 2 hours about how Darwin figured out that we have gravity. Did Jamie write 50 Shades of Grey? No, but she's a big fan of it. She says, it's titillating.
Don't you shame any of my books. They are a good time.
50 Shades of Grey is not a good time.
That one's pretty tame compared to the ones that are out there now that I read.
Marissa, absolutely not. Every study has shown that no human can concentrate for more than 45 minutes at a time. And actually, with the invention of social media, our attention spans has gone down. So maybe cacti, sit, rotate. No, I just need someone to give me, again, I've been doing this for 16 years. 16 years. I know something about it. You don't have to sell me a novel when you can give me a pamphlet. How many times have Marissa, when she has a meeting with a client, said, this could have been an email? No, this could have been a text. And you should have the same approach in court. Well,
most of the time I would agree with you. This one, she has to go through like, was it 3 doctors?
No, she doesn't have to sit and talk about the horns 25,000 times.
No, but I'm just saying she has 3 different witnesses to go through their reports to prove like
no, because it's
that
the
their
same
stuff was wrong.
Every one of these reports are built on the same. It's the same as in the Karen Reed case. Dr. Welch's report was the ground for Shannon Burgess's report laid the ground for Welch's report, and all of that in reality was Trooper Paul's report. They had just as many steps in it, but it's just condensed it.
In hanging. I think they have 204 citations in there, so it's very thorough, as well as their own.
I'll protect you. If Sue gets mad at you, I'll protect you as much as I can. Jamie, see, even chatters are afraid of Sue now.
Study looking at fractures in that
Because
situation.
you instill that in them.
And tell
No,
the jurors
she
why
did
you
that.
include this as publication that supports your findings with respect to Dr. Smock's opinions.
So while a lot of the literature out there refers to combined hyoid and thyroid fractures, it doesn't actually specify whether they're unilateral or bilateral. But this article did. This article specifically referenced bilateral hyoid and bilateral thyroid cartilages.
And what is the ultimate conclusion within the article?
While it was a small percentage, 3.4%, it did occur.
And when you say it did occur, what do you mean by that?
In 3.4% of their study sample, they found bilateral hyoid combined with bilateral thyroid fractures in hanging.
And what, if anything, would you say in response to, well, tell the jurors, does that article specifically study women that are 100 pounds in weight?
No.
And is there a study that you found with the same or similar findings that only studies women that are 100 pounds in weight?
No.
I'll ask you the other question. And if you search for one, is there any literature, publication, anything to support that a 100-pound woman with those 4 fractures, so the 2 bilateral flat fractures on the hyoid and then on the thyroid cartilage, was manually strangled?
The literature, this is actually a hot topic in the literature as far as number of fractures with hanging. There are dozens of articles that do contradict one another. I did go through a lot of the literature. I looked for manual strangulation articles as well. I did not find any that specified a 4-fracture pattern. The only unique signature that is suggested in the literature for manual strangulation is fracture of the cricoid cartilage.
Could you explain that last part?
For something.
Your Honor, can we approach?
May we approach you, Honor? Why is she jumping at the bit? Come on now. She has crazy eyes and she's... What's going on? She's afraid of you treating her as bad as you treat me. Sue, don't you make this about you again. What's going on with this woman?
She's a bee.
Look at that face. Look at that. I don't do body language because it's BS, but I've seen this in my mom and my sister before, and my ex-wife, and my daughters. That means I'm going outside and shoveling snow, even in July.
She's a D-bag.
She's weird, and I can't. What's the name of this guy? The monastic
Monchichi.
Monchichi.
Lawyer Monchichi.
Lawyer Monchichi.
Oh, prosecutor. Prosecutor Monchichi.
Prosecutor Monchichi and prosecutor jumping at the bits.
RBF.
Yeah, RBF.
These two.
She just turned
Did I
back
miss-
to the judge.
Did I miss their freak out?
I don't know what freak out it's about.
You can't miss it.
After discussion, ladies and
then
gentlemen,
we
we're going to
have
strike
it.
the answer to the last question. We're going to start with another question.
Dr. Garvin, as part of the court order, you were allowed to listen to the testimony of other experts. Were you able to listen to the testimony of either Dr. Agnew in full and in part? And the same question about Dr. Smock.
In part for both, most of Agnew's and a part of Smock's.
And during the time of their testimony, what if anything, were you doing that might have prevented you from listening to the full thing?
Traveling out here.
With respect to a statement that Dr. Smock made under oath when he testified that there is absolutely no literature supporting that a 100-pound woman could have the 4 fractures and from a hanging. What, if any, opinion do you have with respect to that statement?
Well, it's obvious that there is at least one article, if not more, indicating that this fracture pattern can occur with hanging. While it may not specifically have a 100-pound, 52-year-old woman, there's lots of things regarding this scenario. And I mean, there's ligatures, there's health, there's bone density, there's a lot of different factors that go in. I would not be comfortable saying that this could not happen, given that it does.
Showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit II. You just mentioned that there's literature. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And if you could, what is this?
So this is an article by Betts and Eisenmenger. I'm probably butchering that. Apologies to the author. In the American Journal of Forensic Medicine and Pathology that was published in 1996.
And are you familiar generally, or specifically, with this article's, the study that was done and the conclusions that were reached?
Yes.
And what was the data set, if you will, that was looked at in this study?
As the abstract mentions right here, it's a total of 109 cases of suicidal or accidental hanging evaluated looking at the hyoid bone, thyroid cartilage for fractures.
And what, if any, conclusions are in that publication with respect to individuals that had those 4 fractures or the bilateral fractures?
So of the individuals that displayed fractures, 7 individuals, or 10% of those individuals, had bilateral hyoid and bilateral thyroid fractures.
Going to page 3 of that article, are you familiar with page 3 of that publication and the chart that is on top of page 3?
Yes.
And how, if at all, does that chart relate to the finding that 10% of the 109 people had the bilateral fractures and also died of a hanging?
So the only sample in this study is hanging, suicidal and accidental. But what they're doing in this table is they're breaking it down by age cohort, just because age has been shown to be a significant factor when it comes to these fractures occurring. So they're showing the age number is the number of individuals they had in their sample at those age ranges, percentage positive results, and then the actual number of individuals that had 1, 2, 3, or 4 fractures per those age groups.
You mentioned that age can be an important factor. Why is that?
So the numerous articles have showed a correlation between age and fracturing of the laryngohyoid elements. Part of that is probably due to fusion of the hyoid bone, those greater horns to the body. Part of that's probably also the ossification of that thyroid cartilage.
After hearing the portions of Dr. Smock's testimony that you did, and also hearing the portions of Dr. Agnew's testimony that you did, I want to go back to Defendant's Exhibit TT with respect to the findings that you made in this case that are summarized here in the first paragraph. The first finding, again, with respect to perimortem fractures, is that still your finding a conclusion based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty in this case?
Yes.
Second one, with respect to no evidence of perimortem trauma to the craniofacial region. Does that remain based on not just your review of the materials and the photographs, but also listening to the testimony of both of those individuals?
Correct.
Have you also done additional research into these areas while this case has been pending?
Yes.
Just describe generally, how much time would you say that you've been looking to find any literature? And I joke because I've come to know you and how much you work.
I like to be extremely thorough in my work. I want to make sure that any conclusions that I'm drawing are correct, just not only based on my knowledge.
I like to be extremely thorough in my work. If I should say one bad thing about myself, I might work too hard. Funny enough, that's what all my mods put in their application to be a mod. I might be too dedicated for my work.
That's what everyone says.
Yeah, I love that. What's the downside about you? Maybe I care too much, Jamie.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
It's like, my weaknesses are actually my strengths.
Oh, I hate when I had a guy who I was applying for a job in Copenhagen, and as a baker, normally you just walk in a bakery and you just show them, hey, well, you don't show them because we believe people, if they say they're a baker, they're probably a baker. So I walked in and said, hey, can I get a job? And we did an interview, and it was with the head of it was in a warehouse where there was a bakery in the warehouse, and he was not a warehouse, you don't call it that, but a convenience store. Mm-hmm. And he was like, oh, so what's your biggest strength? I'm pretty fast. I'm pretty fast worker. What's your weaknesses? That I have really low tolerance for stupid questions. Yeah, I have to ask it. Okay. Well, what do you want me to say? That I care too much, I work too hard, or I really love working for no pay? Yeah. See you Monday.
Exactly.
Yeah. What Marissa said. You didn't apply for it. Jamie told me you had applied and you filled out the HR schedule. You've been at a meeting with her. She has vetted you. She had pulled your credentials. We don't run a candy store here. This is high level YouTubing.
Oh, my Lord.
That's what your dad said about my thyroid bone. That it cared too much. What?
Yeah. That they
Yeah.
cared too much.
Yeah. What's your biggest mistake? I often fall asleep in the bathroom while on the clock. Only done that twice and I was drunk. We all know you don't mod anyone who actually wants to. No. Those are the worst people because they might use their mod power.
Yeah, he only mods people that refuse to mod.
Yeah. If
They're like,
someone
please don't
says,
mod me.
I would hate it, but can I just find something for you and say, yeah, it's easier if I just give you a wrench. And then 2 years later, Jemima is having a halftime job pulling court records for me.
Yeah. Well, I prefer it that way. I'm very hard on Baker because I don't think he should just mod everybody under the sun. I mean,
No.
we've had a lot of crazies over the years.
Yeah, it's everyone does a mod purge at New Year's. I don't do those because I had added one new mod last year, and that was Animate to have a mod over on Rumble. So other than that, I'm running with the same team I've run with for 2 years. No, that's not true. I put can't even remember his name now. He doesn't stop by so often. But yeah, I might need to take him off.
Yeah.
But the knowledge that is out there in the fields and in science. If I had to put it a number, I'm embarrassed to put a number into. I'd have to say at least 50 hours.
And have you discussed your findings and conclusions in this case just generally with your peers?
I have asked my peers.
Your Honor, hearsay.
I didn't ask what your peers said.
The answer is yes or no. Yes, you had the discussion.
Sorry to say something, yes or no. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
You
okay,
have.
That's the question.
And why, without saying what those conversations were, why would you do that?
Because some of those individuals work in medical examiners' offices, and I want to confirm that everything that I know and everything that I'm seeing, that there's not evidence against that.
So I'll go now to the third finding with respect to the antemortem trauma to the nasal bone and the left maxilla. Does that remain your finding in this case to a reasonable degree of medical and scientific certainty?
Yes.
And then lastly, with respect to the fourth finding, the potential area of slight postmortem damage to the left lateral nasal aperture. Does that remain your finding in this case to a reasonable degree of medical and scientific certainty?
Yes, we did not show that or discuss that, but yes.
Yeah, we talked about the aperture though.
But we did not talk about the potential postmortem damage.
Oh, the postmortem. I'm sorry. You know what?
Sorry.
Let's do that now. Let me get out the picture of the nasal aperture. Sorry. Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 41. Tell me if this picture can be used to illustrate your fourth finding.
It's not the best one.
Let me get to the other one. 1 second.
Is it possible to use a figure from my report?
It is, yes.
That might be
Which
easier.
page?
No, it's just because I never see them, so there's no reason they have a mod here. That's the only reason why I would take it away. No, what? No one blocks anyone except Brandon, and that's by mistake.
Page 14 of 15.
Showing you page 14 of 15 of your report. Tell us what we're seeing there.
So in this figure, I'm documenting what I stated as potential postmortem damage. And Again, I had 432 photographs. Some of them were from the scene. And so from the scene photographs, I zoomed in really close to look at that nasal aperture to see what was there prior to anything happening. And you can notice on the left side of the maxilla is the area in question here. Can you delete that arrow? I'm sorry.
Don't be.
The nasal aperture, that rim around that hole, looks fairly continuous right there. That green arrow is pointing to where that antemortem fracture is on the left maxilla. This was another view over here from the scene, and again, you can see it's fairly continuous right here. Okay, we don't have a large gap there. And then this was a photograph from autopsy, at which point I noticed where that green arrow is down here at the bottom, that there's a small area of white on that fracture margin, on that nasal margin there. Color differentiation is one of the things we would use to look for postmortem damage, because if something happened more recently, it's not going to be stained from the decompositional processes and the environment. So that seemed questionable, which is why I went back to the original scene photos. You can also see that it's not as continuous. There's an angle there. Again, based on the photos, I didn't feel 100% saying that this is postmortem damage, which is why I put it as potential.
Could you circle the discoloration that you just
That makes sense.
talked about, just so the jurors know?
That makes a lot of sense.
And it's
It's a little washed out.
nothing further.
That was actually a really good point to end with, that the break that they said happened pre-mortem, post-mortem, at the time of the death, there was a big discoloration. So yeah, it must have been snapped off after she died, because otherwise it would have the same staining. That's a really good point to leave it off with.
Mhm.
Color differentiation is racist. No, it's not. It's acceptable to have different colors. It's not racist to have different colors. It's racist to say if you have different colors, that's a negative. And I say it's a positive to have different colors, at least for the defense. My father had a human skull as a mascot in his archery club. It's not as fun looking at skulls as you think it is. They're not cute. Let's get to Chi-Chi head. No, Monchichi.
Prosecutor Monchichi, here we go.
Prosecutor Monchichi will rip this expert a new one.
Yeah, can't wait.
Clear question.
Good afternoon.
I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. If I ask you a question, you're not sure what I mean, please stop me. I want to make sure that we're asking clear questions, getting clear answers. Fair enough?
Understood.
All right. So I want to start with, you termed it, when defense counsel asked you if you did an analysis in this case, you sort of stopped. Is that fair?
Well, I analyzed the reports.
When the word analysis was used, you said, well, hold on, it was really a case review. Is that correct?
Correct, because I wanted to specify.
And so you, in this case, did not do what, when you had listed on your resume as full forensic analyses, forensic anthropological analyses. This is not one of those.
Correct.
This will go under the case review part of your resume.
Correct.
And so as a result, you never looked at the bones yourself in this case, correct?
Correct.
And so what you did is reviewed the other reports that you talked about, correct?
Correct.
That's a cancer. No, we didn't use cancer in the service.
And you reviewed the photographs that were provided, correct?
Correct.
But you yourself did not do an analysis of the bones.
Correct.
And so your report then, in part, is a criticism of some of the ways that Dr. Agnew wrote her report, right?
Not just the ways, but the conclusions based on the photographs.
So we'll get to the conclusions, but I want to talk first. You talked about criticizing the way that, for example, the age range was written, correct?
Correct.
Now, we're here talking about injuries to the neck and injuries to the face. We're going to talk about those two topics. But would you agree with me that an age range of this skeleton has nothing to do with those two things, right?
It does not have to do with the trauma, correct.
And so whether or not she used one standard deviation or two standard deviations, that doesn't affect in any way your conclusions about the types of trauma that were seen in the skeleton, correct?
Correct.
Same thing with regard to toes being missing. Whether or not they documented what toes were where, that has nothing to do with your conclusions about the trauma with regard to the neck of the face, correct?
Correct.
Same thing with regard to the discrepancy in what teeth were present. Whether or not one molar went here, one molar was in the dirt, one molar went for DNA, that again has no impact whatsoever on your opinions on the trauma to the neck and face, correct?
Correct.
Same thing with regard to the lack of a pre-processing photo of the thyroid. Because even without that, you concluded that there was perimortem trauma to the greater horns of the thyroid, correct?
Correct. There's anthropologically perimortem trauma.
Same with regard to the potential area of postmortem, I'm going to call it eye socket because I don't have a clue what the word was you used. The postmortem eye socket damage.
The lacrimal. Correct.
Lacrimal. Whack-a-mole, put it down as that. The eye socket damage, that again has nothing to do with your ability to conclude about the damage to the neck and to the face.
Correct.
So fair to say that a large portion of your report disputing some of the ways that Ohio State documented things really has nothing to do with the reasons why we're here today, right?
Well, the reason why I'm here is because I was asked to review these reports, and I was asked to review them in whole. So that's what I did.
That's fair. Let me ask it a different way. What's important for the jury to determine is what injuries are present in the neck and face. Would you agree with that?
I don't know that I can say.
Jury determines credibility, which these things all go through.
You can go ahead and answer your question. I mean, you go ask the question. She'll answer the question.
The most important detail out of the anthropological analysis is the damage or lack of damage to the neck and face. Would you agree with that?
I hesitate because I'm not familiar with the entire case. And so I don't know what other aspects of the case there are and whether some of the things would be relevant in my report.
You would agree with me that you wrote a 4-bullet-point summary of your important findings, right?
Correct.
You would agree with me, number of teeth not matching up isn't in the 4 bullet points of the summary that's important.
Correct.
Same question with regard to where the toes are, right? Not in the summary.
Correct.
So when you wrote your report, you knew that the important parts that we're talking about are injury or lack of injury to the neck and face, correct?
Correct. Those had the highest implications or impacts.
All right. And those other things that you talked about, your criticisms of Ohio State's report or potentially their processes, don't impact your opinion with regard to the trauma to the neck and face, correct?
Correct.
All right. So let's focus on the things that are important. You would agree with me that accuracy is important, right?
Correct.
That words matter, correct?
Correct.
I want to talk first in this bullet point, number 2. You wrote in your summary, bullet point number 2, that there is no evidence of perimortem fractures to the craniofacial region. Is that what you wrote?
Correct.
No evidence is the phrase.
Correct.
I'm going to show you the bottom. Go to
What the hell is that?
top of page 2. I'm going to start with the materials and through maxilla. Can you read that sentence for us?
The materials I reviewed support the perimortem fractures to the laryngeal structures, hyoid and thyroid, but I did not observe evidence of definitive perimortem trauma to the nasals or left maxilla.
Evidence of definitive perimortem trauma, right?
Correct.
Top of page 4 of your report. Second sentence there, starting with reviewing. What's that say?
Reviewing the case photographs, I do not observe any definitive perimortem trauma to either nasals or maxillae, discussed further below.
Again, no evidence of definitive perimortem trauma, right?
Correct.
With regard to the bottom of page 6, when you are summarizing your findings, you'd agree with me again, you find no definitive evidence of perimortem trauma, right?
Correct.
So your opinion, the text of your opinion, talks about whether or not there's definitive evidence of it, right?
Correct.
Not that there is a possibility of that evidence, right?
I didn't state anywhere that there is questionable fractures.
You would agree with me that the only place in your report in which you put no evidence, as in no evidence whatsoever, is in the summary on the first page, right?
Sure.
Everywhere else, there's that modifier. It hedges a little bit to say no definitive evidence, right?
Sure.
Now, you would agree with me that a two-dimensional picture does not capture all of the features that you can see on an actual bone, right?
I hesitate because I'm not sure what's meant by all the features.
Is looking at a picture the same thing as looking at a bone?
A picture is two-dimensional, a bone is three-dimensional.
Can you take a picture, digital or otherwise, turn it, look at it at a different angle, look at it under different lights?
I mean, you could look at it at different angles and lights,
But that doesn't change what's on the picture, right?
unless you have bad lighting. Yeah,
That doesn't change what you can see on the bone in that picture, right?
correct.
If you had an actual bone and you couldn't see something as well, you could turn it, put a different light source on it, look at it a different way, and maybe you'll be able to see something that's not captured in that two-dimensional photo, right?
Correct.
So you would agree with me that a person who looks at the actual bone, who has the opportunity to do that, is in a better position to make a judgment about what's on that bone than someone who just looks at pictures, right?
It is ideal to be able to look at the remains.
So that person is in a better position than someone who's just looking at a picture, right?
It depends on that person.
I understand. I'm not talking about the quality of the person, the quality of review. I'm saying two situations. Either you are looking at pictures or you are looking at the actual bones. Which is better?
I would prefer the actual bones.
Because that's the best practice in your profession, correct?
Correct, when possible.
And so, in this case, you did a case review looking at the photographs that were taken of the bone.
But his experts did the same. They relied on the eyewitness from the one who had the bones, but they just looked at pictures as well.
Yeah. He's an idiot.
Mm.
He
Is
just,
Katie still here?
yeah.
That blonde lady in the seat should stop dyeing her roots dark. Isn't it the other way around, Jamie?
Yeah, either the dye job was crappy in the first place, or she's just letting her hair grow out.
I don't know. That's why we have Jamie here.
Unless she dyes them dark, and that would be stupid, because
Yeah.
you don't do it right, it just looks like you have grow out.
Yeah, it looks like you have a cheap grow out.
Hmm.
Wait, his argument is that she's less credible because she looked at pictures. Didn't the expert look at pictures? Exactly. Yes.
Yeah,
exactly.
that's what he's trying to say.
Yeah. Maybe. He seems to keep her on the stand for quite a while, so mine looked like that because I'm lazy.
Yeah, I dye my hair dark, so my grow out looks like nothing. It looks like my regular hair.
Yeah, I need to get some my highlights in.
Mhm. Get yourself some Just for Men.
No, I'm gonna go get some. You know that. Psst, 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 psst,
Oh, sun in?
yeah,
You spray
some
sun
sun in.
in your hair?
Yeah. I'll need some sun in.
Correct?
Correct.
And in looking at those photographs, you believed that the photographs did not definitively support the conclusions of the person who looked at the bones, right?
Correct.
And yet, despite that, you did not ask if you could see the bones. Correct?
Correct.
You never made any effort to attempt to examine the actual source material that you're talking about today, the bones themselves.
Not. I would disagree with that statement.
Source material is a part of your objection, right? You looked at photographs.
No, that's
of
not
the
part
source
of my
material.
objection.
All right.
I did at some point agree to go look at the remains about 2 weeks ago.
Oh, okay, that's perfect. That's good. So you authored your report September 21st of 2021.
Correct.
So you got engaged to participate in this case on behalf, to write a report on behalf of the defense on September 3rd, right?
Correct.
And between September 3rd and September 21st, you reviewed photographs, correct?
Correct.
You determined that you believed, based on what you saw in the photographs, didn't match the conclusions with regard to the nose of Dr. Agnew, right?
Correct.
And yet you made no effort before authoring your report to see if you could look at the bones themselves, right?
Correct.
And so you also testified on direct that there were things in the report about the process. I think rehydration was the word that you'd never heard of before, right?
Correct. I had not heard of it as a process, as a term.
So surely then you picked up the phone and called and said, "What is this?"
To who?
The person who wrote the report?
I don't believe that would be appropriate.
Send an email to say, "What is the process that was going on here?"
When defense has asked me to review reports of an individual, no.
So if there's a report that's unclear,
She's reviewing the report. You didn't have Dr. Wolf call up Welcher and said, "Are you really this stupid?" Because you hide it for the courtroom to show this is based on bullshit. This is stupid, Jamie. I know you love your
Yeah.
chia pet, but
I don't love the Monchichi prosecutor. But yeah, that's a dumb thing. Like, why would I call up the prosecutor's witnesses and say, "What are you doing here? What's this mean?" Because they wrote it out. It should be written out so if somebody reads it, they're able to interpret it, right?
yeah, because they should be able to replicate it. It should be standard procedures, and if they don't go by standard procedures, they should clearly write down, just like when you did physics or chemistry back in school. One pipette of this, 2 pipettes of that, and so everyone could do it again, and you can follow it and say, "This is where you made your mistake."
Exactly.
Yeah, and what trial does the witness reach out to the medical examiner? No trial.
clear to you, you just write a report that says this is unclear. You don't make any effort to try to clear it up.
No,
Whoever
it's not a job.
requested the report would have the report that says, I cannot make this determination from there, and it is their decision then to decide whether to send me the bones so that I can make that decision, if they're available.
You said you were able to listen to a portion of Dr. Agnew's testimony, correct?
Correct.
Did you hear Dr. Agnew testify about the procedures and processes they used to deflesh the bones?
I honestly can't recall.
Okay, so you have no idea if what she testified to fixes some of the concerns that you raised in your report.
I base my concerns off of her report.
I understand. And so what your conclusion was that the written report wasn't clear.
No,
It didn't have a time frame on it, so it wasn't clear how long the time frame was, right?
correct.
So that part wasn't clear. You didn't hear the testimony, I don't know, maybe it was only yesterday. You didn't hear the testimony yesterday, the day before, about how long any of those processes actually took place.
I don't recall.
Okay. Now,
Anime, it's her earbuds that make that sound.
even after you authored your report in September of 2021, you still never asked anything about seeing the bones until you said 2 weeks ago.
Correct, and I still didn't ask.
Okay. I want to talk about trauma mechanisms. Generally speaking, in forensic anthropology, you're able to classify trauma mechanisms into a couple different categories. Is that right?
Correct, we will talk about the type of trauma.
And so you'll talk about a high velocity projectile type of trauma, right?
Correct,
Gunshot.
correct,
You'll talk about sharp force trauma, correct?
correct,
Knife, something with a sharp edge, that type of thing, right?
correct.
You talk about thermal trauma, right?
Yes, or thermal modification, yes,
Yeah, oh, thank you. Thermal modification, and that's burning, right?
correct,
And then you have the category of blunt force trauma, is that right?
correct.
And so, generally speaking, when you are looking at a trauma mechanism, what you can do is classify that trauma into one of those 4 things, right?
As far as the trauma type, yes,
Okay. And so, you would agree with me that the only thing that's at issue in this case is blunt force trauma.
correct,
And so, there wasn't any signs of gunshots or stab wounds or anything else. We're talking about blunt force trauma. Right?
correct.
But you don't stop at classifying this as blunt force trauma. You go on to opine about a certain type of blunt force trauma, correct?
I interpreted the trauma.
And so that being hanging, correct?
No,
You said that you can't rule out hanging as the trauma
Interesting. Alan Jackson is withdrawn from the Rayner case. Interesting.
mechanism in this case, correct?
That you cannot rule it out, correct.
Okay. So I want to make sure we understand each other. This is blunt force trauma to the neck.
Correct.
Hi, Jamie.
This is perimortem trauma to the hyoid bone, correct?
Anthropologically, correct.
Bilaterally, both sides.
Correct.
This is perimortem trauma to the thyroid cartilage, correct?
Anthropologically, correct.
Now, you testified on direct examination that you didn't see anything to rule out perimortem trauma to the thyroid cartilage, right?
Correct.
But that's not actually what your report says, is it?
The fact that I did not see anything to rule out, I didn't see any evidence that it was post-mortem or ante-mortem, went into my conclusion that it is anthropologically perimortem.
Okay, that's why I'm making sure we understand each other. So with regard to the hanging, your testimony is simply you can't rule out hanging as a mechanism.
Correct, as a direct refute in the reports.
With regard to the perimortem trauma to the thyroid cartilage, your testimony, your opinion is not just that you can't rule it out, but that it is, in fact, perimortem trauma, correct?
Correct, I would classify it as anthropologically perimortem.
Okay. So, despite any of your other criticisms of the manner in which Ohio State did or did not do certain things, you reached the exact same conclusion with regard to the trauma in the neck.
Yes.
Okay. Now, those neck structures, I'm going to talk about them. First, the hyoid. That is I think it's been described as a free-floating bone. Is that a fair characterization?
Correct.
The only bone in the human body that's not attached to another bone?
Correct.
It's just kind of sitting in there underneath your jaw.
Yep.
Okay. It is not connected to the greater horns of the thyroid cartilage, correct?
It depends on what you mean by connected.
Thank you. The bone itself on the hyoid is not connected to the bone of the thyroid cartilage.
There is no joint articulation there, correct.
And so I think he testified on direct that there's a ligament in between those two structures in the neck.
Correct.
Okay. So there is a distance between those two structures.
Typically, yes, correct.
Not typically, always. They are not combined. The bones are not resting on each other, correct?
There is not an articulation there, but I would never use the term always because there's human variation, and someone's might.
And so you picked out a couple of CT scan photos, right?
Correct.
Those CT scan photos, do you have any idea of the positioning of those individuals at the time that those CT scans were taken?
No.
So whether somebody was laying with their head back or whether they were leaning forward, you have no idea what the position of their neck was at the time those CT scans were taken?
No.
You included them in your report because you believed that the anatomical drawing might be misleading, right?
Correct.
Fair to say that those CT scans might be misleading in the other direction, showing them closer together than they would be if I was standing here with my neck just like this.
I guess by misleading, I meant that it's a drawing. It's not actual people.
Right. Just like the anatomical drawing of a skull that you used as part of your slide.
Correct. The one picture, yes.
One of those was an anatomical drawing.
Yes.
Okay. So
Again, the discoloration, but who would do that? That seems weird.
sometimes anatomical drawings are okay, sometimes they're misleading.
I don't understand. I would like the question clarified.
You believe that Dr. Spock's use of an anatomical drawing was misleading, but your use of an anatomical drawing was not misleading.
I
That's
put
what
it
your
alongside
opinion is.
4 photographs.
That was your opinion. Is that what you're saying? Is that those two situations are not the same?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you would agree with me that the fracture that occurred to the thyroid cartilage is not at the tip, correct?
It's at the base of the greater horn.
The base of the greater horn.
Sorry, the superior horn.
Superior meaning top.
Correct. Of the thyroid cartilage, correct.
Okay. So, not only is there a distance between the hyoid and the top of the thyroid cartilage, right?
Correct.
We also have to account for the distance between the hyoid and the distance down that thyroid cartilage to the place where the break is, right?
I don't know what you mean by have to account for, but if you're saying, is there a space? Yes.
Okay. And so anything that would have caused injury to both of those two structures at the same time would have to account for the distance between those two structures, right?
What do you mean by account for?
As in, if I have a thin cord,
Is he talking about that because because I'm lost, and again, if I don't understand it, neither will the common man or woman. But is he talking about that you have because you have the bone in there, and there's these two breaks that his expert said couldn't be done. Whoops, with one string. Is he trying to get her to say that the distance in here makes it impossible to have happened? Is that the thing he's asking right now? Because I don't get it. Whoopsie.
that isn't even as wide as the distance down the superior horn of the thyroid cartilage, that thin cord couldn't have fractured the hyoid and the thyroid cartilage at the same time. Does that make sense? Accounting for that distance.
Okay, so can you ask the question again then? Sorry.
So there is a distance between the hyoid and the thyroid cartilage itself.
Yes.
There is a further distance from the tip of the thyroid cartilage until the place in which it is fractured.
Correct.
And so if you are looking at something to suggest that it would have fractured both the hyoid and the thyroid cartilage at the same time, that object or item or whatever must account for the distance between those two fractures.
No, it doesn't have to be the distance of those fractures.
If the ligature is too small to be touching both of those structures at the same time, then it cannot be the cause of both injuries simultaneously.
I disagree.
I want to talk about hanging. You have indicated that hanging cannot be ruled out as a possible mechanism to these fractures, right?
Correct.
You are indicating that, let me just ask it this way. Is that because a hanging somewhere in the universe of hangings has caused the 4 fractures?
Partly yes.
It is not that the factors present in this hanging, alleged hanging, show that it can't be ruled out.
Every case is unique.
Let's talk about that. You, in your study, in your report, excuse me, case review report, talk about hanging on the bottom of page 5, top of page 6. Is that right?
I talk about the review of the literature regarding hanging. Correct.
And in your review of the literature, I don't remember what mark that is. The Zakova. The study that you cited, correct?
Correct.
And this is, if we just refer to this as the Zatkova study, is that a good way to refer to it?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the Zatkova study was a study of 178 autopsies of suicidal hangings over a 3-year period, correct?
Correct.
And so they were doing their own autopsies and looking themselves at what injuries they were able to observe, correct?
Correct.
They also conducted a review of other literature regarding hangings and fractures, correct?
Correct.
And there's a large portion of this article that discusses what that other literature says.
Correct.
And in this study, the authors noted certain things that were statistically significant in determining whether or not there would be fractures, correct?
Correct.
And one of those things that they talked about being statistically significant is weight, correct?
I believe in the study weight was not, but weight when corrected for age was.
After age correction, the chi-square test for 4-pole pivot tables confirmed a significant association between the weights of the victims and the incidence of laryngohyoid fractures, correct?
Correct.
So weight was one of the factors that is statistically significant in whether or not you're going to see fractures.
Corrected for age of their study.
Corrected
yes.
for age. Additionally, the location of the knot is statistically significant for whether or not you're going to see fractures, correct?
In their study, correct.
And where was the knot in this case?
I don't know.
So you don't know whether there was a knot or if there was one, where it was.
I could not see the knot clearly, or I could not see a knot clearly in the photos.
Okay. You would agree with me, though, that's statistically significant in determining whether or not there's going to be fractures.
No.
Yes, it is one of the contributing factors.
But your expert doesn't know that either.
And we'll show that again here on 3.6. The chi-square test identified a significant relationship between the location of the knot on the neck and the occurrence of laryngohyoid fractures, right?
Correct.
So weight adjusted by age, location of the knot. Two things that are statistically significant in figuring out whether there's going to be fractures.
In the study, correct.
The authors also discussed that hanging is not the only cause of laryngohyoid fractures, right?
Yes.
In fact, in their study they noted strangulations, particularly throttling and homicidal ligature strangulation, are the most common cause of laryngohyoid fractures, correct?
Can you point on there exactly where?
Oh, sure, I'm sorry. Right there.
Correct.
So, and throttling is a physical, an assaultive strangulation, not a suicidal strangulation, right?
Correct.
And so that act is the most common cause of laryngohyoid fractures, correct?
Correct.
Now,
Remember an hour ago where I said the defense really should make this clearer? I retract that because this guy is making it even less clear than it was before.
their review of the other literature is presented in tables like this, right?
Correct.
And these tables indicate the number of people involved or cases involved in a study, right?
This table indicates all the other studies that they reviewed as part of their paper.
And so in this column here, that was not a very good circle, there's an N. That's the number of cases that were looked at in those studies, correct?
Correct.
We then go over and we have an IH. That means an isolated hyoid fracture, correct?
Correct.
We then go over the next one, and there's IT, and that's an isolated thyroid fracture, correct?
Correct.
Then we have a column for H and T. That means they had hyoid and thyroid fractures, correct?
Correct.
And then we have a column for H and or T, so just meaning there's at least one to either one of those structures, correct?
Correct.
Nowhere in this table do they talk about the quadruple fracture pattern, correct?
Correct.
And so all this H and T column says is that there were fractures to each structure, but it does not indicate if those fractures were bilateral, as in on both sides.
Correct. It doesn't specify.
So none of these studies in this table specifically talk about quadruple fracture patterns. You have no way to tell what's in it.
Correct.
Table 6, and this goes on again for both, goes on the top of the next page too. This table suffers from the exact same problem as table 5 that we just talked about, right?
Correct. The difference is this one is retrospective studies.
Right, so this is looking back at past cases rather than doing autopsies and looking at what's there.
Correct.
And so, once again though, in this set of literature, it does not specify in any place if we're dealing with a quadruple fracture pattern.
It doesn't specify that they're bilateral hyoid and thyroid fractures.
And so, just so we understand each other, if I say a quadruple pattern, that's what I mean. 2 fractures of the hyoid, 2 fractures of the thyroid cartilage.
Understood.
So, it doesn't specify if any of those cases
Correct.
are in there. Okay. So, in the Zadakova study, they did actually break out when there was this quadruple fracture pattern. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And I'll show you that. So you're on table 2. Nope, yep, still the same as you. Yes, sir. So here, the authors of this study have broken down isolated fractures, right greater horn, left greater horn, superior horns, all the way down until you get to the bottom here. Correct?
Correct.
And that's bilateral greater horn. So BSH, both superior horns of the thyroid cartilage, and BGH, both greater horns of the hyoid bone.
Correct.
And so what they found in this study is 6 instances out of 129 hangings that they studied.
It was out of 178, actually.
I'm sorry, 178 total, thank you. 129 that had fractures of any kind.
Correct.
So 178 cases, 6 instances of that quadruple fracture pattern, right?
Correct.
And that was 3.4% of the cases in their study.
Correct.
And it's upon this piece of literature that you cited in your report to say that this same fracture pattern observed in Ms. Noble's case can occur in a suicidal hanging, right?
Correct.
But you didn't just rely on what was written in the study, did you? In order to reach that conclusion?
No.
You actually emailed the author of the study, correct?
I did.
And
Why was she so happy that she wrote an email? Whenever I tell Marissa to write an email, she always says, "New phone, who dat?"
you asked the author of the study to tell you how many of those were incomplete hangings.
That is correct.
And that's because you thought it would be important to know the difference between whether the quadruple fracture pattern was in a complete hanging or an incomplete hanging, right?
That was because of Dr. Smock's reliance on the partial hanging, so I wanted supporting evidence to refute that.
And so you thought that you wanted to know how many of those were incomplete hangings, right?
Correct.
Mark,
It is my email correspondence. Yes.
generally speaking, can you tell the jury what it is?
It is my email correspondence to the author and their reply.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the entire correspondence that you had with the author of the study?
Yes.
This time I asked to post these to 166.
No objection.
Your email to one of the authors appears at the bottom of the first page, is that right?
Correct.
With the signature line continuing on to the second page?
Correct.
And you asked how many of the cases in that study that had the bilateral fracture of the hyoid and bilateral fracture of the thyroid cartilage, asked if they were incomplete hangings, correct?
Correct.
And you received a response, correct?
Correct.
And due to that response, you wrote in your report, although it is not stated in the article, email correspondence with the authors revealed that 50% of those quadruple fractures were in cases of incomplete hanging, right?
Correct.
But that wasn't all that one of the authors of the study told you about those cases, was it?
No.
In fact, he indicated that 3 of the 6 cases were incomplete hangings, which you put in your report, correct?
Correct.
But he also told you that they were all males, correct?
Correct.
And he also told you that 2 of them were a bit overweight, correct?
Correct.
And then included their weight as being 110 kilograms, right?
Correct.
And you agree with me that 110 kilograms is 242 pounds.
I'll take your word for it.
It's not 110 pounds.
Correct.
We're talking about quite a significant bigger weight than that. We're talking kilograms of pounds.
Correct.
And so you know from reading the Zadakova study that age-adjusted weight is a statistically significant factor in whether or not there's going to be fractures, right?
Correct, in that study.
And yet, when you wrote your summary, your case review report, you only indicated that 3 out of the 6 were incomplete hangings, right?
Correct.
You didn't know anything in your report that the author of the study told you specifically that 2 of those 3 were overweight, right?
Correct.
The author of the study didn't just stop there, though. He included the entire data set from their study, correct?
They did.
Gave you a spreadsheet that laid out their cases and their findings.
Correct.
And hand you Western March States Exhibit 167. Take one, flip that over. Do you recognize that?
It appears to be a subset of that data, including only the individuals with the bilateral hyoid and bilateral thyroid fractures.
And in the study, there were 6 such cases,
Correct.
and that is reflective of those 6 cases.
Correct.
Now the time has to publish Exhibit 167. Okay. The authors of this study from the Czech Republic, is that right?
Correct.
So fair to say some of the headings here are not in English.
Correct.
I'll walk through some of the things that are on this data set. Let's start with first column, sex, M. That indicates that all 6 of the individuals that had the quadruple fracture pattern were male, correct?
Correct.
The next,
You could turn it around and say, yeah, she didn't have the weight to do it, but again, she had a fragile body, and it would probably be easier for the cord to touch the thyroid bone.
line is age, or excuse me, not line, column
Correct.
is age. Those are the ages of these individuals who had the quadruple fracture pattern.
Correct.
Next is their weight in kilograms, is that correct?
Correct.
And so, that column under a word that begins with H, that was their weight in kilograms, correct?
Correct.
And so, well, let's keep going. We'll come back in a minute. Next is TIP, TYP, and then there's a couple of different numbers underneath that. See that?
Correct.
Do you know what those mean?
They refer to the knot position in the ligature.
And so, you'd agree with me that 3 is a right lateral knot.
I have to refer back to see what number is what.
And we'll do that together here. I put it up here for you.
That would be great.
This is on the second page of the exhibit. The heading 2.
So yes, 3 is a right lateral hanging.
3 is right lateral.
Correct.
And 4 is left lateral.
Correct.
So 3 and 4 are going to be on the sides.
Correct.
1 and 2 is posterior and anterior. So those are going to be front and back.
1 is posterior, 2 is anterior. Correct.
And then, while we're here, before we go back to the spreadsheet, A is going to be complete hangings, complete suspension, right?
Correct.
And B is going to be incomplete suspension, correct?
Correct.
So let's look at these again. The first one, case number 49, a male, 37 years of age, 242 pounds approximately, right?
Okay.
Right lateral knot, incomplete hanging.
Correct.
That individual is dissimilar from Emily Noble, correct?
Doesn't match the demographics, yes.
Dissimilar because it's a male, not a female, right?
Correct.
Dissimilar because it's someone who weighs 242 pounds instead of 95 pounds, right?
Okay, yes.
Dissimilar because there is a knot in the right lateral position, correct?
Since I could not view the knot with all the hair and stuff, I can't say yes or no.
Okay. So you can't say, we'll make this easier so we don't have to do it every time. You can't say on any of these whether or not the position of the knot is the same or similar to what Emily Noble had.
Correct.
Okay. So, this individual is dissimilar at least due to weight, by more than double her weight, correct?
You said this individual or
So this
these
individual,
individuals? This, okay, yes.
the first one, 40.
But he also has a male's ligature and bone density. She has a female's ligature and bone density, plus she has osteoporosis, which would make her bone density even weaker.
Yes,
Okay. Let's talk about 52. Again, we've got a male, correct?
correct,
We've got somebody who weighs 242 pounds, correct?
correct,
And we have someone who is a complete hang, correct?
correct,
So again, this individual is dissimilar from Emily Noble by weight, correct?
correct. Sorry, yeah,
Again,
that was a
more,
question.
more than almost 2.5 times her weight, correct?
Correct,
And a complete hanging, correct?
correct.
The next individual, number 60. Here we have an individual who weighs 138 pounds.
I can't do kilograms to pounds on top of my head, so I will take your word on that.
2.2
And we have a
pounds per
complete
kilo.
hanging, correct?
Correct,
So again, we have an individual who weighs 30 to 40 pounds more than Emily Noble, correct?
correct,
And the position of the hanging being complete is dissimilar, correct?
correct,
Next line, number 84. Here we have, again, another male, correct?
correct,
Again, somebody who's noted as weighing 242 pounds, correct?
correct,
And an individual who is indicated to be an incomplete hanging, correct?
correct,
So far we've talked about 2 incomplete hangings, right?
correct,
49 and 84, correct?
correct,
Both of those being individuals who are noted to weigh more than 240 pounds, correct?
correct,
Again, number 84, dissimilar from Emily Noble in those characteristics, correct?
correct,
Then we have number 98. We've got a male again, correct?
correct.
This time 198 pounds
Sounds right?
and a complete hang, correct?
Correct,
So again, we're dealing with someone who is dissimilar because of weight, correct?
correct,
And dissimilar because of the type of hanging, correct?
correct,
Setting aside that there may also be dissimilarities with regard to the knot, right?
correct,
And then we have 130. Another male,
correct.
171 pounds
Again, I'll take your word for that.
and an incomplete hang, correct?
Correct,
Again, we're talking about an individual who weighs 70 or 80 pounds more than Emily Noble weighed, correct?
I don't know that I knew Emily Noble's weight.
Okay.
Is it in Dr. Smock's report, her weight?
I'm sure it's in some of the materials you review, but if you don't recall it off the top of your head, that's fine.
I don't recall seeing her weight.
Okay. Just as a means of simple math, 171 pounds is 70 more pounds than 100.
Correct.
Okay. Now, ma'am,
What?
those factors that we talk about in your own study are statistically significant to whether or not we're going to see fractures, right?
It's not my own study.
I'm sorry, the study
In
you-
this study?
The study that you
Correct.
cited.
Correct.
The one you chose because you believed it supported your conclusion, right?
In their data, they also review a number of articles that some show weight is significant, some show weight is not significant.
It seems the reason why Alan Jackson is withdrawn is it's supposed to enter a plea with Nick Rayner, it seems like.
That wasn't my question.
Okay.
My question is, you picked that study because you believed it supported your position that hanging could not be ruled out in this case.
Correct, based on the fracture pattern. Correct.
And you agree with me that that fracture pattern was only present in 3.4% of the cases that they reviewed themselves, that they performed their own autopsies, right?
Correct.
And that of those 6 cases, all of them are dissimilar from Emily Noble, right?
Correct.
Also in that study, I'm going to turn to page 80, as it's labeled in the top right.
Yes.
And so again, in the Zadapkova study, they said, in reviewing other literature, in a retrospective study comprising 632 Foley autopsy cases of hanging, Tugalev et al. Failed to identify laryngeal and hyoid fractures in individuals lighter than 50 kilograms, right?
Yes.
50 kilograms being roughly 110 pounds.
Yes.
So in the Zadapkova study, they cite to another study that said there were no fractures in individuals under 110 pounds.
Correct.
But does that appear to be the Tugulev study that was referenced in the Zadkova study?
Correct.
So I'm going to put up what's marked in the top left is page 1502 in that particular study. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
And because I've got a different copy of it, can you confirm that what I've handed you as Exhibit 168 is the same thing that's up on the other?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that Table 3 talks about the distribution of fractures by weight, correct?
Correct.
And that this isn't talking about quadruple fracture or fracture of both structures. It's talking about any fractures whatsoever, right?
Correct.
And so in this study, you cited Zadkova to support your conclusion. Zadkova cites this study in their study, correct?
Correct.
And this study says in individuals under 110 pounds, there wasn't a single fracture of any kind.
In their study, correct.
Not a one.
Correct.
Oh, shit. I did it again. That's not what I'm going to do.
That hanging could not be ruled out because you believed it supported your position is
Correct.
and dissimilar because of the type of hanging, correct? Correct. Are you subset of, so we have all hangings.
Yes.
We have complete hangings, which means no part of the person is touching the ground. They're completely suspended. Then we have incomplete hangings, where something is touching the ground.
Correct.
Are you aware of any studies that discuss the differences in types of incomplete hanging? Not as incomplete versus complete, but within this subset of what is an incomplete hanging.
Not that I recall.
Just immediately. Have you had a chance to at least look at the summary of what the study's about?
Correct.
And would you agree with me that it is entitled The Pathology of Hanging Deaths in Western Australia?
Correct.
And what I want to, this study was about a prospective study of 233 fatalities due to hanging in Western Australia. Is that what it reflects in the summary? And would you agree with me that on Table 1 on the second page of that exhibit is a table sorting out different types of incomplete hanging?
Correct.
Yeah, he's trying to say there's no medical literature supporting her claims. I get that part. But I would rather discuss my dead mother's menstrual cycle than listen to this idiot.
As to publish that second page of Stays at 169 of the jury?
No, sir.
Doctor, I want to, again, here talk about Table 1. That's labeled as correlation of injuries to the neck structures with the type of suspension. Is that the heading of that table?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that that table breaks down not only incomplete and complete, but breaks out those subsets of incomplete hanging that we're talking about, right?
Correct.
You would agree with me that the first row there is talking about individuals who were in a standing position, correct?
Correct.
And in a standing position, they indicated 26 instances of fractured thyroid cartilage, right?
Correct.
10 instances of a fractured hyoid bone, right?
Correct.
And 3 instances of both, correct? Again, unfortunately, it doesn't tell us whether it's bilateral to both structures, so that we have 4, but we know we at least have some fracture to each one of those 2 structures.
Correct.
Going on to the next row of kneeling, they had 23 instances of kneeling in this study, correct?
Correct.
They noted 5 instances of a fractured thyroid cartilage, correct?
Correct.
And no instances of a hyoid bone fracture, correct?
Correct.
And consequently, no instances of both a hyoid and a thyroid fracture, correct?
Correct.
And as a matter of fact, the only incomplete hanging that showed any fracture of the hyoid bone was in individuals that were standing, correct?
No.
Of incomplete
Incorrect.
hangings.
Incorrect.
Of incomplete hangings.
Incorrect. There's a column, the third column says both, and there's a 1 under sitting for both.
That's true. I'm not entirely sure why. It doesn't make sense when there's not a 1 in hyoid bone.
I would imagine that the first column is thyroid cartilage only, hyoid bone only, and then both, so that the data is not doubled up
Gotcha.
in them.
So one instance in somebody who was not standing with a hyoid fracture.
Correct.
But again,
yes.
not with regard to anyone who was in a kneeling position.
Correct. Correct. Correct.
And Table 1 discusses fractures by age, correct?
Correct.
Would it surprise you to learn that this same document was shown to Dr. Smock when he testified?
No,
Did you happen to hear that
I
testimony?
did not.
Dr. Smock indicated that this study is meaningless when compared to Emily Noble.
When compared to what? I'm sorry.
When compared to Emily Noble's situation, the situation why we're here, right? You agree with me that this table does not say a single thing about the weight of those individuals.
Correct.
You would agree with me that this table doesn't say a single thing about whether it was a complete or incomplete hanging, correct?
Correct.
You would agree with me that this table doesn't say a single thing about whether there was a knot or was not a knot and where the knot was.
Correct.
So this table that only talks about age ignores those other factors that you've agreed are statistically significant for whether you're going to see fractures, right?
I agree that the article you presented had a statistically significant.
The article that you cited in support of your position said it was statistically significant, correct?
Correct. One of the articles I cited. Correct.
I didn't choose this article, you chose it.
Correct.
And you believed, based on your reading of that article, that it supported your position.
That the bilateral hyoid and fracture and thyroid fractures can occur in an incomplete hanging. Correct.
And so that's what I really want to make sure the jury understands. What that sentence that you just said means is just that theoretically those 4 fractures can occur from a hanging, right?
Correct.
That statement does not mean that those fractures occurred to Emily Noble because of a hanging, right?
I'm just saying it can't be ruled out. Correct.
Well, you're saying it can't be ruled out because, in general, a 200-pound man could have had that fracture pattern from a hanging, right?
Along with my knowledge, yes.
And there's not a single thing that you've been able to point to that talks about that fracture pattern occurring in a 100-pound female, right?
Correct.
And in fact, the study you chose to cite in your report cites another study that says there's no fractures of any kind under 110 pounds, right?
Correct.
One moment. But, and what's the rate at which you're being compensated hourly for this?
For testimony and trial, it's $300 an hour while I'm testifying.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Can I have those exhibits, please?
Put those up there.
This is 6. Do you see that?
Correct.
And I'll call it the Z study that you cite in your report. Is dated what?
2018.
Tell us how technology has evolved from 1996 to 2018 in terms of what researchers and people in science like yourself can see and now know. What's changed from 96 to 2018?
Well, one of the things that the Zadapkova et al. Article brings up in their long table of all the reviews of studies is that they ordered them by percentage of fractures for the hyoid and thyroid card for lowest to greatest. And they indicate in there how the top half with the lowest amount of fractures occurring in the hangings were the older articles, and the bottom half was the newer articles. Because procedures have changed, we have better imaging, we have CT scans, doing more detailed dissections of those structures, and are doing more prospective studies, so studies that are actually designed to look for these things.
And between the study in 18, obviously 2018, we have my math is 22 years separate those two articles. Now I want to go back to Defendant's Exhibit QQ because so much of it was asked about weight. Would you agree with me that page 80 of that same study?
Can you remind me what study this one is?
Oh, the Zadap.
Okay.
How do I say it?
Zadapkova?
Zadapkova.
That's how I had pronounced it.
You were asked about. Let me scooch this up. This sentence right here with respect to 50 kilograms. Do you remember being asked about that sentence?
Yes.
I just want to go, though, right down to the highlighted point in that same paragraph. In contrast, what does that sentence say?
It says, in contrast, Luke et al. Demonstrated that laryngohyoid fractures were independent of height and weight in a prospective study of 61 hanging cases.
Is there seemingly disagreement in the field as to what is and isn't important considerations in research of this sort?
Absolutely. The Zadapkova article starts off by indicating they're doing this large review because it is so contradictory in the literature. You can see everything from laryngohyoid fractures happening in hangings from 0% to 100%, depending on the article that you look at.
And I know you've been asked about one of the articles within the Zadapkova article. If you recall, how many articles were reviewed by that 2018 study?
I would need to look at the article.
If I could approach, Your Honor.
Two tables, but they summarize them, where the table 6 lists 54 studies and table 5 lists 28. So 54 plus 28.
82. So you were asked on cross-examination about one of the studies contained therein, and there's 81 other studies that are encompassed in the 2018 Saratoga study.
You just said 82 and then 81. Or-
Because I'm taking out the one that
Oh, correct.
the stage is asked you about. I want to shift gears to a question you were asked about. Dr. Smock said that this study, marked as II, Defendant's Exhibit II, was quote-unquote meaningless. You recognize this study?
Yes,
And it is published in the American Journal of Forensic Medicine and Pathology.
correct.
Would you ever tell the jury, make the statement as a forensic anthropologist who's board certified, that any study published in the American Journal of Forensic Medicine and Pathology is quote-unquote meaningless?
Regardless of what journal was published in, I don't think I would use the term meaningless.
I want to just, for sake of completion, the exhibit you were shown is to the emails. Why did you reach out to the author of the study?
Because I was finding it difficult to find an article that specified the exact 4 fractures and had the incomplete hanging that was referenced in Dr. Smock's report.
And this email correspondence that you were given, it was attached to, if I may approach, Your Honor, a significant amount of data with respect to the...
Yes, they sent me their whole data file from their study.
If I can mark that as Defendant's Exhibit RR, the author actually sent you all of the data of the study, did he not?
Correct.
And does this appear to be a true and accurate copy of the data that was attached?
Yes, it prints weird because it's an Excel file.
This is the last page is marked. Thank you. This email correspondence is done on what date?
September 20th, 2021.
And what date is your report issued?
September 21st, 2021.
So before your report is issued, you are reaching out to authors of articles to get additional information.
Correct.
Let's talk about, let's talk about Dr. Smock's report. Do you recall at all any mention even of Emily's weight in Dr. Smock's report?
I do not recall.
Do you recall any mention of his findings with respect to the bilateral fractures being consistent with manual strangulation being based on her weight?
No.
Do you recall any of his findings and conclusions in his report being based on anything to do with Emily's weight?
I would want to reread. I don't recall. I don't believe so, but
And tell me this, then, with respect to Dr. Smock's, and I have this report if you'd like to refresh. Do you recall at all if he even cited one reference, one citation, one article, any literature to support what he wrote in Exhibit 148?
he did not.
Not one.
Not one.
Just another point about incomplete versus complete and weight. When I'm here on incomplete, my weight is supported by the ground. When I'm kneeling, is my weight supported by the ground?
Correct. It's going through your vertebral column and through your knees at that point.
And when I'm hanging in a complete suicide and the ligature is holding me up, there's nothing
Why
supporting
is
my
she
weight?
dancing?
The definition of a complete hanging would be full suspension.
And the weight of a person's skull, just variably, what can a skull weigh?
Generally reported to be 10 to 12, well, with the soft tissue and everything,
Yes.
10 to 12 pounds on average.
And if I'm 100 pounds, what might my skull weigh versus a 260-pound male?
I don't know that answer.
Okay. And so generally the weight of a skull is 10 to 12?
Correct.
You were
It's
asked
the skull with all the soft tissue, the head.
the head, 10 to 12 pounds. And if you recall, how is the head positioned in the photographs in this case?
I believe it's down and it's off to one of the sides
And it's
at the time of recovery.
Back and to the
You
right.
were asked about the word definitive.
Back and to
Correct.
the right.
As you use definitive,
in your line of work. Tell the jurors what it means.
Yeah, I'm getting bored.
So I do that frequently in my reports to say that there is no definitive evidence of trauma. Right? Any kind of perimortem evidence should be definitive if you're going to report it as perimortem evidence.
And so is the use of definitive inconsistent with your conclusion that there is no evidence of perimortem trauma on the nasal area?
No.
It is not.
No.
And explain to the jurors, you kept saying anthropologically post-perimortem trauma. What does that mean versus when you were asked just perimortem trauma?
I like to qualify that it's anthropologically, because I'm an anthropologist, and again, that time period where the bone will retain its fresh components is a much longer perimortem period than what's normally referred to by forensic pathologists with the soft tissue.
And that period, perimortem for forensic anthropologists is what?
It is when the bone continues to retain its fresh biomechanical properties.
You were asked the questions about the ligature.
I
that
think
it
she's
has to be as
maybe the only
large
witness
as
for
the
the
distance
defense.
between the hyoid and the thyroid cartilage. And you disagreed and you weren't asked why. Could you explain to the jurors why you disagreed with that statement?
Well, you have the hyoid and the thyroid cartilage, and you have a ligament attaching
some,
them.
honey
You
in
also
it.
have suprahyoid muscles and infrahyoid muscles. And with that hyoid bone being right there, if you were to press on the horns of the hyoid bone up here, you can create a fracture down there. You don't always get the fracture right where the force is being applied to.
And also, just so we're understanding distance, for a woman that would be 5 feet tall, if you could show with your fingers what might be the distance, and I understand every person is different, but just generally what might be the difference between the hyoid and the thyroid cartilage.
I don't think I'd be comfortable doing that. There's too
Okay.
much individual variation.
Okay, and obviously the variation, we have the size of the neck of individuals varies as well as the separation of those two areas.
Correct.
You were asked a lot of questions about the knot and studies that that talked about the knot. Were there any pictures in all of what you reviewed that actually showed the underneath when the ligature was still around her neck?
No.
The pictures, were there any pictures, they're all taken on, of her remains, were they just all taken on one day, that being September 16th?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase the question. Of all the photographs you saw from either the scene or the coroner's office, were you ever able to get a shot, or was there a photo that you saw that actually showed the ligature under her neck?
No.
One moment. You were asked about your conclusion with respect that the bilateral fractures, that given the bilateral fractures, so the hyoid and the thyroid, that a hanging could not be excluded.
Correct.
After all the cross-examination, hearing testimony, all the work that you've done in this case, which is in your report, your review, and even your own research, has your opinion in any way changed?
No.
Nothing further.
Dr. Garvin, I want to talk about Defendant Exhibit II for a moment. I guess I'll apologize to the authors of the study. Clearly, what I'm talking about, this article being meaningless.
I'm sorry, I don't know which article.
I'm sorry, let me give it back. That's a Defense Exhibit II, the one you were asked about, Dr. Smock calling it meaningless.
Correct.
You would agree with me that our role in this courtroom is for the jury to be able to determine the facts of what happened to Emily Noble, right?
Correct.
And that none of us in this courtroom care about a hypothetical discussion of whether or not any possible hanging can cause a quadruple fracture, right?
Incorrect.
What we're here about is whether this individual's injuries were caused by a hanging, right?
Correct, or in my case, could be caused by.
And so in Defense Exhibit II, it contains none of the factors beyond just saying age and fracture pattern, correct?
Correct.
And so it ignores the statistically significant factors that may differentiate those cases from Emily Noble.
Some studies find those factor significant, some studies don't.
Right.
So I'm not comfortable saying overall.
And would you mind telling the jury what year that study's from?
1996.
I hope the technology hasn't changed too much for that one, for Defense Exhibit II to still be used by the defense. Now, you testified that you've spent 50 hours reviewing materials, that kind of thing, right?
Yes.
If you had found a single instance in any of the literature of a 100-pound female incomplete hanging with that quadruple fracture pattern, you most certainly would have brought it to court with you, right?
Yes, I didn't know the weight, but yes.
The fact of the matter is, that literature doesn't exist, that you've been able to locate, right?
That I have been able to locate, correct.
And so what you did is write your report based on a study that has individuals that are not similarly situated to Emily Noble, right?
And the knowledge that there is not a specific fracture pattern to indicate that something has to be manual strangulation.
Are you familiar with the phrase garbage in, garbage out?
Yes.
No further questions.
Any questions jury may have for this witness? Write him now or forever hold your peace.
Haribo mag Kinder froh und Erwachsene.
Contact.
Why did you not review the bones in person?
I had, when I was contacted by the defense with these materials, I had assumed that the bones had been returned to the family and were interred or cremated at that time. It wasn't made aware to me until about 2 weeks ago, that the remains were still available.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to review Emily's medical history to see if she had any antemortem defects to her face or neck prior to the day she went missing?
I did get to review her medical history looking for fracture patterns. From the medical history, it noted the ankle fractures and then a fracture to the elbow, but that's all I saw within the records that were sent to me.
You emailed the author of one of the learned treatises and for more information. Why did you choose not to do that with Dr. Agnew regarding her findings or wording?
It would seem inappropriate when counsel is asking you to review materials for a report to then go to that person that you're reviewing the report and ask them for more information about that. You don't correspond with them. That would be something that would have to go through the counsel.
Do any of the studies, and we've talked about many learned treatises about hangings, include cases of incomplete hangings where the individual remained in the hanging position for an extended period of time, such as months?
Some of the studies noted that they actually excluded cases that were out for prolonged periods so that there's not any confounding factors, and others did not specify.
Are the bones of a slightly built woman more fragile than a very sturdy man?
That is difficult to answer. There's a lot of things that's going to go into whether your bones will fracture more than somebody else's. You could have a man and woman of the same size, but one has osteoporosis, or one has some metabolic disease or even activity. The more you do, your bones actually get thicker in response to the force, or even your activity differences. So you really can't say just because of body size that bones would be more fragile or not.
Is it possible that someone who started in a kneeling position over a significant period of time could end up sitting in terms of hanging?
I hesitate. I'm not sure if I should be answering this from a forensic anthropological sense of things. But anytime you have decomposition, that soft tissue that is originally there is going to disappear. So you're going to get a change in position with the decomposition that's occurring.
In a study where 3.4% suffered 4 fractures, were any of these cases identified or tested for bone mass density loss?
That was not in the study.
Is the integrity of bones degraded if submerged in hydrogen peroxide/water solution for up to 24 hours?
There aren't studies that tested the exact 1-to-1 ratio with 2% hydrogen peroxide for 24 hours as was used in this case. But multiple studies suggest that hydrogen peroxide, because of its destructive nature, should not be used in forensic cases. It's used when curating bones because if you're building a collection, you want less greasy and whiter remains. But in forensics, we try to do the minimal possible to be able to analyze the bones.
Would use of hydrogen peroxide solution potentially cause fractures in the neck?
I would say it would not cause fractures. It can change the bone density, but it wouldn't create. It's not applying a load or a force to create a fracture.
Could you or anyone see signs of plastic deformation on the nose in photos of Emily from May 24th? Photos of her on May 24th.
So, as a forensic anthropologist, I wouldn't be looking at making diagnoses off of her face. I don't know if I can speak to my observation in Smock's study as just a critical analytical person.
Go ahead and answer the question.
Okay. In the one image that is within Dr. Smock's report, to me it does look like there's deviation to the nose, but I don't have anything else to say to that.
Are you able to tell how long ago an ante-mortem nasal fracture occurred?
So you can't say specifically. Healing is going to vary. It's going to vary person to person, and it's going to vary on severity. It's going to vary on your health, and it's going to vary on your age. A lot of the studies looking at bone healing deal with infant abuse cases. And so we know as far as infant abuse cases, first of all, infants heal a lot faster than adults. In that healing process, the first time that you'd see gross macroscopic laying down of new bone would be at least 4 days, usually more like a week or 10 days. And that bone that's laid down is a woven bone. It's haphazard. Your body wants to stabilize that. So it just throws the bone down quickly, along with some cartilage, and then it goes back and remodels it to make it nice and smooth like the rest of the bone. The nasal images are all nice and smooth, and they're stable. They're on top of one another there. So I would say at least a couple weeks, but you really can't put an end range on that.
Changing gears again, what is age-adjusted weight?
So age-adjusted weight would mean that statistically they took out the influence of age first and then looked at weight of that individual.
And why is that necessary to know in an evaluation?
So the authors did not find that weight alone was a significant factor. They did find that age was a significant factor. So if they take into account age, a 62-year-old person of this and a 62-year-old person of that, would weight matter? And they did find in that one study a statistically significant influence.
Does the Z study, which you were reviewing, Exhibit QQ, include the thickness of the ligature in the data?
They don't in the data, but they do reference ligature thickness in parts of their review, indicating that rigid and narrower ligatures tended to cause more trauma.
Could the use of hydrogen peroxide on bones make peri-mortem damage appear to be post-mortem damage?
Could it create peri-mortem to look like post-mortem? Not that direction, but the other direction, right? Because post-mortem, you're looking at the color changes, and so if you bleach the bones, all of a sudden then those color changes are gone and you don't have that information. But I can't think of a way where it would make a peri-mortem fracture look post-mortem.
Thank you. Questions?
Nothing further.
Questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You are excused. Additionally, tomorrow as well, so we're going to take care of that council and the court need to deal with, which traditionally does not require your attention, so we're going to take care of it while you leave. And it may carry over into tomorrow as well, so we're going to start tomorrow at 9:30. I would probably ask that you try to get in by 9:50. Now, I would always, how would you like to proceed? You want to just go through each exhibit as the numbers come up and letters come up, and yours, if you'd like me to do that.
Yeah, and then honestly, the exhibits again, because we've had a lot of things where,
That's fair.
mark for identification or maybe not put the whole thing.
We'll do whatever. All right.
I mean, I understand that the court,
I know you want to get it on the record, so rather than have to keep you leashed up, go ahead.
pause and not respond to a leash shut comment.
Oh, you've been anxious to get this on the
Well,
record.
because
That's my
Judge,
comment.
it's actually not, this isn't about me just preserving the record. I mean, I understand Rule 29, giving that evidence in the light most favorable to the state. I think even there, it's still, we're looking at the elements of the offense, and one of the elements of the offense is intent. And I just think the record is completely replete with that. I do.
I'm sorry, on what?
On the issue of mens rea, of intent. I just don't, I mean, we have text messages that, by the testimony of the witnesses, never even say, I hate you, I want you dead. The worst is, if you want to divorce me, divorce me. And that's in December of 2019. I mean, we have testimony, certainly testimony as to what Matt Moore said. There's no confession. We have testimony which is corroborated by cell phone data that Emily was last seen on May 25th leaving for a walk. But I don't, even all the facts of the case, Your Honor, it's still looking in a light most favorable to the state. Where is the mens rea? And with respect to motive, I understand that they don't have to prove motive. I also understand that the absence of motive, how it can be used by a jury. So that's a separate argument. Where is the intent to kill? Where? And if they are going to stand up and say, Your Honor, the intent to kill is based on Dr. Smock's this finding that this is a manual strangulation, there is zero evidence connecting any manual strangulation to that. Zero. On its best day, there's zero. Forensics, eyewitnesses, cell, text messages, there's nothing. So I don't make the Rule 29 because I want to preserve my client's record for appeal. I in fact think we should never get to appeal because of the lack of the strength of the evidence in this case. But I really, the intent, that if you still have to look at each and every element at a Rule 29. Where is the intent to kill? And the felonious assent is cause or attempt to cause serious physical harm, as this court well knows, and I just say it to say it. Where is it cause or intent to cause? Where is it? Where if, let's just say that there's sufficient evidence of a manual strangulation based on Dr. Smock testimony alone. Oh, okay. Where is any evidence connecting this man to a manual strangulation? Literally saw videos of him. There's nothing on there. No eyewitness, no forensics, no trace, nothing. And so I usually actually make my Rule 29 more long and complicated, but I think with respect to the mens rea, there's nothing there. And in the absence of anything, it doesn't even get over the hurdle of when viewing the evidence in a light most favorable to the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. As the court is aware, this is charged as a murder case. It's not charged as an aggravated murder case with prior calculation and design, which is what defense counsel is requesting basically in an argument regarding intent. But Your Honor, you have to go through and think about what every single witness told you. But you have to take what they told you in the context and the inconsistencies with what the defendant told officers in his interviews, and he is the last person to see Emily alive. And that should weigh heavily. And we know that
The neighbor was the last one to see her alive.
because of his statements. And when you talk about intent, Your Honor, the law and even the jury instructions say...
But don't we also have evidence that Mr. Kramer saw it?
Yes, but by the defendant's own statements, Your Honor, it says that they were in bed by some timeline. So...
I think they're in bed, and then the next day.
What the fuck are you on about? The neighbor said he saw her leave the house between 9 and 10. No, they were in bed the night before. I really despise this prosecution's team. This should be a direct verdict. I know it's not because they're going to do it day 7, but still.
The following day, Mr. Kramer saw her.
but he also retracted that on the stand.
I appreciate that as well.
Okay. So when you're looking at the timeline and you're looking at the inconsistencies, and you have to also look at
Dr. Smock's testimony regarding this being a staged scene, Your Honor. That is the state's argument, that is what occurred.
I'll tell you what, I think for purposes of the motion, you have satisfied your burden for the purposes of homicide. What I'm really looking for is the evidence that you are relying upon to say this individual is the one who committed that homicide. Please focus on that. I'm not telling you what to say, but I don't need you to argue the homicide because I'm with you on that one as for the purposes of this motion.
And so focusing on ID, that element, Your Honor?
Well, the mens actus, mens rea, the ID.
Even the judge is saying you don't have shit.
Your Honor, you have to recall the text message the defendant sent his friend. His marriage is over. That provides motive sent 2 weeks before, or is it 2 weeks? May 5th? May 7th. So not even 2 weeks before his marriage. He tells his friend.
One in chat, if you have ever gotten into an argument with your partner and told one of your biddies or one of your bros, I'm done with him. I can't handle this anymore. It's over. I'm done. And then 2 days later, everything is back to normal because, yeah, it was just a little, lover's spat. Especially if you have been in a traumatic relationship where both sides probably drank too much. One of them, at least, probably both of them, had severe depressions. How many of you have not told your biddy or your bro, I'm done. I can't handle him anymore. He's so unreasonable. She's an absolute whack job. She keeps claiming that sport is not an exercise. Holly Mac, of course, you have never ever done it. But, yeah. I got into an argument with my late husband and he died the next day. Luckily, I had an alibi. Yeah. But everyone has said, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. Walked out the door and then 5 hours later came home and said, well, okay. Have you calmed down? Did you realize you sound a lot like your mother? You can't use because he didn't say, I'm going to kill the bitch. He said, my marriage is over. If he had said to his friend, I'm going to kill this bitch. Yeah. Then you could imply that he was planning it. But I've said it 5 times today. You sound like your mother. I was told to always say that to an American woman. You're leaving again after that. Oh. No, I've been told this is the only way to get an American woman to calm down. Just say, you sound a lot like your mom. Apparently, that's a magic pill that works on every American woman. I've been told this by an American who lives in Las Vegas, so it works.
And a secret app. My marriage is over. That is his motive for killing his wife, Your Honor.
In a secret app. It wasn't in a secret app. It was just a social media app. I have WhatsApp, Messenger, Signal, TwitTwat, Snapchat. Those 5 things I have on my phone. Probably some of you have Instagram as well, because you can send messages on that one too. I have all of those. How many of those are secret? Oh, it's just that time of the month. Oh, you have to tell them that as well? Okay. Calm down is what you say as soon as you start being unreasonable. No, it's not Discord. Discord hasn't been mentioned in this. Yeah, everyone has those apps. Well, Signal is kind of getting into the mix now, but everyone has secret apps. It's such a stupid thing.
Okay, so we got moved.
All right, and that goes to his intent. Their marriage is over. Now, when you're talking about the purposeful intent, or the defendant and his intent to kill, you have to go from that date of the text message and then move forward. All right, they go out for her birthday, they come back, and you have to remember the defendant's own statements, Your Honor. Immediately afterwards, he calls and says to her sister, the day, May 25th in the evening, she's gone. He tells law enforcement, I loved her.
She's gone. Yeah, she's not home. Oh my God. What's wrong with this woman? She's gone. So if you call me and says, hey, is Kaylee with you? No, she's gone. I have killed her. She didn't go to get a carton of cigarettes. Oh, Jesus Christ, this woman.
He is using past tense. He is telling her sister that she is gone.
Jamie, I want to scream at you. He's using past tense. I can't find your sister. She's gone. Are you for sure? This is a joke, right, Jamie? You got Court TV to make a fake trial, so I would play it one day, and I would sit here and think, I speak good English, but she's gone means she's not here right now. It doesn't mean she's. And again, it was 20 days or something, 15 days before. It's not like he constantly was, can I move in with you, bro? I can't live with her anymore. No, he just said, my marriage is over. And the messages are only encrypted after deleted from the phone. If they take your phone, it's all there. I use them for the calling option with family and close friends. That's why I have most of them I use for. But WhatsApp is the one my sister and I use, and she lives in Switzerland to make it cheaper to call.
When was that?
May 25th.
Okay.
She's gone. May 27th. I loved her. No one else, Your Honor, would have the incentive or the motive to stage a suicide. A suicide, by the way, he describes to law enforcement while being interviewed. She would go down somewhere. That's exactly where she was. He's the only person who knew that because he did it.
I'm sorry.
What? Crazy Eyes, what are you talking about? She would go down somewhere. He knows because he did it. This is the spot where she was running around with her weird hippie friend. Why didn't her weird hippie friend find her? Because she knew that's where they go foraging. They don't go foraging on a bike path. Well, I really like some nuts. Let's see if there's any nuts on the bike path. No, you go into the woods, you find a tree with nuts on it, and that's where you forage nuts. You don't forage on... You can always tell by the eyes.
He's the only person who knew what now?
That where her body is at because he put it there.
Okay, what did he say? I apologize. He said what now?
What?
That if she was suicidal, she would go down into the woods. Would go down somewhere.
Every man wish he had a girlfriend who would go down. Probably most girlfriends wish that as well. But if she was suicidal, she would go down somewhere. Yeah, because she used the woods for her meditation. That's the testimony we have from the hippie. No, they break me. I don't break them. This isn't real, right? This is a joke.
And who's that said spoken to?
Law enforcement on May 27th.
So he told law enforcement she would go down to the woods where she was ultimately found.
Yes,
Okay.
because he put her there.
The judge is like, "What the fuck are you saying? I'm trying to. I have to give it to you, but oh
Your
my
Honor, his
god."
other actions immediately when she goes missing and afterwards indicate that he knows she's not coming home. And don't forget the manipulation of the crime scene, or the house, I should say, the day she went missing. He is moving courts while law enforcement is there. Magically, a flashlight arrives. And of course, Your Honor, he's manipulating and controlling what law enforcement does from the very first interaction. He doesn't even call 911, all right? So they arrive to the
I
scene.
thought he called 911.
Well, strike that. You're correct, Your Honor. He calls 911 after Emily's friend tells him to do so on the evening of May 25th.
Yeah, because he thought that the movies are right
Law
when they say
enforcement
I
arrives
have
to the
to
scene.
wait
He's
24
immediately
hours.
controlling what they do. Well, I've done this and I've done that. He starts to give a timeline that is not supported by the forensics from the phones. We went into the bedroom. We fell asleep. 5 seconds later on the body cam, we see the bed is made. And then he continues to talk about what happens that evening when they get home. You know, he gets up, he goes to pee, he goes to the other room, and then, Your Honor, he comes back, and in his other statements, he starts to change his story. It's those consistencies, those material inconsistencies, I should say, that call into question not only what he's telling law enforcement, but it circumstantially shows, and not only did he have the intent to kill, he had the opportunity because they came home. There is a 4-hour block on his phone where nothing happens. Nothing.
This is the Zachariah Anderson, his guilty defense. He fell asleep with his phone not moving. This is exactly the same argument they had in the Zachariah Anderson case. He didn't touch his phone for X amount of hours. He's fucking guilty. Even though they had no evidence, it wasn't physically possible to drive the route that the state claimed, but he didn't touch his phone for 3 hours. He's guilty. Jamie, you hate me. I know it.
And then we know he is up for hours after that, and there is no movement. Nothing on Emily's phone after 9 something. Your Honor, this is a circumstantial case,
I'm with you on that one.
all right? But the court has heard testimony from, 20-some witnesses who have provided the opportunity, who have provided the intent their marriage is over, and even the defendant himself providing statements, how he controls the scene, manipulates the house.
How does he control the scene? Explain that a little bit more for me.
Because when law enforcement arrives, he starts to tell them, everything that he's done. And so by controlling and telling them, well, I've looked in the attic, we don't need to look here, I've looked here. And then Hollis goes out to talk to another officer. And then when Hollis comes back to the garage, the scene has changed.
But when you say scene, you're referring to the home.
The garage, yes, yep.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
He's moving the cord. He moves the cooler. There's magically a flashlight there now.
What is the significance of that move? Circumstantial. Direct evidence is the cord and the container were moved. What is the circumstantial conclusion of that, other than the fact that it was moved?
Well, immediately he lies to law enforcement. Your Honor. Whoops, excuse me, can you have a little bit more water and get my hand?
Okay.
He immediately lies to law enforcement. He's like, I didn't touch it.
Is
But
that
he
why
did.
significant?
Maybe,
Yes.
Other than the fact that
maybe he was moving stuff around and didn't think about touching it. Because also, all of a sudden he says, oh, look at the shoes. The shoes are the wrong way. Look at this pillow. This pillow is the wrong way. Oh, this is straws reaching desperately.
just a lie that he moved.
He's looking for a cord, Your Honor. There is a USB cord wound around his wife's neck. And then there's an orange cord that he's manipulating.
Why would there be a USB cord in the garage? It was an extension cord, the other one. An extension cord you would keep in the garage because you'll use it if you have like an electric lawnmower, your Christmas lights, whatever. Why would a USB cord be in the garage? Oh shit, everything falls off my table because I'm angry. This is the dumbest. I have a lot of respect for the judge, but this should be thrown right in her face and told, fuck off. This is insane.
And lying to law enforcement about moving. He is setting up a staged suicide from the moment law enforcement gets there. I don't know. I didn't touch it. We know he touched it. Maybe she did. It's all of those simple actions of staging suicide from the moment law enforcement gets there.
How does the orange cord have to do with this? And I say this honestly, how does that connect to the staged suicide?
No, Your Honor, I think it's one-on-one here. I just want to say something, if I may, about the staging of suicide.
Well, I'll tell you what, you get an opportunity to respond. I'll give you an opportunity to respond. Let me finish the state change.
Just so it's one attorney right there.
Your Honor,
You take all the time you need. Take the time you need. Your position is
Moves a suicide. He needs a cord. It is significant that he moves a cord that he could have used.
No, it's absolutely not significant because you claim that he already staged the suicide at this point. So moving the cord has absolutely no relevance for your theory. This is insane. It's absolutely insane.
Stage a suicide.
your position is he used a USB cord.
To stage a suicide. Yes.
That's already. Are you saying that the stage had already occurred? The act had already occurred when Officer Hollis was there?
We have alleged between May 24th and May 25th, Your Honor. So when Officer Hollis arrives, yes.
Okay, so the cord was already gone. The USB cord was gone already.
Yes.
Okay, so I go back. What's the significance of moving the? I mean, I appreciate the fact you say that he lied. Okay, I understand that. How does that move it forward? I mean, other than the fact that he lied to a police officer, I accept that.
Because he moved the cord while
Okay.
getting a cord for the staged suicide.
Oh, you mean when it was originally in a position?
Yes. Yes.
So you're suggesting the cord came from that location,
Yes.
and he had to move the orange cord in the container of the water they got the previous day in order to access the cord? Is that?
We're just saying he moved a cord that he could have used in a staged suicide and then decided to use a USB cord.
He moved a cord that he could have used. He could also have put her in the garage with a pipe into the car. Did you notice if he had tampered with the car? He could also have thrown a toaster into the shower. Did you notice if there was anything going on with the toaster? I despise this woman. The chia pet is just a bad prosecutor. She's effing lying her ass off.
That is the size of fitting in your pocket. So moving a cord and choosing a different one because he needs one to stage a
You
suicide.
have no evidence of any of this.
Well, your position is he took a cord, I presume from the house, in order to stage the suicide.
Yes.
And that's your position.
Yes, and the cord, Detective Grubbs, I believe, testified, fits into phones that were found at that house.
I did hear that testimony. Okay, but I confess I'm just not following the orange cord situation here. Oh, and I have another question for you too, and I apologize for breaking your train of thought here, but you said there were 4 hours on the phone and nothing happened. What were those hours?
9:45 and 1 in the morning, roughly.
That would be on the 24th,
Yes.
approximately 9:45 to 1.
To 1:11 a.m.
Okay.
Your Honor, it's our theory that the staged suicide was occurring.
During those hours?
Yes, he is on the phone then from 1:11 until, I mean, does he ever get off the phone? He doesn't get off the phone.
How do you reconcile that? And I appreciate Mr. Kramer came into the courtroom here to withdraw a statement, but flyers were even put out saying she was last seen at 9 a.m. based upon his statement. How do you reconcile that? I mean, we're just going to ignore that he saw her at 9 and accept, your position is, accept the fact he was in error, he didn't see her. I assume that to be your position, right?
So, Your Honor, for purposes of the Rule 29, assuming the facts and the light most favorable to the
And that's
state,
what I was suggesting to you.
John Kramer came in here and said he could not say for sure he saw her that morning.
Okay.
So assuming that fact and most favorable to the light, that means he saw Emily. His testimony was the May 20, I'm getting my dates confused, 24th at about 8, between 8 and 8:30. Because in the garage was his testimony. That's his testimony. The defendant's statements talk about them being in the home. We know the functioning on Emily's phone ceases at not.
You don't have your facts straight. You should be able.
7:30 or 8.
On the 24th?
I don't want to misquote that because we can pull it up to the court.
Okay, but ballpark.
Yes. So immediately after her phone stops, when she is with the defendant, there is no other activity saying that she was using the phone or the phone was being used ever again until he picks it up and starts using it. And that's by his own statements. During that 4-hour period, there's nothing on his phone.
Because he was sleeping.
Provides the opportunity, Your Honor, to commit strangulation, which the doctor testified to takes 152 seconds.
Yeah, but he also has to carry 98 pounds into the woods, states are hanging, and get back with no one seeing her or him. While we know he has a nosy neighbor, that you may change his testimony. Funny he retracted his statement on the stand. Smells a little like you pressured him to it.
It is a quick crime. It is a purposeful crime by its very actions. What happens after that is the staged suicide.
This is insane.
Okay, is that it?
Do you want me to continue?
It's up to you. I'm listening. You were pausing. I wasn't sure if you were finished or not. It's up to you.
Okay. Can I have one moment, please? Your Honor?
Absolutely,
I didn't feel like we
absolutely.
were going to jump right into this after going at this since 1 o'clock. I need water. Okay. All right. Continue.
I'll tell you what.
So she needed a break to get some more water. Oh my fucking God, she's insane. She was supposed to have this argument when she rested. Why wasn't she ready for this argument?
The state's still on the record, all parties, including defendant or president. We're outside the presence of the jury. The state's still making any comments you wish regarding the Rule 29 motion.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I appreciate the opportunity for a much-needed brain break to gather my thoughts. Your Honor, this whole case has started with suicide or homicide. And there certainly is enough evidence in light of the criminal Rule 29 for the jurors to determine this was a homicide.
I've already crossed that bridge.
I'm getting there. I'm getting
You're
there.
good.
All right. So you have to start there, Judge. And everything must be viewed through the lens of this is a homicide. Okay? So the evidence admitted must be viewed to support the homicide.
Somebody killed her.
So if you do that, then you have to look at the way in which the homicide occurred and the staged suicide that was set up to try and make it look like it was a suicide, not a homicide. And there's only one individual that needs to make that look like a staged suicide, Your Honor, and that's the defendant. Your Honor, there is no one else that needs to string Emily Noble up like that in Westerville, Ohio, to make it look like a suicide. And the reasonable inference jurors can draw is that that's the defendant. If the evidence is viewed in a light most favorable to the state, Your Honor, and you look at the evidence from a lens of a homicide, then you have to look specifically at his actions that May 25th window. What is he doing in the condo? Because a homicide that has happened and he needs to stage a suicide.
But your position is, I believe, on May 25th, In the daylight hours, it's a fait accompli. It's been accomplished, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So his actions, he tells law enforcement. Well, one, he has to sleep. One moment he goes to sleep. He has to say that, Your Honor, immediately, because his wife, he's got to start building the story that his wife has disappeared, right? He has to tell law enforcement that he doesn't know where she's at because he was asleep. The next instant he says, I slept in, and by his own words.
When did he clean the house? Now you're saying he played hide and seek for 4 hours, and then the neighbor saw her, but absolutely did not see her at all. He remembered 2 years later. And he cleaned the house. There was no evidence. We know from other cases, Brian Walsh, for instance, that they found all of this trace after the Wolfenbacher case. They can find traces after. No one found anything in this case. He killed her in the house. The police had full access. They saw the clothes. They tested the clothes. But he killed her in the house, and then he staged the suicide. What did your own doctor say? When you lose control over your brain, your sphincter open. There would be biological material after a homicide.
That's abnormal for me. So he has to say that so that he can say that he doesn't know where she's at, that she's disappeared and she's
Well, he
wandering.
doesn't have to say that if
And then, Your Honor,
it's the truth.
He wakes up in an 800-foot square condo, texts Emily's phone at about close to 12 p.m. He doesn't get up. He doesn't, and then he uses Find My iPhone. He doesn't get up. He doesn't go look for her. He does nothing. If this is a homicide, Your Honor, he's taking those steps to support the suicide, that this was a suicide. He has to start creating those physical records that he doesn't know where she's at. And that's why that evidence immediately afterwards is so important. Now, most telling, well, I won't say most telling, this isn't for the jury, Your Honor. He tells Officer Hollis when he gets to the scene later that evening about this walk that they go on, this path that they forage. But he says to Officer Hollis, he's never checked.
No, he never went.
Checked. He never walked that route that day. He, the defendant himself. If your wife is missing, has disappeared, is engaging in what he even says is uncharacteristic for her, and to the point where you call law enforcement and you've done nothing, and the inference is, Your Honor, he's done nothing because he knows she's dead. If your wife is missing, you are scouring the earth. You most certainly are walking.
You absolutely don't know any of that. This is also a man who just lost his son a year before that, where he found his son swinging in the rafters. Maybe, just maybe, hear me out on this one. This could be groundbreaking news for a woman like you. Maybe he didn't want to find another body. I took care of my mom with my dad the last half year. She was at home until she ended in a hospice. Nothing scared me more any day than come and find either her or him gone. Because I could see how hard it was on him to take care of her, try and feed her when she woke up at 3 a.m. and said, I'm actually a little bit hungry today. And he would run, ask, what do you want me to make? And he would go make food for her in the middle of the night. And then she would say, no, I don't want to eat anything anyway. He was her living nurse. And it probably took 5 years of his life. And that was my biggest fear, finding one or both of them dead in the morning. I didn't want to do that because I'm not good with dead people. I've seen too many. When my dad started getting sick during the coup, every morning when I drove over here to say hi to him, well, every other day when I went over here just to say hi to him, and I'm not a godly man and I'm not a good Christian or anything, but I hoped that the big guy up there wouldn't let me come and find him because I couldn't handle that. I just went through it 4 years before with my mom passing away, seeing her wither away. And now I was looking at my dad, who was getting more and more confused, could breathe less and less, couldn't move anymore. I had to do everything for him. Trust me, you don't want to find them. If you have gone through it, it probably took some years off of my life as well, that I had to be the guy who took care of them. And that's yeah, it's I can understand why he didn't run all over the earth to find his wife if he was uh, if she was potentially swinging somewhere. I can understand that. I just have to say that, because I didn't like it when both of my parents were in the end, especially because there was a lot of nights where my dad had to fight with the doctors to get her admitted to hospital when she was just choking on her own lung fluids. Trust me, you don't want to come and find them dead, especially when you have had the trauma before.
In that path every single minute until she's found, unless you know she's dead. And so, Your Honor, you have to be.
I would say that's absolutely okay, because my dad passed away in my arms when I was trying to get him into the doctor's office. And he died, and they got him back to life, and they put him on the respirator, whatever it's called. Got him running for a couple of more days so my family could come say goodbye to him. My sister could come home from Switzerland and all of that. This happened Wednesday morning. My sister came home Wednesday evening, and her and my brother drove in there. Thursday, she was in there all day alone and sat by him. Friday, they called and said, there's nothing going on. And he's only living because of the machines. And we said, we'll swing by and you can pull the plug. And I didn't want to go in there because I was there when he died the first time, and I couldn't do it. And I sat in the room outside of the emergency, whatever unit that is. And I sat next to a girl who was, I think she was like 19, and she was crying, and she was just miserable. And my kid, only my oldest kid wanted to come. My youngest kid couldn't face it. So she went in with my sister, and my ex-wife went with her. And I was sitting with this young woman. I said, okay, so is everything okay? And that she said, well, I'm afraid my sister's going to die. And our last talk was an argument. And I said, oh, well, do you think it's going to be that bad? And her sister had just had a kid. And then she had massive blood clots all over her body. So instantly out. And her last talk with her sister had been an argument, and she just couldn't live with it. That would be the last one. And I said, well, I'm sending my dad up to the big guy today. So because you do try and do some psychological first aid. So I said, if I promise you I'll send my dad to God today, will you promise me that you'll go sit by your sister and hope that she'll be back? She has a small kid, and you know you love her, and she knows you loved her, even though you were arguing. And she ended up saying thank you, and I couldn't go in and watch my own dad die again, because I already watched it once. So I get why you can't be there, but I just hope, and I know it's stupid and it doesn't, but you always hope that us saying goodbye to my dad might have helped this poor 19-year-old get some more years with her sister, because it was absolutely heart-wrenching to see her sit there. And my dad was old. He was 78 years old. He's been here the years you are allotted, but still, I just hope that I could give her some peace of mind. That was all I was thinking about while I was sitting there, and probably should have been crying myself thinking about my dad, but Yeah, that's that's not good. Yeah, that's the same that happened to my dad. I was trying to help him get into the doctors, and he just got heavy, and I couldn't hold him, and then he passed away. Well, that took a turn. Let's get back to all of this funny.
View that behavior in the light that this is a homicide. He doesn't go and look for her, even immediately after saying she's disappeared and called law enforcement.
There was a point in time when Officer Hollis was there. I don't know how significant this is, but I'll ask you the question. When I believe Celeste drove up, and Officer Hollis said, "Is that your wife?" And he goes, "Yes." And he goes, "No." If he had killed her, would he have said yes in the first instance?
Your Honor, that is a fact for the jury to determine, and what weight to give to that, Your Honor. We're at, talking about the overall picture for purposes of Rule 29 and whether the evidence can support a rational juror making these inferences. And that is a point that's in the video. But, Your Honor, I would argue that his reaction is something different. And I don't want to make every single argument in this Rule 29, Your Honor, about our case. And I mean that respectfully. So if we get to the point of
I'm not sure I follow you. What were you want to make every argument?
I don't want to give my entire closing argument, Your Honor. Should we get there? Okay?
Okay, sure. Absolutely.
All right. And then you have to also consider the defendant's behaviors immediately after the next day and the following day. Also, in the light of a homicide, continuing that he needs to push this, it's a staged suicide. I don't know where my wife is at. John Kramer says he noticed he was smoking in the condo. And John Kramer said he knew in that instance Emily was not coming home because the defendant is smoking in the condo. He continues to refer to her.
And he has nothing to back that up with.
Your Honor. So those two things also, Your Honor, point to the fact that he knows she is dead and that she is not coming home, and the reasonable inference is because he killed her. And it's important when he shows up to the interview with law enforcement, if he truly had no reason to know, he had just woken up like he wants law enforcement to believe, he has no reason to think she's dead, but yet his first words are unprompted, "I didn't do it."
Well, hang on a second. He's just been taken down to the police department in a cruiser. He's behind doors.
I like
Your Honor,
this.
I'm
He's
making
given
a
his
rule
Miranda
statement.
rights.
Your Honor, I understand, but I'm making an argument for the facts in a light most favorable to the state, okay?
Fair enough. Fair enough.
In a
My
light
bad.
most favorable to the state, all right? His actions and statements are that of an individual who knows his wife isn't coming home. He refers to her in past tense. He is smoking in the condo. He says, "I didn't do it." Your Honor, this is a staged suicide, made to believe manual strangulation is like a suicide, and his behaviors immediately after that demonstrate that he is an individual who already knows his.
Side-Eye says, "Great therapy. Now let's go back to ranting about this hack together." Yeah, but hey, death is the only part of life that we're always going to share. Well, birth as well, but no. Sometimes it's okay to talk about one's feelings. Because there's a reason why we watch true crime. It's because we all had some shitty interruptions. She doesn't like the judge pushback. No, she's been very antagonistic to the judge constantly.
Wife is dead. He's acting like she is dead, and his behaviors indicate that, and he can't act that way if he doesn't know she is dead, Your Honor. He is the only individual that has the need to make this death appear to be a staged suicide. And, we talked a little bit about his words, and I just want to remind the court, too, that John Kramer also indicated that he overheard a loud argument shortly in the days, I don't remember the exact time frame right now.
A couple weeks earlier.
2 weeks. 2 weeks before, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Last word?
Thank you, Judge. Judge, as you know, one of the elements for the murder is purpose. It's the mens rea. You need to have specific intention to cause a certain result. The court is right. There is enough evidence in the light most favorable to the state with respect to the issue of was there a homicide committed? Don't disagree with that. With respect to is there any link between Emily's possible manner and cause of death to that man? No. It's one of those things where we can
I
say
think we've conceded there's no direct evidence at all in this case.
there's
It's all
no direct
circumstantial.
evidence. But circumstantially, also, to say an individual who already knew his wife is dead, Your Honor, that's not circumstantial evidence either. That is inference stacking, and the court well knows that there's an instruction literally against double stacking of inferences. Can you draw one inference from a set of facts? Yes. Can you draw an inference upon an inference upon an inference? No. This case, Your Honor, with respect to connecting any manner or cause of death of Emily Noble to Matheau Moore is completely void of evidence. And I don't say that, and I want to say this because I know how defense attorneys are perceived sometimes. I am not saying that to preserve the record. I am saying that because this is absolutely, under no circumstances, a case that should go to jury. It is literally nothing to tie him there. You talk about the stage scene. This stage scene, well, first of all, I know that Dr. Smock issued a report and testified, but let's just go to that scene. They want to say it's staged. Okay, they have Dr. Smock saying that. Who? Where? What? When do they have to get Matt Moore to that scene staging it? Now, I've just heard the prosecutor say that there's a 4-hour window of time during the night when most of us are sleeping, and when, by the way, he said he was sleeping. That is a time when nothing is going on. The cell data certainly supports that. It's during that time that the state is arguing, based on speculation, that that's when he killed her. That's what they've just argued, and they certainly implicitly argued that through the testimony of Detective Grubbs. But we know, Your Honor, that John Kramer sees her at 9 or 10 a.m. And I want to say something interesting, is that the state just now, in its Rule 29 argument, used John Kramer twice at the end to support the smoking in the condo, right? And I forget what other point about John Kramer. They just can't have it both ways, Your Honor. John Kramer did not come in here and retract his testimony. That's not what it was. He said he cannot be positive that he saw her on the 25th. But we know, Your Honor, from the cell phone records, that on the 24th, at 9:39 a.m., she's in Buckeyes, Ohio. Not only do we know that from the cell phones, but we even have photographic evidence of her there as well at the Springs. We know from the testimony of Detective Grubbs that it's an hour and a half each way. So when you look at what John Kramer said, and then his testimony, that he can't be 100% sure, the cell phone records are everything. Because what he did say is it's either the 25th I saw her, or it's the day before. And we know it couldn't have been the day before. So she's alive on the 25th. She's alive. And Matt, they want to use Matt's words against him, but Matt Moore said to the police that he woke up late morning, consistent with 9 to 10 a.m., John Kramer saying her. And it's not just John Kramer that says that. We know that from Officer Hollis's video, that that's what he told Officer Hollis. And Your Honor, Defense Exhibit G is literally the Westerville police report, that's the press release that says she was last seen at 9 a.m. That's from the Westerville Police Department. That's not influenced by Matt Moore. That's not Matt Moore. That's the Westerville Police Department talking to the public. She's alive on the 25th. He calls 911. You know there's a GPS on his car as of the 27th. The 26th, he's giving statements with law enforcement. He's taking them to the area and saying she walks this area. Now, the prosecutor wants to say that did he check that area in the absence of a search means he must have killed his wife? But we know from testimony, even from Amy Thomas, I asked her at the end for testimony, just because you didn't come to Ohio and search for your sister, does that mean you don't love her? And she said no. That's nothing, that's speculation, that's inferences, and it is certainly not, even when viewed in a light most favorable to the state, enough to put this case in the hands of a jury. Purpose, Your Honor, is the specific intention to cause a certain result. Where does it show he intended to kill her, that staged her? And Your Honor, I want to talk about something that I wasn't allowed to ask about, but now it certainly seems relevant. You know, as a former prosecutor, the state has the power to file charges, put evidence forth in front of a grand jury, and importantly, they have the ability to amend an indictment at any point. This is a case of 2 counts of murder and 1 count of felonious assault. There has been so much about this cooler. First of all, there's no evidence that USB cords were ever kept in the garage. But Your Honor, he's not charged with tampering with evidence. And you know what else he's not charged with? Abuse of a corpse. How does she get to the park if their theory is the crime scene is at the house? And I will tell you that during his testimony, Detective Grubbs actually said, I asked him why you didn't do all these things at the house, and he said, certainly if I ever need to get there, that it was not a crime scene. Because there's nothing to prove that anyone was killed inside of 46 Abbey Cross. To say someone was killed there is speculation and is an inference upon an inference upon an inference. And then they want to take you that she's killed there, and then somehow, under the cover of darkness or lightness, she's moved to an area where we know you can't drive a car along County Road. We know from the women that found the bodies you can't walk through on the other side without crawling under branches. We know he's 6 feet tall. It's not, it's just, Your Honor, there isn't even enough. There's nothing to connect Matt Moore to the body in the woods. And they can't just focus on nobody else would do this. That's certainly not enough to go back to the jury, just because they don't have another suspect. Purpose is one of the elements. There is no evidence of purpose. And if the court is unsure, the best they have from his mouth is the text messages. And they have an individual, and if you want to now believe John Kramer about the arguments, that was the other thing that John said.
I'm sorry about that.
The arguments, that was the other thing they were relying on John Kramer for. The arguments and the smoking. Your Honor, I asked John Kramer, and there was even a follow-up question from a juror. Did he hear arguing the night of the 24th or the 25th? And he said no. Also, Your Honor, with respect to John Kramer and the smoking, I went over the detective of all the photos of if there's any ashtrays or cigarettes taken from the house, and there were none. Your Honor, this just can't be a case that goes back to the jury. It is speculation, and it is truly exactly why that inference stacking instruction exists in OJI. That's what we have here. Thank you.
I'll consider the case submitted unless you want to keep going back and forth for a while.
I just want to make 3 brief comments, Your Honor. Okay? Defense counsel.
And I'll let the defense respond as well.
Defense counsel has commented quite a bit on the credibility on the witnesses, and
I understand where credibility falls in here, so I'm good with that.
Okay, so credibility is not a Rule 29 decision, because you must.
I'm there already. I got
You must view the evidence in a light most favorable to the state, Your Honor. No one has said that the state's theory is that this crime was committed at the house.
We have no idea what this crime is committed, right?
What?
It
You
could
just
have
said
been
that.
committed in the woods, Your Honor, where her body was found.
No, lady. You said he did it in the house, and then he took that 4 hour to clean up the crime scene and staged the crime scene. This is dumb.
That's a possibility too.
And the evidence supports. And I do want to talk about John Kramer for a second, because
Well, we've already come to the conclusion, I'm not going to consider his credibility. I'm just considering the evidence in the light most favorable to you, which I will do. So I don't need to worry about his credibility. No, I mean, I'm not being demeaning. I'm just saying I'm with you on that.
So purpose to cause a certain result. Dr. Smock has established the manual strangulation and the elements needed to establish purpose, Your Honor. There's motive. There's certainly opportunity. He is the only individual.
24.6.
The only individual who needs to make this look like a staged suicide, Your Honor, in addition to absolutely everything else.
Anything you'd like to say?
Yes, Your Honor, 24 years and truly over 150 jury trials, and I can't believe that we're into the defense case and we still don't even know what the theory is as to where she's been killed. And that really goes to my point. This is a case that the state has been trying to develop as we go. And quite frankly, it's just not fair. My client sits here charged with murder, 2 counts, 15 to life in prison. It just isn't, the system has to be better than this. And I really do mean this with all my conviction. How are we here when where she's killed, we don't even know. We don't even know that. And it's not like we know maybe. We don't even know that.
We can have a homicide without a body. Right?
Well, we can have a homicide without a body, but we have a body in a wooded area. And nothing to tie Matheau Moore to that. And it's not just the lack of physical evidence. You can't get around purpose. Smock, Dr. Smock, he can talk all he wants to about manual strangulation. There is 0 evidence this man strangled her. 0. I mean direct or circumstantial. And I recognize it's not the court should look at it through the lens of a homicide. The court should look at it, I understand, through the lens of evidence in the light most favorable to the state. It's still each and every element, Judge, as you know, for it to go back to this jury. Where is there even a scintilla of evidence as to purpose? There's none. I would ask the court to grant a Rule 29.
All right, I will consider it submitted, and obviously, since I have to make the decision right away, I will do so on this issue tomorrow morning before we begin anything else in the case. You've had an opportunity to talk about exhibits at this point. Let's at least get that so I can consider those exhibits. And those are, okay, I know. All the exhibits be.
That's correct.
All right.
Oh, and the
Here, you-
hearsay this, the evidentiary rule that they're using from the bottom.
Oh, okay, so you don't object to the bottom, just the top part of that?
I don't think I can, because I won't.
This is just evidence that will it come in, will it not come in? Not that important. This is potentially the worst argument I have ever heard anyone give to why this should go to the jury. She clearly have no idea about anything in this case. She clearly doesn't have a motive. She doesn't have a theory of what happened. She changed her own statements during her argument. I never ever said anything about where it happened. You said it happened in the house, and he staged the crime scene. You said he was moving that cord around to hide it. Absolutely idiotic. I'm putting a link in the chit chat right now. That link is for a stream that will happen tomorrow at 9:05, because why hit a round number? Because it'll probably blow the expert's brain up. Expert will have the wonderful Emily C on tomorrow to try and get into what the hell about Canton, because he's a novice to all of that, and he will have Emily C on to be his guide into everything Canton, because Emily C is a former kindergarten teacher, and everyone who knows the expert knows that that might even be too high a level for him to comprehend. But you should all J7, we're going to do it again tomorrow. Stop. That's what you watch trials. You do it day by day. But the expert will learn from Emily C tomorrow. If nothing else, maybe he will learn that pixie sticks are not good for you or something like that. She's a positive life force, and she's going to be on with him tomorrow. So everyone, mark it in your calendar tomorrow at 9:05 p.m. because you cannot do it at 9. She said she would bring a juice box. Well, no juice boxes for you because you had enough juice boxes. So that's what you're going to watch tomorrow night. Tomorrow morning, you're going to watch this case. There will be one rebuttal witness. I skipped ahead to look. One rebuttal, and we're going to hear the closing arguments, and then we're going to go to the final verdict in the case, because there's also a day of verdict watch. So we're not going to do a verdict watch. We're just going to get through it as fast as possible. Right now, I'm going to go work on a potential presentation for tonight at 11:30, because there's been so much talk about the Free Karen Reed side has broken down, and now there's also getting some cracks in on the other side. There's a lady who, just like me, had watched those forensic women, and she's not a big fan, let's just say that. So I might go and clippity clap some of that and play that tonight at Pie Club, just to keep you all entertained, and do it at night because Sue is sleeping and she hates everything that has to do with the forensics people. You're burning the internet down tonight. Al Gore has made it fireproof. I'll have to rewatch tomorrow night's stream. Well, I'm sorry. What is Lefty saying in here, trying to steal people again? Sweetest person ever, Emily. She is a cutie patootie. The expert will have to figure out how old she is, because I believe she is 20 years old, but she claims she's been a kindergarten teacher for 15 years. I don't believe her. And as a person who has never ever lied about my age a day in my life, I will not stand for people lying about their age. Where's Jamie? Jamie is working. She's in a meeting. She even said, under the darkness of night or light of day, he moved her to the woods. Yeah, he must have killed her at home. She's an absolute idiot. No, she's not 40. She's 23 at most. I've seen her. 11, what time zone? 11:30 Eastern time. Every time I give a time zone, it's always Eastern because I have figured out that time zone. So 11:30 Eastern is where I try to do my pie club because that's 5:30 my time, and I can be done by 6:30, and then I can have my breakfast, and then I can be ready. I have a new cougar class tomorrow with a new, well, I don't know if it's the same cougars or new cougars, but it's with a new teacher, and she's kind of like one of those hippie women, so I don't know how it's going to go. So pray for my my hips. She can be 23 and me, just saying. Emily has you fooled so bad. She's ruthless. No, she's not. Stop trying to disparage our sweet Emily. She is the leader of No Drama Llama Club. It's because it's the best time zone. No, it's just because I figured it out. 6 hours I can kind of figure out in my head. If Emily is 23, I'm 19, so that works for me. Yeah, see? Everything works out. Baker's gonna fall in love and leave us. Fall in love with whom? I'm not staying up and watching a show at 3 in the morning. Come on now. Might see it on replay. Yeah, she looks very very young. She has good genetics. But this case turned into an absolute crap fest. There will be a rebuttal witness tomorrow. I don't know who the rebuttal witness is. And then we'll have closing arguments, and we will then get the verdict. So we should be done with this tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'll miss you tomorrow. It's only a day away. I hope everything will work because they have promised us a snowstorm. It should have hit here by now. It hasn't. So maybe it'll come later. Maybe it won't come. Remember to watch Alan Jackson. He was a bit weird. I saw lawyer, take on it, and he said, well, something can happen because he signed off while his client was in custody, so he might not have had time to talk to him. When he got time to talk to him, it might have shown him that, nope, I can't do this. He said there was nothing unusual in it, even though it looked a little weird. So I don't know. Can I post snow pictures? If we get any snow, I'll do that. But right now, it snowed a little bit in the afternoon, but hasn't really come here yet. So yeah. Your snowstorm is supposed to come at 6 p.m. Well, then we should have that about a day later if it continues like it normally does. So yeah. But I'm gonna go clip some clips. You're gonna go somewhere. Let me see who's on, so I can send you somewhere, and you can go and show them some love. I think Mo might be on, but again, go in and put on the notifications for the expert show, and go show him some love as well, because he was not nice enough to jump on with me last night when I was doing my show. 12:30 my time, but I'm always watching replay when I wake up. Well, Holly Mac, you have something to dream about then. Well, we don't really have. We have like maybe about enough to track a cat is what we have right now. But I'm gonna go track some cats. You're gonna go show some love. And if you're awake, 11:30 tonight, as always, I am gonna laugh at a person who doesn't like the forensic chicks, or as I call them, the housewives of Canton, because that's what they are, even though they don't live there.
I'm Jimmy. How y'all doing?
I know English is your second language, but you don't word
It's
your
my
questions
third,
carefully.
but I'm still better at it than you. You are
The most important people in this case that everybody seems to have forgotten in this room is the jury. So we're going to take a 15-minute break and both sides take a pregnant pause and think about the jury.